standing in a raspberry-colored shirt or other. And if you're looking for Writers Expo and you can hear me, we are in the auditorium. And again, welcome everybody. Come on in. If you're looking for Writers Expo, we are in the auditorium. You can find your teacher. You have to sit with your class. We'll get going here in just a few seconds as everybody files in. But happy Thursday, folks. You've almost made it to spring break. And make sure your teacher sees you so that you get put on the attendance as present, not absent. All right, well, good morning, everybody. Is anybody excited? That's great. I was really nervous. People were going to be like, no, I'm not excited at all. Raise your hand if you have seen Writers Expo here at LHS in the past. Let us know what we're working with here. All right. Sophomores, give a shout. Okay. Juniors, give a shout. Does that even qualify as a shout? I don't know. Seniors, shout it out. That's better. Okay. Freshmen, raise your hand. Let's see. All right, so we do have some newcomers here. This is great. It's day 1 of 2, which means you have to sit through a few minutes of announcements, so bear with me before we get to the good stuff. Writers Expo is an event that we started here at LHS about a dozen years ago. COVID, of course, factored into things, but we're excited to be bringing this, essentially for the 12th year in a row, unofficially. And it has certain purposes, one of which I hate to say is not just to entertain you. We're hoping that this is a nice chance to get out of the classroom, to kind of round out your education in the English department or other departments a little bit. Most of the time when you're interacting with writers, it is through the thing that they have written, not necessarily face-to-face with the writer themselves. And this gives us a chance to actually do that, to explore writing in a different way, to celebrate writing, and to interact with the writers themselves, which is hopefully just over the course of 4 years here at Libertyville, a nice experience for you. And every period, I always think there's at least one little thing you might be able to take away. It might not affect you as a writer. It might affect you, frankly, more as a person. But if you can find that one thing, I would say that's a success, okay? Before we get going, I do have a couple of rules, and I do have a list of people to thank. So number 1, we are not guaranteed this space every year. We have to request it. And the first thank you goes to the Fine Arts Department, Mr. Helvey, for letting us use the space. And one of the big requests for you guys is just that over the course of the next couple days, you treat this auditorium with as much respect as you can give it, because obviously taxpayers have spent a ton of money to make this what it is. We want to keep it looking nice and functioning well. So, a couple rules then. Number 1, no food in the auditorium. That's a big rule. If you do have to eat something before you come in, feel free to do it in the foyer, okay? Then beverages technically are not allowed in the auditorium, if you could keep that in mind. If you have a beverage on you right now, make sure it's capped. Don't spill it. If you do, we are going to expect you to clean it up. And then the other one is just kind of keep your feet on the floor so we don't scuff the seats, okay? In terms of the people who are up here, I'm sure you've all given presentations in class before. You know when you get up in front of people, you are not necessarily at your most confident. And a lot of times when people get up here, if they see the lights from phones, if they hear people even whispering, and you know the whole point of an auditorium is to have good acoustics, we can hear when you're whispering to each other. So the more respect you can give the people on stage by not talking, by staying off your phones, especially this afternoon when March Madness gets going, we would appreciate it, because we want our writers to feel as welcomed and confident as possible when they're up here. So thank you for that. The list of people continues after the Fine Arts Department. The building and grounds crew has been a big help setting things up. Our AV team, in terms of the lighting and the sound and the presentations going on, a huge help. Mr. Twadell and Wildcat Productions need a big thank you. They're not only filming the event today, they're also live streaming it. So if you don't have a chance to come down during your lunch, but you wanted to see something going on, you can always tune in. The link is online. Mr. Gerlach helped us out with some stickers again this year. Mr. Ciccolini and Decca helped with the t-shirts, which we haven't had in a few years, so we're very grateful for that. And then maybe the biggest one of all, everybody in the English department, specifically our secretary, Ms. Constantinitis, who helped us out with a lot of the paperwork stuff. And then, I don't know if he's in the house right now or if he's in his office list. No, he's in the back. Okay, so our department head, Dr. Reef, is retiring at the end of the year, and he has been a huge supporter of this event since its very beginning, making sure we keep it, make sure we have as much money budgetarily to make it happen. So can we just give him a big, big, big round of applause? And if you know personally, or have a chance to just run across any of the individuals who I just named, it's amazing how much a face-to-face thank you means to people. So if you bump into any of those people today and can give them a thank you on behalf of this whole event, I'm sure they would appreciate it greatly, okay? All right, without further ado, let's get going. So we always like to highlight students because you guys have some amazing writers amongst you. Some of you yourself are amazing writers as well, and we want to make sure that we highlight that. So today, we have a fantastic poet, Rishi, come on up.
Hi everyone, thank you for being here at 8:50 something in the morning. I'm Rishi, I'm a junior, and the title of my piece is Mother, and it's meant to explore a lot of things. Firstly, it's my personal interpretation of a lot of relationships that women in my family have with one another, and it's supposed to explore themes like generational trauma, parental relationships, and the sacrifices women have to make for their family. So thank you, Mother. She is the reason why, when I look in the mirror, I see a dream in progress and her worst nightmare. The expression I love and the spunk I pride are anomalies in what could be the portrait of her perfect daughter. She is the reason I look at the future with hope, because I know that she'll follow me wherever I go, so I'll hold her hand and take her with me to see the dream she gave away so I could have mine. I am the monster she created, a reflection of who she was, once upon a time, and still haunts the halls of our house as we terrorize ourselves and each other, because like mother, like daughter. Because in daughter's fiery face, mother sees the ghost of herself, and looking at mother's erased fate, daughter fears for her own future. I am the reason why when we stand side by side and look in the mirror, I see her dream in progress and my worst nightmare. Because I look at my mother's tired face and her tired arms and aching knees and the ever-breathing, stretching love that comes only from a womb and wonder, where would she have been if not for me? I have her temper and her tongue, like flint and steel, and when we're in the same room, I either feel the warm glow only we could share, or I see the sparks fly as she sees herself in me and can't recognize either. Because I hate her, but I love her more than anything, and I want to be just like her while being anything but. Sometimes I make her tea, and we sit together at a table and talk and talk and talk, and I recognize myself somewhere in her. A daughter herself with a mother of her own that hides behind the label of wife and mother like all our foremothers did too. She tells me I would go on to do things she could never do because mothers pass the weight of 1,000 mothers' unfulfilled wishes and watch their daughters carry it just as gracefully as they did themselves because the umbilical cord is thicker than any other bond there is. I see the love and sacrifice and all the time she saves for her only daughter, saves only for her daughter, bonded by womanhood and the endless cycles of things learned in the womb. And my whispered midnight wishes that if my mother were to leave me alone in the world, that she would come back and stay with me as my daughter so I could give to her what she gave me and neither of us ever had. Because in some sad, strange way, when she falls asleep on the couch before I do, I look at her and I swear to myself I'll love her more than she loved me. Because we are the reason why our broken hearts are still strong after all the heavy words and tears and unsaid emotions. We are our worst nightmares, but nightmares are still dreams. Thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. Well done, Rishi. Sorelle, are you here?
Yeah, I'm back here.
Yeah, come on up. We got another student writer for you. Let's give her a round of applause.
Hi, I wrote this poem called Your Eyes, and I wrote this about someone that I care deeply about, and they mean the world to me. You say you hate your eyes. How could someone hate your eyes? That hypnotizing blue brings me peace. Absolutely beautiful.
Rishi, Sorelle, thank you so much. Hopefully we're going to do this event again next year, and actually tomorrow even, we still have some slots available for students to read their work. So, Sorelle, Rishi, was it worth it? Yeah. 2 nods, and a pretty emphatic yes from Rishi, so that's a good endorsement. All right, today is cool because we have something that I don't know we've done too many times over the course of Writers Expo history, and that is, 1, have a screenwriter, if you even know what that is, and then 2, have a student who really gets to be focused on for most of an entire period. Both of those things today. Give a round of applause for senior Keriazakos. All right, so Cole and I have been talking for about a year about filmmaking and screenwriting and stuff like that. Is that mic on, Cole?
I think it is. Yeah.
Perfect, all right, great. Tell us first how you got into screenwriting.
I mean, I've been an actor for a long time, so I just ended up reading a lot of scripts, and I decided to, want to start writing. I think I've been writing for a long time, and it might have started actually as sketch writing, because I've done a lot through Second City, and they teach a lot of sketch writing. So it started as that, and a sketch is kind of like, one scene of a script. So I just ended up slowly, writing more and more, and then building on that and trying to write full screenplays.
Awesome.
And then you've got something you're going to present today.
Yeah.
An adaptation that you've written. This is a story. Is it Mr. Peterson's AP Lit class?
It is Mr. Is Mr. Peterson here? No? Oh, dang.
Yeah, convenient. Okay. So Cole's going to share with you his adapted script, but first, why don't you kind of just give the audience an understanding of what this story is before we get into the material itself.
Yeah, so the story's called Chase by Amanda Davis. Amanda Davis is was a very great author who wrote a lot of short stories. She had a collection of short stories. And this one is basically, I don't know, there it is. The first sentence kind of sums up a lot of what the story's about. Lily was in love with a boy who chased freight trains. That's really what it's about. What I really loved about the story was that the writing style is so strong. It's kind of in this magical realism kind of world where, it's this blue horse, and he chases trains on it, and she is in love with him. And eventually, over the course of the story, she ends up killing his horse because she hates that he spends all of his time with this horse instead of with her. And it's this vindictive sort of way to get him to be with her instead of with the horse. And then she tries to reconcile that. So I think it's technically 4 scenes that we're going to be reading.
I'm curious first, how long have you been working on this project?
Well, I first read the story about a year ago when we talked. Mr. Peterson introduced it to me, which I immediately loved it. And then shortly after, I think I wrote this first scene, which I felt very strong about. But sometimes it's difficult to go into an entire script from starting from the first scene. So it took me a while to figure out where I wanted to go with it. There were many ways that I decided to go with it that I scrapped or whatever. So eventually I settled on this, and it's been a few months.
Can you quantify how many hours roughly it's been? Just a guesstimate.
Gosh, I don't know. Probably like 30, 40 something.
Okay.
Yeah.
And had you done any adapted screenplay writing before?
I hadn't. No. This was my first one. Everything else I'd done had been original. So it's a different approach to writing than I've ever done before.
Was there any prep work involved, or was it just kind of using what you knew before and trying to fit it in with the
Yeah, it was a lot of conceptually, how do I make this into a story? Because the actual story doesn't have clear scenes or anything. It's a lot of montage. And I could talk about that after we read it, how this beginning is different than the script. But yeah, it's a very different writing form than I've done before.
Cool. We probably have time that you guys can read the whole thing if you want. I don't know if
Yeah.
you have the print. Yeah, you're
Yeah.
good. Ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay. If we could switch over to Cole's actual screenplay. So we tried to get the PDF visual for you guys so that you can... Screenwriting is a very visual medium in many ways, even though it doesn't necessarily sound like it would be in the sense that poetry is. But we thought we would try and get you a visual here. If we can click on that link in the upper left, that'll open the PDF. And again, thank you to the people in the AV booth for our help today. If you can kind of scroll along with the readers, perhaps, while Cole and his crew are reading, that would be awesome. Hopefully it works. If not, we can go without. In the meantime, John, Jules, Savannah, you want to come on out? Yeah, give me a round of applause, folks. It looks like we're just going to go without the PDF. But yeah, go ahead and read the whole thing.
Where did my script go? I didn't know. I can grab my Chromebook if I don't have it.
Did we put it behind maybe one of...
I can grab my
Okay. Yeah, I don't see it. Perfect.
All right, so while I'm getting this up, so there are 3 characters in the script, and Jules will be playing the role of Melody. In the script, it's shortened to what? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Lily. I don't know my own script. But Lily, Jules will be playing the role of Lily. John will be playing the role of Boy. And Savannah will be playing the role of Melody, who in the script is shortened to Mel. All right, let's start. Interior, Berry Patch Saloon, night. Lily, 16, sits at the bar, sipping on Shirley Temple. Her back is to the dilapidated saloon doors, through which we see a desert scape with no more than a few cacti and tumbleweeds scattered. The saloon is empty, and the doors gently squeak as the wind pushes them back and forth. Lily taps her glass with her blue ring, letting the sound vibrate through the glass before repeating. After a while, the saloon doors swing open violently, and Boy, 16, flies into the saloon, whooping victoriously. Lily turns around on her stool, lighting up as she sees him. The boy runs in and sits down in the seat next to her without even turning to acknowledge her, then catches his breath before reaching over the bar to pour himself a root beer. He takes a big gulp of the drink before finally slamming the mug down on the bar and leaning back with a smile from ear to ear.
You sure are happy?
A beat as the boy glances to his left where Lily sits, now taking in his surroundings. He sits up straight, trying to look more civilized.
Me and Wonder just had the ride of a lifetime. I've never seen him run so fast. We barely caught up to that last train, but you know Wonder, always the showman.
I wish I could ride with you. I've never been on a horse before.
He's outside if you want to say hi.
Boy's eyes wander back to the wall as he contemplates, not wanting to shut her down, but not excited by the idea.
Why don't you chase after some passenger trains every once in a while? If you did, I could be on it and cheer you on.
The boy looks back at Lily. He lets out a small sigh. He smiles.
No point.
Beat. Boy sips his drink.
Hey, I actually got you something. Well, I made it.
Oh, really? What is it?
Lily pulls out a present wrapped in blue wrapping paper with a big blue bow on top. She hands it to the boy. Boy takes the gift in his hands and shakes it.
Open it.
He begins unwrapping the present. From underneath the blue tissue paper, he pulls out a blue sweater with a lighter blue heart stitched on in the center. It is clearly homemade, but has had much work put into it.
That's awesome. You made this?
Yep.
Thanks.
The boy gives her a hug that nearly pushes her off the stool.
I gotta go show Wonder.
And just like that, he's back on his feet. The boy begins his rambunctious skip out, grabbing a handful of peanuts as he leaves, but runs back to take one last swig of his drink before returning to the world. At the door, the boy stops.
See you later, Lil.
We see Lily take in this nickname. From behind her, we stare out across the desert as a train whistle sounds in the distance. The sound of hooves comes closer and closer until they blast by, rattling the entire saloon and blowing the doors wide open with their power. We get a glimpse of the blue of the boy's sweater streaking by in the night. Awesome. Now we're going to skip down to the page 4 of this. Yeah. There's a lot of that. Yep. And now, there's a scene starter at the bottom of this page. So there's a header. Yeah, down further, yeah. There, yeah, Lily's dining room. Perfect. Interior, Lily's dining room, moments later. Boy sits at the small round table with his jacket draped over his seat. He takes in his surroundings as he waits for the food. Lily walks in, carrying the steaming pot of soup.
Mel, dinner.
She sets the pot down and sits next to Boy, sliding her chair to the left to be closer to the boy. As Lily turns to say something to the boy, he reaches over the table to grab the ladle from the pot and pours himself a bowl of soup, spilling some of the contents on the table. He pulls the bowl closer back towards himself and begins to scarf it down. Lily doesn't get any soup.
This is great. I bet Wonder would love it.
The soup?
Oh yeah, he'll eat anything.
B. Lily looks dismayed with the conversation.
So I was thinking about how you said I could ride your horse.
This stops Boy.
I never said you could ride Wonder.
I thought you did.
I mean, I said you could meet him, but I don't think he really likes other people being on him.
A beat as Boy goes back to eating.
Mel!
Mel walks in, stopping at the threshold when she sees Boy. Boy looks up and smiles at her with soup dripping from his face. Mel finally walks in and sits across from Boy, next to her sister.
So, are you Lily's sister?
Mel, does Lily not talk about me?
Not really.
Beat as Mel stares at Lily and Boy finishes his soup.
Well, I should go. Wonder's probably hungry.
He begins to put his jacket on and leave, but Lily stands up.
I could give him some soup if you want.
Really? That would be great.
Let me just put some in a bowl for him.
She looks at Mel.
Mel, do you want to go meet Wonder?
Lily gives her an angry look.
Sure.
She gets up and walks outside with Boy. Lily watches them exit before going into the kitchen. Through the window, we see the boy introducing Mel to Wonder, and she begins to pat his neck. Over time, Mel's scowl turns to a smile. Lily does not see this. While this occurs outside, Lily reaches under the sink to grab a chemical bottle. With this, she walks back out to the dining room and pours the entire bottle into the soup pot. She stirs the soup and carries the entire pot outside. And then we're going to skip down to the top of page 11. Or, it says page 11, yeah, there. Exterior, campfire, middle of the night. Lily sits facing the campfire, a blanket unfurled on the ground. The light of the fire is the only light for miles. It crackles and illuminates her face while she stares deep into the flames. Behind Lily sits the boy, sitting crisscross, facing away from the fire. He looks completely still. Lily is distressed from the events of the day, but continues to sit in silence. The boy shifts. Lily looks back at him.
Cowboy?
Nothing. More silence. Lily takes a deep breath, preparing to speak.
Let me tell you a story.
Lily sits back and lies behind the boy. She gazes up at the stars. putting the coat she had taken off earlier behind her.
Before my dad died, he can make any dreams come true. My sister was too little, so she probably doesn't remember. But I do. I used to want to be the queen of my own kingdom, and he created that kingdom for me, where I could rule over a vast land, with my sister as heiress, of course. But now, it's me who has to grant those wishes.
Beat. Lily sits up, turning to face his back.
I'm sorry for what I did to you, cowboy. It was selfish, I know, and I didn't mean to hurt you. I just wanted to comfort you, to run my fingers through your hair and have you over every day, to be as close as we could ever be. I didn't mean to destroy you. How do I undo that?
No answer. Lily sighs. She lies back and turns away. She begins to drift off, letting the popping sparks lull her to sleep. But then, the formerly blue sleeve of the sweater wraps itself around her, its destroyed knitting barely being held together. Lily begins to cry and curls up into a ball as the boy hugs her tighter and tighter. They both weep. Lily holds her eyes shut, never wanting to leave his arms.
I'll fix this, I promise.
After a while, the crying stops, and they are left lying together on the ground. Lily takes a couple of deep breaths and collects herself. She holds onto the boy's arm, and the two slowly fall into dreams. We end on Lily's closed eye. Match cut 2. Exterior, campfire, dawn. Lily's closed eye is showered in morning light. The sky is filled with the full spectrum of colors. She shifts as she begins to wake up. We see that the campfire has blackened all of the wood and the fire is gone. Lily opens her eyes and has a small smile as she begins to stretch. She reaches over her shoulder to touch the sleeve of the sweater, and it is empty. Lily quickly sits up and looks back at where the boy had been the night before, and all that is left is his destroyed sweater. She sits with this information for a moment, when she sees a figure slowly walking towards her along the horizon. Lily stands up, grabbing the blanket off the ground. She begins to run towards this figure, but as she gets closer, she realizes who it is, her sister, Melody.
How did you even get any sleep out here? The ground could not have made a very good bed.
Lily stops. Melody continues to walk toward her sister. Lily looks as though she could cry. She runs toward her sister and hugs her. Melody is confused as to why she's receiving the hug, but gives in. After a few moments, Lily lets go and looks at Melody.
I had a good dream last night, Mel.
That's nice. I'm hungry.
Lily smiles. The two sisters walk back to where we can now see their house in the distance. As they walk away, Lily tussles her sister's hair.
Hey!
And that's fade to black.
Yeah, let's give another round of applause to our readers. Thanks so much, guys. We couldn't have done this without you. If you want to take the seats, you can. Feel free. If you want to take the seats up here, you can. Feel free. But yeah, whatever you guys want to do. Cole, tell us about the format we're looking at here with screenplays. Because it's obviously different.
It is different. It's a lot different. So writing screenplays is, as you can tell, it's the actual action and everything is a lot different. Screenplays act more as kind of a blueprint for what the filmmakers are going to do, less of an expressive format. So whereas in writing for a novel, you would write a lot of what the characters' internal thoughts, maybe what their emotions are. It's really written to tell the cinematographer, the audio, the mixing, everyone what they need to do to make it look and sound and feel how the director and the writer want it to. So a lot of the things that were in the original story that were very much talking about the character's emotions are not in here.
Because it's essentially two senses activated when you're watching a movie, right? It's what you see and what you hear. So the script tries to focus on that, right?
Right, and you can see even, there's some, even the end of the first scene, there's a part that says, from behind her we see the desert. That's telling you what the shot should be for the cinematographer. We want the camera to be behind Lily, looking out of the saloon, so we can see the desert. Yeah.
Now, we saw a photo earlier of you behind the camera. Are you planning on actually trying to turn this into an actual film?
I would love to in the future. This may be a difficult one because it does require me to find a big open desert. And I don't know if I can find one of those close to us. But I would love to at some point, yeah.
Now, what did you learn about screenwriting? Maybe did you have any moments where you're like, oh wait, I can't do that because this is a script? Actually,
that's one of the things that I was writing, and I was writing this, and I was like in my room, sitting in my bed writing, and just could not figure out how to solve the problem of killing the horse. It's not a good problem to have to solve, but I had to figure out a way to kill this horse, because in the original story, how it happens is they're just sitting in the bar one day, and she decides that she's going to kill the horse, so she makes this stew of all her bad emotions. It's very symbolic. This stew of all her bad emotions and this poison soup, and brings it out to the horse. And earlier in the story, there had been a scene where she eats potato soup with the boy. So I just kind of decided to combine those two things and add that together. And it was a really good way of solving that problem.
Yeah, it's ambitious that the first time you try adapted screenwriting, you're taking a piece that could be considered magical realism.
Yeah.
I imagine that presented other problems as well.
Yeah, I mean, I really like something about this script is the general feel of it is a little surrealist in the fact that there's only these three characters, all of them are, kids, and that's, there's really no society around them. It's just kind of them living this world. So I kind of tried to preserve a little bit of that, but I changed some things. But it was very difficult to figure out how do I make these kind of fantastical things into grounded character moments.
Well, I will say it's been a while since I've read this story, but I have actually taught it before. And one of the things I've always loved about it is just the depth of emotion that's there.
Yeah.
And maybe this is a credit, Jules, to you too. Like when I was sitting down there listening, I found myself tearing up because these, the characters do feel very real to life, despite how minimalist a screenplay has to be.
Yeah. Well, that was one of the things that I wanted to expand. The reason that the character Melody is here is originally in the story, it's just the boy and Lily. The boy's never named, but there is this mother character who is there a bit, but she kind of just sits and makes knits or something like that. So she's not really in the story that much, but as an actor, I think this is where I have a different perspective than most other screenwriters. As an actor, it's very helpful to have a more well-rounded character, and I also think it just ends up making a more interesting story for the movie, just to have a character that has a lot more depth. So by adding this Melody character, there's then this, there's more levels to Lily. And it ended up being the perfect way to end the script as well, by having that. In the original story, the boy just leaves and that's the end of the story.
Yeah, I mean, were there other things that off the top of your head you could think of that you had to change or that you decided to change? And how did you feel about changing another artist's work?
Yeah, it was, a lot of it was just figuring out how to structure it. That's another thing about screenwriting that's different than novel writing, is that it's all based on structure. How do we move from scene to scene? Because in novel, you can just say, they were here and then they were here, and you can find some sort of way to do it. But there's the visual aspect now that you have to figure out how to make the audience understand that we're now moving to a new place. So I did have to change certain things, like this original scene. I think they talk about the bar a little later, and it doesn't start with that. It starts just talking about their relationship and how he chases trains. And so I had to find a way to introduce both these characters. And I actually really like how the scenes ended up turning out, because it focuses more on the relationship.
Is the author still living? Do you know?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't even reach out necessarily.
No. Yeah, I wish.
That's a bummer. So we would love for you guys to be able to ask any questions that you have for Cole, either about the medium or how he went about writing this. If there's anyone who has a question right now and wants to raise their hand high so I can see it, I can bring the mic to you, or you can just shout out.
Shout it out.
Yeah, red sweatshirt, go for it.
Why is the boy just called boy?
Oh yeah, that's great. So in the original story, he's not named because I think what Amanda Davis, I think, was trying to do was trying to show that this is a story that's more universal than just this one specific story of someone who is obsessed with a person, or it could even be a thing, since the story could be, symbolic of something else. So it's not specific to just these two characters. The girl is named because she has a very, personal connection. She has a story of her own, but the boy can be anyone. There could be many boys. So yeah, I think that's generally why. And also, I don't know, I think that's one of the things that I did want to keep true to Amanda Davis's work, because I did create this character Melody. I'm like, I should probably stick with boy. Yeah.
Just thought, a lot of writers talk about the importance of having other writers in a community that they can talk to, and I think if you're trying to write a novel, you can probably find another novelist. If you're writing short stories or poetry, you can probably find people doing the same thing. I imagine it's hard to find someone who's also doing screenwriting. Have you been able to find others to kind of bounce ideas off of it all, or?
Yeah, I have a lot of friends who have done some screenwriting, a lot of just actor friends who've done that, a lot of them also started with sketch stuff. And they've done some stuff, but not really to this extent. But I do have some. And I mean, we have film club here. If you want to screenwrite, you should go to film club. I know Kate is in it. I don't know who else is here. But, we're in film club. We're trying to write stuff. So, yeah.
That's awesome. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have one.
Go for it.
Cole, why do screenplays always look like they were written on a typewriter?
Oh, yeah. Well, they originally were, because it's a very old art form, I mean, not that old compared to novel, but screenplays have kind of a strict formatting code. I don't know exactly why, honestly. Plays do not have as strict of a formatting, but this is just the general look of it, and it's much easier to read when you know exactly what you're looking at every time you look at a screenplay. So there's things that are specific to screenplays. You can see the action is these longer, and then you have the characters in the middle, and then below some character names sometimes you'll see a parenthetical that could be how the line is said or where the character is, different things like that, to inform, again, the filmmakers.
I remember there used to be software that was specifically made for screenwriters. Did you use one of those, or did you just use
I did. If you want to get into screenwriting, there is a free software called Scenarist, and it is amazing, and it has everything you need, and you don't have to pay for something like Final Draft, which is, I think, over $100. It's really expensive. So, yeah, if you want to start screenwriting, it's free. So, go try it out.
I think there was a hand on the far side. Yeah, go for it.
I saw the word break a lot. What does that mean?
Beat?
Break?
Break? Beat, yeah. So a beat, if you're an actor, you've probably heard it before. A beat is just kind of a breath or some way to break up different sections of either dialogue or action, something like that. And it's just a little breath. And it's used here because it's kind of a way to give actors, take it slow here. This is a moment where your character has some sort of emotion, but I'm not telling the actor what to do with that. They can make that decision for themselves.
For anyone who's maybe thinking about giving this medium a try, would you recommend starting with someone else's work that you're adapting, or just start with your own idea and learn the craft a little bit?
I think they both can have their own merits. It really depends what you end up wanting to do, because I feel like they're both art forms in themselves. Starting with an original story can be very helpful because it shows you exactly, you got to go through all the steps figuring out how to structure it. But maybe not as much for this one, but if you adapt like a novel into a screenplay, it can be very helpful because the structure's already there for you. It's just up to you to figure out how to, move through it, what to omit, what to add. You already know the story. It's just about actually putting in all of the infrastructure.
I think there's a hand right here.
Yeah. So if you were to turn this like into a movie, would you need the author's approval? Because like it's
Yeah, I probably would, yeah. That is one of the problems of, not problems, but one of the things that you have to do when you're adapting someone else's work. But I would love to. I don't know how that would work, really, honestly.
I know a lot of times when you're trying to learn a craft, seeing models is helpful. Have you been able to find other screenplays to read and learn?
Yeah. So, like I said, I've been acting for a long time, doing TV and film stuff. So I've read a lot of scripts. Sometimes, it's very rare, but sometimes you will get a full script. Whenever I get those, I love to read those. I always read those. But I also, you can find screenplays at like the library. I have personally the Pulp Fiction screenplay at my house. Mr. Schmidt's here somewhere. I have the Pulp Fiction screenplay that I read, and that is a great example of not only does it do very well at writing specifically, the structure, the action, everything, but it also is just a great read. And I wanted to make this a good read as well, not just, good to watch. But
Are
yeah,
there any like online databases or anything that have screenplays to pull up?
I haven't really looked into that. I've just kind of found physical copies where I can. But I'm sure they're out there somewhere. But yeah, there is another screenplay that is very interesting to me that I have yet to read, but I've heard about it, is the Oppenheimer screenplay. For anyone who's read or watched Oppenheimer. Apparently, I think it's written in the first person, so a lot of the action is italicized, and it's written in the first person, so we get Oppenheimer's emotions, which is not the standard for screenplays at all. I've never heard of a script being written like that, and I think that is a really cool way of changing the medium and also giving the actors something very interesting to play with.
That's awesome. Any other questions from the audience? Yeah, go for it, Alex.
What's the difference between screenwriting and directing?
Yeah. So sometimes in a lot of Hollywood movies, the director will be hired first, and then the writers will be hired. The director will hire a writer and work with the writer, and they both work together. The writer's just the one who's physically putting it down. The director is saying, this is what I kind of want from the movie, and the writer gets to make some creative decisions throughout that. But if I were to try to get someone to direct this, as the writer, I've already written this, then I give it to a director and they can do what they want with this physical copy. They might end up changing it a little bit, and I might end up working with them, but the writer is the one who physically puts it down onto the page, and the director works with the cinematographer, the sound, the costuming. They work to cast the entire thing. So at the end of the day, it really is the director who's bringing all of those creatives together to create the final product.
And we do have a film and philosophy class in the English department, a senior elective, so if you're interested,
We do? Yeah,
talk to Mr.
Schmidt.
Schmidt, talk to Mr. Edler. Question in the back.
Did you, and if so, how much work with your actors, in terms of like how many read-throughs, to what degree did you guys plan to regarding your emotions and timing and stuff?
We didn't really read through it that long ago, actually. Our first read-through was last night. No, I think it is very important. In the future, I may continue to do read-throughs of this. That's something that it's more common for plays. Plays go through a lot of read-throughs, but also screenplays do it sometimes. Because actors are very important in getting a better, screenplay, because they're going to see things that I won't see because they're looking at it from the side of emotion in their character specifically, whereas I'm looking at just kind of the overall piece. But yeah, even just now while we were reading it, this is not to bash you, Jules, but some of what Jules said was like slightly reworded from what was on the page, and that's totally okay because that shows that that's what the impulse for the actor was compared to what I. So I might go look at that and change it to what Jules said
I
instead.
thought they did a great job, and
Yeah.
Jules in particular has such a long part. Answer this question. How many times have you read? Like, I got the impression you have read it a lot.
I have, yeah. I've read this many, many times. Oh, Jules?
All right, thanks, folks. We know you got to get to second hour. We'll be here tomorrow. By the way, if you are writing at all, feel free to submit your stuff to Slant of Light. And tomorrow, get ready. We got LHS alumnus Johnny Smith coming in to talk about his work. Have a great day, folks.
When people ask questions up front, remember to repeat that question, because they can't hear the back. I couldn't hear two of the questions. Other than that, oh yeah.
Welcome, folks. Writers Expo 2024. Come on in, find your teacher. Welcome, 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 everybody. Come on in. If Falkstrom, Gluskin, or one of our Right Club bouters, if you're in the house, feel free to come on up. All right, morning everybody, welcome. Day one. Nope, we still got announcements, my bad. All right, there we go. Now I think we're officially started. Welcome, everybody. Is anybody excited to be here? A couple of people. All right, that's good. We've got our work cut out for us. That's okay. If you are presenting today, come on up front. You can kind of wait in the side wings there until we announce you. But welcome, everybody. We're excited. This is an event we've been doing at LHS for over, I think, a dozen years now. Not consecutively, thank you, COVID, but pretty close to it. And we're glad to have it back again this year. It used to be called Writers Week. Now it's Writers Expo, a 2-day event to get you kind of loose and ready to go for spring break. Before we get going today, and we have a fantastic period for you, we do just have a couple announcements. Number one, just want to clarify why we do this. So a lot of times, because every once in a while there are things up here that are entertaining, speaking of entertaining, Mr. Gluskin's making his way down. Not everyone is, of course, as entertaining as, Dr. K and Mr. Gluskin. But anyway, really the purpose of this is kind of edification, right? Like helping round out your education in some way that you might not necessarily get in a classroom on a day-to-day basis. And this isn't necessarily just an English department event either. We like to look at it as much as possible as a cross-curricular sort of endeavor, if you will. Taking a look at, what writing do we have going on? Who can we celebrate? What are they doing? How creative are they getting in their everyday life that we don't necessarily know about? And a lot of the time we realize that writing finds a way into our life whether we want it to or not. So the goal, I would say, if I were to give you a goal, would be just try and find some little takeaway that you can bring with you for the rest of your time here at LHS and then as you leave our hallways as well, okay? Could be a little bit of inspiration, could be a writing technique tip, could be, who knows what, a life lesson even, okay? We are not necessarily guaranteed to use this space every year, so one thing we request from all of you is that you could help us out just by maintaining this space and the high degree of quality we have here, because taxpayers have spent a lot of money to build this and we don't want to ruin it. So a couple things on that note. Number one, food's not allowed in the auditorium, so if you could keep that outside, eat it in the foyer before you come in. Number 2, beverages are technically not allowed either, so if you have brought something in with you, just keep it capped, and maybe tomorrow do not bring something with you unless it has a cap. The other thing is just, try and keep your feet on the floor so we're not scuffing the seats, and if you do have any garbage or you accidentally spill something, just try and clean it up before you leave, okay? It is interesting being up here every year how much you can hear in the audience. I mean, it's an auditorium, right? The acoustics are supposed to be good, so even the whispering going on now, I can hear it up here, right? And it can be distracting as you're trying to collect your thoughts and remember what it is you want to say. And you guys have all had to give presentations in class before. I'm sure you know that it's not necessarily your most confident moment getting up and speaking in front of people. And one way that I think we can help everyone who's up here have confidence and feel like they're nailing it is just to be attentive and to refrain from certain things, including talking to the neighbor. But if you come back this afternoon, especially just having discipline, not looking at your phone, not checking March Madness scores, for instance, that would help us out, because when you're up here, you can see the lights from phones quite easily as well, okay? There are a lot of things that go into the creation of this event, and there are a lot of people that we have to thank. So let me just read a little list, and then we will give a round of applause for each of these individuals and groups at the end. First, like I said, the Fine Arts Department allows us to be in this space, so we want to thank them and Mr. Helvey a lot. You can see the spring play is underway in terms of practices and all that. So thanks to them, thanks to the building and grounds crew for getting all the furniture arranged and set up this morning. Our AV team is a huge help in terms of everything with lighting and sound, the presentations, and technology, something always goes wrong, right? So we are very thankful for their help. And then Mr. Truptow and Wildcat Productions, also really huge in terms of getting announcements out for us, the creation of videos. They're filming everything today, and it will go up onto YouTube eventually. They're also live streaming the event, so if you can't come back later physically, but you're in a study hall and you have a chance to pull up the link, feel free. Mr. Gerlach helped us out by making stickers again this year. We appreciate that. Mr. Ciccolini and DECA helped us out with the t-shirts, our first t-shirt we've been able to have in a few years, so we're very thankful to them. And then finally, the whole English department, but 2 people individually or in particular. Ms. Constantinitis, our secretary, does a lot of the paperwork that needs to get done, contracts and all that stuff, and she's a big help. And then I don't know if he's here. We gave him a shout out first period, so maybe he ran away for second period. But our department head in the English department, Dr. Reef, is retiring this year, and he has been a huge supporter of this event for 12 years, making sure we have the money to do it, making sure we can bring in the best people possible, and even getting up on stage himself multiple times. So for all of those people, can you just give a big round of applause? Thank you so much. All right, well, let's get this underway. So we're going to start off today with an event, and really the first day of Writers Expo is always about community. Who we have in the building in terms of students, in terms of staff members, and then who we have locally who's doing some sort of writing or willing to participate in some sort of writing event, as the case may be. The first event today is known as a Write Club bout. Now, there's this guy by the name of Ian Belknap, interesting dude. If you ever want a good story about him, talk to Mr. Schmidt, because he was on this stage once, and it was an occurrence, let's just say that. But this guy, Ian Belknap, created this thing called the Write Club. And the idea with the Write Club is that you get 2 people, 2 writers, you give them each a topic that opposes the other person's topic, and you give them something like 5 or 7 minutes to write a speech in which they defend their side and attack the other person's side, okay? So it might be something like fire and ice, or in versus out, or knowing versus wondering, something like that. Okay. Today we have 2 individuals who are going to be doing one of these Write Club bouts. Can we bring up the next slide? There we go. All right, so we're already where we need to be. Let's introduce our 2 individuals, and no, those are not exactly the 2 individuals we have for you. I'm sorry. But here's number 1. For the past 10 years, this man has spent his summers writing letters to Jim Gaffigan, asking to be Gaffigan's stunt double, should the comedian ever decide to be in an action movie. He did receive a reply once from Gaffigan, a piece of paper with 3 letters on it, LOL. Please welcome Mr. Craig Schmidt. and he will be up against another individual. Since coming to LHS, this individual has read 3 dictionaries cover to cover, trying to get as many adjectives as possible into his working vocabulary. Having added the adjectives wonderful, fantastic, and terrific the past few years, he's now up to a grand total of, congratulations, 9. Here he is, the omni-inquisitive, quasi-astute, and ultra-fantabulous Dr. K. A round of applause for him as well. All right, we got to decide who's going to go first. And my son said I could borrow this, so this is what we're going to do. If it's a warm color, Mr. Schmidt, do you know what the warm colors are? So yellow, orange, or red. If it's a cool color, Dr. K, that's you going first. Right, Koulentes, exactly, yes. All right, let's see. Warm color it is. Mr. Schmidt, you're up first. You'll probably want to make sure the mic is on here. You can adjust it as needed. Dr. K, you can hang off to the side. And they're going to be debating books versus movies. Hopefully you'll be able to figure out which one Mr. Schmidt has.
All right, is this working? Is this on?
No, you need to turn it on, I think. I did tell him to turn it on, didn't I?
Hello, hello?
No.
I can go to the other one. I can go to the
Do you need help? I can help you. I'll help you.
modern technology is too complicated. You don't need microphones and books.
My people.
Hello? Okay, thank you. All right. Okay, all right, beginning. I have to say from the outset that I love stories, and I believe in the power of storytelling. Yes, I do like books, but books are but one way to tell a story, and as I'm sure everyone here knows, not always the best way. What I mean is, the best way to tell a story is whatever way will make that story more engaging and more meaningful to its audience. For some stories, the best way may be a book. Stories are meaningful if they connect with their audience, if they have something true, interesting, or universal to say. I hope you've read books that you felt were meaningful because you connected with them, and I hope you've connected with some movies. Therefore, I hope we can agree that both books and movies can have an impact and be meaningful. However, overall, the best, most engaging way to tell a story is going to be through a visual and auditory medium that dazzles with sight and sound. Movies have color, music, dialogue with inflection, and therefore they are more engaging than books that require your eye to skim across the page over and over again. Sure, you might do some imagining while reading, but cinema is imagination come to life. In order to decide if books or movies are better, let's do this. Think of your favorite book. Could it be good and engaging as a movie? Probably so, yes. And there have been plenty of books that people have said were unfilmable that have, as it turns out, become great movies. Things like The Lord of the Rings, The Great Gatsby, Dune. For decades, people claimed that those titles could not be turned into good movies, but they were wrong. There are even books that I love more as the movie, like Jurassic Park, which I think is a great book, but the movie with its visuals and musical score make it even better. So it is fair to say that good books can become good and engaging movies. But now let's flip that scenario, and this is important. Think of your favorite movie. Would it be as engaging if you experienced the story in book format? Would animation, like Into or Across the Spider-Verse, be as engaging if it only existed as a book printed on black and white paper? What about musicals, like all the Disney ones you grew up with, Lion King and, Moana or whatever? Would they be as good and engaging as a book? Or what about the live action ones? Would The Greatest Showman be either great or a show if it only existed on paper and didn't have any of the songs or spectacle? And of course, we have the big special effects movies like Star Wars, Avatar, or the Marvel stuff. In some cases, there are novels of these series or these characters, but are you more interested in watching a new movie in that series or reading a new novel in that series? If, for example, after Avengers Infinity War, right after the snap, if Marvel decided not to make Avengers Endgame as a film, but rather finish that story as a book, would you have thought, whoa, what a great idea. That'll be way more engaging than the movie would have been. I don't think so, because movies are better than books. Now, I'll admit that there are a lot of bad movies out there, and too often the writing seems cliche. But let's talk about writers for a minute. People always claim that Shakespeare is the greatest writer who ever lived. But if he lived today, he would be working in Hollywood because he didn't write books, he wrote scripts. Shakespeare wanted to appeal to the biggest audience possible, not just the educated snobs. So he'd be working in movies. If you study Shakespeare, at least watch the movie. It is meant to be seen and heard, because that's what makes Shakespeare engaging. Actually, a play would be better, but whatever. Another plus about movies is that they don't take as long to get through as books generally do. So in 12 hours, you could get through a bunch of movies or maybe one book. That means, of course, that movie watchers can experience more stories than readers, and therefore movie watchers have time to be introduced to more ideas and points of view. That sounds great for school, doesn't it? When you're in class watching a good movie, you can have an interesting discussion about it, and it'll be a great teaching unit. You'll love it. If the book is good, that'd be great too. But you don't need books to have meaningful lessons about stories. On the other hand, if the movie you're watching in class sucks, at least it'll be over in a few days. But if the book you're reading sucks, you've still got 3 weeks of reading ahead of you. So either way, whether it's good or bad, there's more advantage to watching movies than reading books in class. Most of you will spend more time watching movies than reading books in your free time, so shouldn't English teachers focus on giving you the skills to read movies? Wouldn't that make more sense and be more helpful to you? Look at your English teacher right now. Are they smiling or are they angry? If they're smiling, it's because they think I might have a point. If they're angry, it's because they know I'm right. And they are angry, or they're angry at me for admitting what they've been lying to you about and what you've known for your entire life, that movies are better than books. So ask your English teacher to just admit the obvious truth and admit it. If we embrace film as a main storytelling medium, English would be your favorite class, and it should be. Stories are powerful. They bring people together, get them to consider new perspectives and ideas, make them realize important truths about themselves and the world. We could cover more stories and have more impact if we stopped trying to demonize film and just let it shine from that projector on your classroom ceiling. One last thing. Dr. K is an amazing guy and a great principal, but next year he's going to be in charge of the district's curriculum. So let him know today, right now, what you want in that curriculum. When it comes time to vote for book or movie, let him know. Vote movie. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, we have just a small thank you for you if you want to come grab. Okay, I'll give it to him later, but yeah, you can take a seat. He talked about voting. You're actually going to do this. So Dr. K is going to give his defense and his attack or something. But then after that, you are actually using your voice and hands, whatever noisemaker you have outside of the seats in the auditorium. You're going to vote for who you think has the better case. So get ready for that. In the meantime, Dr. K.
Typical English teacher using Shakespeare against me. All right, I see how you play this game. All right, my friends. When you've been kicking it on this planet as long as I have, you start to realize there are some things as constant as Mr. Wood's "Go Wildcats" cheer at the end of every PA announcement. We're talking about eternal truths here. Those nuggets of wisdom that never age or go out of fashion. They're never proven wrong. Now don't worry, I'm not talking about the meaning of life or anything too existential. I'm talking about real, useful stuff. The stuff that will keep you from making regrettable decisions. Like, for instance, this eternal truth. Never, under any circumstances, eat a burrito you can buy at a gas station. Trust me, I've learned from experience on that one. Let's also not forget this tough crowd. Let's also not forget this timeless gem that Brenner and Miss Warfield and Mr. Wyzorek taught you. It's all fun and games until someone divides by zero. Pure wisdom. But my friends, I'm about to drop a bomb. Don't worry, it is a metaphorical truth bomb that will make you rethink pop culture and everything Instagram has taught you. Brace yourselves. The book is always better than the movie. That's right, I said it, I'm not taking it back. Now, before you start throwing popcorn and Twizzlers at me, hear me out. In a world that is overrun by screens, movie screens, IMAX screens, flat screens, touch screens, phone screens, little tiny screens on your wrist, there's something sacred about good old-fashioned technology books. You know, those things you see gathering dust on your grandma and grandpa's shelves. Those things your teachers pass out to you and you forget at home. Those paper and ink treasures that transport you to another world. Those things are way better than movies. But how could that be, you ask? Mr. Schmidt just argued that the silver screen and the glamour of Hollywood are nothing if not wonderfully better than books. I mean, how can books compare to Arnold Schwarzenegger's acting prowess when he says, "Get to the chopper"? Or Brad Pitt's eyes, or Julia Roberts' smile? Let me break it down for you. Movies are like people watching at the mall. Sure, you see some characters pass by, but it's all surface level stuff. You don't get to peek behind the curtain and see what makes them tick. But books are like deep and meaningful conversations during a sleepover at your bestie's house. They dive deep into the minds of their characters, exploring their fears, their hopes, and their dreams. In movies, characters are two-dimensional. In the longest movie, it's like a Mr. Duffy lecture. It's like 3 hours, but you get to know the people only as a caricature of who they are. The villains are all bad. The heroes are all good. In books, you enter a place where you get to see the unlimited, vivid, intricate worlds that an author creates with multifaceted characters who, like your former boyfriend or girlfriend, drive you crazy with their complexity and their messy human imperfections and inherent contradictions. Another thing, movies are like neighborhood bullies. They often exclude and ignore people that are critically important. Take, for example, Harry Potter. I know a lot of you have read the books and seen the movies. Now, if you read the books, you loved Peeves the Poltergeist, that mischievous spirit that caused all kinds of mayhem at Hogwarts. But when you watch all 15 of the Harry Potter movies, you never once see Peeves. He is ignored. He is forgotten. And here's another reason that books beat movies. Movies are passive. Books are active. When you watch a movie, you sit quietly and watch things happen. Everything in the story is spoon-fed to you. It's like you're channeling Nirvana, sitting in a theater saying, "Here we are now, entertain us." When you read a book, you're not a spectator, you're right in the thick of it. Your imagination is awakened, and you are stimulated to make things happen. Watching a movie is to give power to someone else, a director, an actor, a special effects team, to take a story from a book and turn it into something for you. When you crack open a book, you're not a passive observer of someone else's vision. You are the director. You are the co-creator with the author of the world and its characters through the power of your imagination. Oh, and speaking about imagination, when you open your book, your mind becomes that ultimate special effects wizard. No CGI can truly make you think that dinosaur on screen is real or that Harry Potter is flying around chasing the golden snitch. 3D glasses? 3D glasses? You don't need no stinking glasses to enjoy Avatar's full special effects when you've got your mind to create multi-dimensional images for you. And let's finish up by talking about the experience of a movie and a book. When you go to a movie theater, you drive to a mall, you dodge speed walking seniors just to stand in line and pay $50 for a tub of popcorn and a ridiculously large cup of Coke. And as you're waiting for the artificial butter to be drizzled across your popcorn, you're hoping and praying you don't miss the best part of the movie, the previews. You find your seat, now it's assigned, you don't even get to pick it anymore. And you cross your fingers hoping you don't end up sandwiched between someone fiddling with the cellophane wrapper on their box of Raisinets and a seat-kicking kid behind you. But step into a library, my friends. Those grand and beautiful buildings of marble and granite. No feet sticking to the floor here. Just comfy chairs, granite tables, and helpful librarians like Miss Wiggins and Miss Aubin, ready to guide you through a treasure trove of beautiful books filled with mind-expanding stories and ideas. It's funny because we rate movies. We don't let young people into R-rated films, but it is books and the ideas they contain that are truly dangerous. Books hold the power to spark revolutions, ignite rebellions, and create movements for justice. That's why so many dictators ban books and have them burned. A mind filled with books, not movies, is a mind filled with possibilities of futures yet to come. But as we enter into spring break, here's the best part of books. They're a whole lot more comfy than a movie theater seat. Picture this, next week you're on spring break. Some of you might be in a warm weather, lounging by the pool, book in hand, soaking up the sun. Can a movie do that? I think not. So the next time you're faced with the age-old dilemma of book versus movie, remember, no one anywhere ever said the movie's better than the book. But everyone says the book is so much better than the movie. Books aren't just for bookworms, they're for wildcats too. And that's an eternal truth to hold on to.
All right, we're all about the power of words these next 2 days. Who is more powerful in your mind? I'm going to get out my official decibel meter app. Yep, okay, it's working. All right, if you think that the better case was made by Mr. Schmidt, make some noise. Respectable, I should say, 95. If you think Dr. K had the better case, make some noise. And we hit 97. Dr. K. All right, thank you, gentlemen. We've got... All right, the next event. This is a fan favorite usually. It is called Two Truths and a Lie. We have 3 teachers who we're not even going to do like fancy introductions for because they're going to be entertaining just with their stories. So each of the individuals will give you a 5-minute story. 2 of them are true. 1 of them is a lie. Your job as you listen to the stories is to try to figure out which one's the lie. And then after the 3 stories are told, you will have a chance to ask questions to probe even further before we reveal who the sneaky one is, okay? All right, let's bring him out. We have Mr. Gluskin. We have Miss Falkstrom. We have Mr. Twadell. Come on out, folks. Feel free to take any remaining seat that's over there, including the stools. We're going to let you guys decide who you want to hear from first. We'll flip the cube to see who goes second, but who do you want to hear from first? Shout it out. I heard Gluskin twice. Gluskin, come on up.
All right, good morning. It was a Friday afternoon in September 2018, and I had just pulled into the garage at my house, done with another week of work. As I opened my car door, the house door opened, and my pregnant wife stood there and uttered the words, "I think I'm going into labor." A bit stunned, I tried to compose myself and think through what we had to do next. My first thoughts centered around the fact that it was 4 p.m. on a Friday afternoon, and our hospital was in Chicago. Living in the northwest suburbs, this meant that we would have to head downtown through the weekend rush hour. Perfect. Our hospital bags were pretty much ready to go, minus a few last-minute items, so I raced upstairs to get those ready. In the meantime, we had to make sure my parents were able to watch our older daughter that night. Once we had secured those plans and loaded up the car, a blue Honda CR-V, my wife and I began our drive downtown. As we headed for the hospital, we discussed our plan for how to most efficiently get to the hospital. Knowing that we couldn't just sit in traffic crawling our way downtown, Google Maps estimated that the trip would take 2 hours. My wife suggested that we needed to drive in the shoulder the whole way. Being a rule follower, I immediately wanted to reject this idea, but I knew she was right. So after entering the highway, I uncomfortably maneuvered onto the shoulder and we began our journey. It was an unsettling drive to say the least. I was continuously worried a cop was going to pull us over and that we'd not only get a ticket, but it would slow us down even more when we were in a hurry. Meanwhile, my wife was hoping a cop would pull us over so that we could get a personal police escort to the hospital. It was her made-for-a-movie moment. The shoulder ride was mostly going well, but there was this unnerving feeling that at any moment, a car could jut out from the right-hand lane and block our path. Thankfully, this did not happen, but several cars honked, kindly letting me know that shoulder riding is prohibited. I wished I could have attached a neon sign to my car that read, "Wife in labor." As we got closer to Chicago, the ride became slower. This was largely because there are many different highway exits and the shoulder was no longer one continuous strip of road. It was regularly interrupted by these exits as cars merged over to get off the highway at their destined spot. My wife, sitting in the passenger seat next to me, was doing mostly well, keeping track of her contractions by using a convenient app on her phone. As her contractions became more frequent, she started to worry that we may not make it to the hospital in time. She called her doctor to see if they thought we would make it, and they gave us a hesitatingly reassuring yes. We finally got off the highway, and it was then that I realized traffic within the downtown area itself might also be bad, given the time and day. It was surprisingly manageable, and we were soon at the hospital an hour after we had left our house. It was a long and stressful hour, but thankfully our journey ended at a high-quality medical facility and not with me delivering our child along the side of the road. Sorry to those of you that were hoping the story would end that way. After we checked in and my wife was screened and registered, we settled into the delivery room. About 2 hours later, our second beautiful daughter, Billy, was born. She turns 5.5 today.
Gluskin. To determine our next storyteller, Mr. Twadell, you're going to get warm colors. If a warm color pops up, Ms. Falkstrom, you have the cool colors, since you're both wearing that, essentially. Cool color it is. Ms. Falkstrom is up.
Okay. Hey guys, gather around. Have I got a story for you? The year is 1991. I'm a few years out of college. I'm working full-time, living on my own in a 2-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor of a 3-story building. So picture this. It's Saturday afternoon, and I'm feeling a bit adventurous. I decide to try my hand at cooking something fancy for dinner. Now, let me preface this by saying that I am by no means a culinary genius. I'm more of a throw it in the pot and hope for the best kind of a cook, but hey, I figured why not, let's challenge myself. So I hop in my car, head to the grocery store, armed with a recipe from an ancient cookbook that I dug up from the depths of my kitchen cabinet. You know, back in the dark ages before we had the luxury of browsing Pinterest on our phones for recipes. I'm strolling down the aisles, gathering ingredients like a seasoned chef, pun intended, feeling pretty confident about my cooking skills. Fast forward to when I'm back in my kitchen, apron on, ready to work my magic. There I am, squinting at tiny print, deciphering cryptic instructions like I'm solving a culinary cipher and that I've just unlocked the secrets of the culinary universe. I start following the recipe step by step, chopping veggies, sauteing, all that jazz. Everything seems to be going smoothly until I reach the part where I have to flambe. Now, for those of you that aren't familiar, flambe involves setting alcohol on fire in a pan to create a burst of flavor. Here's where the story gets interesting. I pour in the alcohol, I light a match, and whoosh, flames shoot up from the pan like I'm in some kind of cooking show gone wrong. Suddenly, it's like my kitchen has turned into the set of a low-budget action movie. But wait, it gets better. The curtains nearby decide to get in on the action, catching fire faster than you can say fire hazard. Now I'm juggling between waving the dish towel at the pan and doing a panicked dance to put out the flaming curtains. It's like a scene from a slapstick comedy, only I'm the unfortunate star. Now, just when I think it can't get any worse, there's a knock on my door, and before I can answer it, my neighbor rushes in, wide-eyed, holding a fire extinguisher. Apparently, the smoke had set off the main fire alarm system, and the whole building was in a bit of a panic. Together, we spring into action, and with the help of the trusty fire extinguisher, we manage to douse the flames. But hold on to your spatulas, folks, because the story does not end there. As if that wasn't embarrassing enough, a few minutes later, I hear sirens. I peek out the window to see not one, but 2 fire trucks pulling up outside my building. Now, I'm no stranger to making a scene, but this was a bit next level. The firefighters come rushing in, fully geared up like they're about to battle a raging inferno. I sheepishly explained that it was just a little cooking mishap, but they insist on checking everything out just to be sure. Long story short, after a thorough inspection and a few jokes about my culinary skills, they determine that everything's under control. They leave with a chuckle, and I'm left standing there feeling like I just survived a cooking apocalypse. And that, my friends, is the day that I learned cooking adventures can sometimes turn into epic misadventures. Crazy, right? But hey, at least I can say I gave it my best shot in the kitchen. Now, who's hungry for takeout?
Morning, everyone. Paper's gonna stay its groove. So this happened my senior year of high school, a long, long time ago, with my best friend Derek and my friends Hillary, a male named Hillary after his father, and Aaron, also a male. Just 4 guys out on the town. We were all Gurnee kids who went to Warren. Go Blue Devils! It was winter break and we were bored. It had just snowed recently. We were at Gurnee Mills Mall, and Derek was driving. He started doing donuts in the parking lot. That got boring after about 5 minutes, so one of us, not sure who, though I am pretty sure it was me, came up with an outrageous plan. What if we could somehow get ourselves into a high-speed chase with one of the Paul Blarts of the mall, a mall cop? Now, Derek was a friend who would do really stupid things for very little incentive, so he agreed to be the driver for this as long as we each gave him $1 toward gas since he was low. We did. After getting gas, we had to figure out how the heck to make this chase start. Some of the mall cops drive around in small SUVs. Gurnee Mills has a large circle drive, really a giant oval that surrounds the whole mall. Have you been there? You know what I'm talking about? Some of you have. So we positioned ourselves at the end of a parking aisle facing the circle drive and waited for a mall cop to drive by. One did within about a minute. Not sure who did it. It wasn't me. But one of us made a rude gesture to the mall cop. Then Derek floored it onto the circle drive headed north. The mall cop turned into the next aisle, turned around and pursued us, and the chase was on. That was all it took. I guess these mall cops are really looking for some action. Now keep in mind it was snowy and icy that day, and the speed limit on the circle drive is only 25 miles per hour. I was riding shotgun, and I remember distinctly seeing Derek's speedometer hit 65 miles per hour, even though he denies it to this day, with the mall cop in close pursuit. We neared the north exit of the mall, sorry, my paper's moving, which was a 3-way stop at Stern School Road. There was an entrance lane and an exit lane, and they're both one way. The lane continuing on the circle drive
and the exit lane and entrance lane were divided by a curved median with a large Gurney Mill sign on the north end and a light pole on the south end of the sign. Derek's plan was to turn right into the exit lane, exit the mall property, and escape onto Stern School Road, which runs east-west. We figured the mall cop had no jurisdiction off the mall property. Well, Derek hit the intersection going way too fast, and as he turned right, we slid into the intersection, missed the turn lane, and flew up onto the curved median. The gold Toyota Corolla stopped just short of the light pole. No joke. I thought we were going to nail it head on. And even worse, we were stuck. Totally stuck on the median. Derek is mashing his gas pedal. His tires are spinning helplessly in snowy mud. And we are looking back as the mall cop comes up behind us, probably smiling with glee. We were sitting ducks, freaking out that Paul Blart would call the cops, we would be arrested, and our parents would kill us. Thankfully, though, just as Paul Blart arrived at the intersection, somehow Derek hit the gas hard one more time, popped the car free, and we went shooting out the entrance lane, the wrong lane, mind you, going the wrong way, mind you, onto Stern School Road without stopping. Now, guys, this is partly a cautionary tale. We could have easily killed someone and or ourselves in a horrible T-bone or head-on accident when Derek flew onto Stearns. But we didn't. So we were hooting and hollering, high-fiving each other. It was a total adrenaline rush. And as we had figured, the mall cop did not pursue us off the mall property, but our last fear is that the Gurney cops would hear about it. Derek's license plate was Derek 16. But luckily, we never did, so we survived and never got in any trouble. Don't try this at home, kids. Sometime I'll tell you about the day Derek decided to start taking out traffic cones in the Great America parking lot. The cops did get involved that day, but that's a story for another day. Thank you.
All right, 3 stories. Like I said, we got to figure out who's lying. I'm going to give you guys a mic so you can answer some questions. I'm going to give you all the opportunity to ask said questions, and I can come around to you with the mic, or you can just project and shout it out so that everybody, including the people on stage, can hear. Does anyone have a question? Raise your hand. Yes, go for it. Second row. Yep, you.
I have a question for Mr. Twadell. I was wanting to ask how long ago did this happen, and how do you remember those specific street names? Did you have to look them up after?
And if you guys can repeat the question, that would be helpful.
Okay, so the question was, how long ago was this? Or I'm dating myself here, but that's okay. This happened 30 years ago. And I remember the roads because I still live in the area. I live 15 minutes from Gurney Mills, so I still go there sometimes. And Stern School Road is like the main route I take in and out, so that's easy to remember.
Yes, right here. Go for it.
How the car was stuck for like 2 pumps of the fuel, but at 1 pump it goes up like half.
So how did he get stuck? So there's like a curb, and oh.
It was stuck. How it's like before the pump comes.
So how did it get unstuck? Just by sheer luck. He kept just mashing the gas pedal down, and eventually somehow his tire got enough grip. Now remember, it had been snowing, so it was kind of snowy and icy. That's why he missed the intersection on the turn because he's going way too fast. We ended up there. So it was just somehow the car got unstuck.
2 questions for Twadell. Yeah, Aryaman, go for it.
What year was your story, Ms. Falkstrom?
This happened in 1991.
Okay. Other questions? Far side over there.
Ms. Falkstrom, what were you trying to cook?
What was I trying to cook? It was bananas Foster. If you've ever, it's a dessert that you might see in restaurants. Sometimes they like to light it on fire right at the table, right before they serve it. So I was attempting to make that.
Someone had their hand up closer to me. Yeah, go for it.
Miss Falkstrom, how did your neighbor know that it was you that started the fire and not someone else?
Because I was screaming as loud as I possibly could in my kitchen.
Yeah, go for it.
For Mr. Gluskin, what was the name of the hospital that your wife went to?
It's Northwestern Memorial Hospital.
Make sure you're raising it high if you got. Oh, yep.
Yeah, my question's for Mr. Twadell, and I was just wondering, what year in high school were you?
I think we were seniors, from what I remember.
So would you have been at the Oak Lane campus?
Yes, I went all 4 years at Oak Plain. Altman hadn't opened yet. I'm that old. I'm dating myself really up here, but yeah.
I think
we called it Romper Room because all the colors inside. I don't know if you guys know that old TV show, but that's what we called it back then.
It looks like he's got his phone out, like he's checking the Wikipedia page for like the history of, see if you're on it. Yes, another question.
So you are saying that you were making dessert, but you said that your story said you were cutting sauté. Is it sauté that's vegetable?
Well, I was doing my grocery shopping at the same time. So I was making more than just the bananas Foster for dinner. That was my dessert, and that's when the mishap happened. So yeah, I was cooking dinner and dessert.
All right, we still got time. Yeah, Hieronymus, is that you?
Yeah, Mr. Gluskin, one of many great advantages of living in the Chicago suburbs is the abundance of excellent hospitals. Why would you, Northwestern is an excellent hospital, but why would you not just go to one of 15 on the way?
Thanks for your question, Mr. Hieronymus. That's where before we moved to the suburbs, we lived in Chicago, and that's where our first daughter was born, and we had such a great experience there that we wanted to go back. The timing was obviously not ideal, and that's nothing against the suburban hospitals.
Okay, it is time to vote, and we're going to do this by standing up. So, if you think that the current man with the mic, Mr. Gluskin, is your liar, go ahead and stand up. There you go, be bold. If you think he's lying, stand up, Okay. Oh man, more people. Wow. All right, that's okay. You can sit down, thank you. If you think Ms. Falkstrom is lying, go ahead and stand up. Oh. Okay, I gotta get a little higher here to see this. Yeah, that's probably gonna be majority. All right, you guys can sit down. And if you think Twadell is actually the liar, it's a pretty dang good story. He is the biggest troublemaker, yeah. All right, on stage, could the real liar stand up, please? There you go, folks. Well done. Well done. All right, so obviously this is Writers Expo, so I do want to ask a couple questions, and particularly for Ms. Falkstrom, you were telling a piece of fiction, right? And Schmidt and Koulentes, you had to write and start from scratch. You guys are busy, we're busy. Why take something additional on your plate and do a piece of writing for an event like this? I didn't prep them for this question, so they have to think about it here.
I think it's the act of creation. Like, why does an artist spend hours painting a picture or a musician spend so much time practicing? It's fun to bring an idea or an expression to life, take it from your mind and bring it to life. And in my job, I don't get a chance to do a lot of imagination and a lot of writing about imagination, and I have a lot of debates verbally, but not in a written format, so it was a fun way to practice and to kind of have a creative outlet.
So for me, I don't get a lot of chance to do much writing, but I do enjoy writing. I loved writing when I was in high school. I liked writing short stories, not poetry so much. So because I don't get a chance to do it very often, when they asked me to participate, I just thought it would be something really fun to do.
Mr. Schmidt, any reasoning, or you're just... All right, let me ask you this. Do you actually believe that movies are better than books, or was this a task, and how do like a true writing task?
Well, I like both. So, I don't know if one is better. I really don't think one is better than the other, but my task here was to try and convince a room full of teenagers that movies are better than books, and somehow I failed. So you guys enjoy your musical books. That sounds awesome. But yeah, so I didn't totally agree. I just thought like that's what I needed to do. Like my task was to say that movies were better. I like movies a lot. I really do. But are they better? No. I think we could certainly use both, and both can have meaning, as I started off by saying. But I kind of laid it on a little thick with the movies being better thing. But still, musical books, people, animated stuff, I mean, come on.
All right, there you go, folks. Thanks so much for coming. We'll be back tomorrow with an alumnus, Mr. Johnny Smith, Dr. Johnny Smith.
Is this on? Yeah. Okay, is everybody getting seated? Please make sure you're sitting with your class so that attendance can be taken. All right. Okay, let me see. I've got a few people to thank. Most notably, actually, Mr. Tooley. I'm not Mr. Tooley, but Mr. Tooley put this whole thing together. Hopefully he's in the wings somewhere. Could everyone just do a nice round of applause for Mr. Tooley for organizing this entire thing? All right, thank you. A few other announcements. Please respect the auditorium. No food or drink. Please don't put your feet on the chairs. Please respect the presenters who are coming up here. It takes a lot of guts to come up and do this sort of thing, so please show them some respect. So don't be chatting with your neighbor, please. And I know it's going to be tempting to get on your phones, but please don't get on your phones. All right, and a big thanks to Mr. Helvey in the theater department for letting us use this space. You can give them a round of applause too, for Mr. Helvey. The B&G department for helping set up the stage. Our AV team for the lighting and the sound. Mr. Treptow and Wildcat Productions are live streaming this event. And hopefully we'll have videos that you can watch later. Hopefully that works out. Mr. Gerlach made the Writers Expo stickers. Decca made the t-shirts. English department helped out, but mostly it was Mr. Tooley. But also Irene in the office back there did a lot of the paperwork. And Dr. Reef, who is our department chair, who is retiring this year, but he has always been a big supporter of Writers Expo and Writers Week. So if you guys, since he's retiring, if you guys wouldn't mind just humoring me and giving him a big round of applause as well for being a great department chair for all this time. Yeah. Sure.
Any Peterson people here? Yeah. Oh, you're supposed to be way in the back. Wow. All right, so you got to take a JC.
Okay.
JC.
Kurt, do you need a minute?
No, she just needs to take attendance, so.
Okay. All right.
You know
Well.
what? Yeah, here, let's do this. You guys, go to the back 3 rows. All right.
All right, let's give them a few seconds to get resettled. And then we are going to have 2 student presenters come up. And then our main act for the period is Mrs. Lavery. But before that, we've got 2 students who are going to do poems. The first of them is going to be Jack Birmingham, who is reading his poem, Who Done It? Jack, come on up. Everybody please give Jack a round of applause.
Thanks, everyone. This one's called Whodunit. 5 suspects, all walks of life, gathered in the study. A knife is placed upon the table, the blade is stained and bloody. The millionaire is on the floor, he's still and has no breath. Someone must find the culprit who put this man to death. 5 men and women, like you and me, gathered in a room. Who could it be? The butler, perhaps? The one who always does it? It's said he had an alibi that was airtight, or was it? He waited hand and foot to serve the millionaire's every need, but his envy was a warning the master would have done well to heed. The doctor, his friend from school, a man who saved his life, it's suspected that there was a grudge, harbored hate and strife. A medic who shall do no harm, who treated him during his ailing, it's rumored the millionaire invested in his clinic, which was failing. Could it have been the businessman, a rather snobbish bore? It's said that they were business partners, but the millionaire wanted more. He took the money, he fled the town, and left his friend with debts. Did this man wield the blade and kill with no regrets? What about his daughter, a high-rolling queen of dice? She had a fondness for games of chance. She found herself enticed. The millionaire was her backer, and she was racking up a debt. But if he was out of the picture, there was an inheritance to get. Then there's a professor, a woman of great renown from a respectable college, a living encyclopedia, the embodiment of knowledge. She and the dead man once were friends, close as turtle doves, but we don't know if she held the knife because she's wearing gloves. The detective's on the scene, he's combing the study for clues. He's trying to pick out the murderer through these visual cues. And he thinks he's solved the mystery. He's pieced together the bits. He's identified the killer. He can't confirm it.
All right, thank you, Jack. All right, next up we have Rishi, who I only met this morning, but she did her poem first period, and I thought it was fantastic, and her poem is Mother. But come on up and you can introduce it, do a better job than I did. All right, thanks.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm Rishi, I'm a junior, and I'll be presenting my piece, 74 Miles Per Hour. It was written in the memory of John V. Kandula, a 23-year-old Seattle grad student who was killed by a Seattle police officer who ran over her going 74 miles per hour in a residential area. So yeah, words. Only 26 letters in the English language form over 200,000 words. When I was in 5th grade, I read the dictionary cover to cover, drinking in word for word, because the melanin in my skin seemed to scream illiterate to the outside world. Because even if I read the dictionary cover to cover, reciting spellings and definitions like a devoted lover, I'll still be stupid because epitome is pronounced epitome. Because even if I spend hours studying the way words weave themselves into the stories of my ancestors who spoke in a tongue foreign to me today, the way my words waddled aimlessly in my mouth, tearing themselves up on the tip of my tongue, cried that I will never be enough. Because why would the crisscrossing of inked words show on dark skin? The world screams and calls me illiterate because even if I learn all the estimated 200,000 words in the English language, only 2 will suffice to define people like me. Limited value. She was a daughter, a student, a person, a 23-year-old Indian girl with dreams and a passion, a person with the name John V. Kandula. She was killed by a car, a drunk police officer, going 74 miles per hour in a residential area. Just write a check, $11,000. Because to them, her blood and flesh and hopes and dreams, and all the memories she had with her loved ones, and all the memories she hoped to make in a lifetime were worth less than what you'd make 1 year on minimum wage. And I watched as the world moved on without a sound, because she was only one of the many instances of collateral damage in this great country. Words fail me, because our shed blood is only as important as a passing Instagram story. Words fail me, because if we both are the same and yet somehow different, because if she had limited value, so do I. Words fail me, because somehow we don't have the privilege of being individuals. Words fail me, because how can they come out of a mouth choking on a world's worth of poison, naming us a nameless, faceless monolith, as if we don't feel love or joy or hope, as if our hearts are filled with greed, and as if our stomachs don't feel hunger, as if our parents don't hold us close at night and promise they'll give us whatever they can salvage from this broken world, as if they don't have the right to, as if our people still aren't crawling their way out of the wreck of colonization, as if we're just statistics and scraps of a pie chart and not living, breathing humans with flesh and blood that long for a spot at the table that we helped build, as if we aren't human. And I find myself stumbling over my words rather than my feet and feeling the heaviness of English textbooks in my stomach as my R's start rolling as they tumble down my throat, threatening to tear up my flow. And objectives, or was it adjectives, and propositions, perhaps prepositions, dance in front of my eyes and out of reach. And I can't see as I drown inside your sea of preconceptions and prejudice, because how can I find my sea legs when I'm already sinking heart deep in your quicksand of hate? I hope the world knows that I've given it my all, because when I look at my own face, I see a stranger. I don't know who I am or what I stand for, because when you're the American daughter of 2 Indian immigrants and the Indian immigrant among your American friends, you don't know where to stand or where even to stumble, because if you misstep, misspeak even once, you suddenly don't belong. Because if you misstep once, you could find yourself in the path of hatred, because you are a mere silhouette in the headlights of a drunk police officer speeding car. And then you start to lose hope, because words fail you so loud you can't scream for help, even in the quietest of voices, as the pedestrian crossing blinks mockingly at you because you aren't white enough to be seen in the dark. Words fail me, and I fail to hope. But here's the thing about hope. She's not a fragile porcelain doll. She's bruised knuckles and broken teeth, spitting out blood and standing up on scraped up knees, ready to fight once again. Hope isn't butterflies and rainbows. Hope is the flightless bird that sings like a canary in a coal mine in hopes that her broken wings aren't torn off. Because my words are laced with despair and bruises and scars, but more than them, hope. The endless stream of hope that feeds off the heat in my boiling blood so the fire in my chest doesn't burn me alive. So I continue to speak and sing and breathe shamelessly, unapologetically, and feel love and joy and hope, because no matter how much they dehumanize us, I will still have my soul dancing in my blood, declaring how brazenly human I am, even when it is spilled. And I continue to write and use the very words that cut deep and make me bleed, because I know my words will survive me better than the system could ever protect me, even if I'm hit by a police car going 74 miles per hour in a residential area. Thank you.
All right, so it was a different poem than what I thought she was going to do, but it was also great, so thank you. And let's give both Rishi and Jack another round of applause. I love it when students get up here to share their work. Thank you both very much. All right, that brings us to our main act for the period. A former English teacher, now turned PE teacher. I'm assuming because there are fewer essays to grade in PE, but you can explain that. Was that it? Basically, yeah. Yeah, okay. This LHS staff member is no stranger to stories or storytelling competitions, and we get to hear all about it. Please welcome Mrs. Megan Lavery. I don't know if this is a clicker. Is this a clicker for slides? Yes. Back? Okay. All right, here you
go. Hello. I see a lot of familiar faces in here. My name is Meg Lavery, and I am a health and PE teacher. It's interesting to be standing here at Writers Expo because this was a part of my life for so long as an English teacher. And now as a PE teacher, I feel like students have a different view of what a PE teacher is versus what an English teacher is. And I've kind of been living in that dichotomy of athlete versus creative my whole life. So when Mr. Tooley asked if I would come speak, I thought I would be telling a story because that's kind of what I do. And I found out a few days ago I was doing a little bit more. I was presenting about storytelling. So I'm just going to be very honest with all of you that I've never been to Writers Expo. This is my first year at Libertyville High School. And so I'm doing something that's super scary to me to stand up here and talk to all of you about something I'm passionate about, but also in a format that I've never been a part of. So thank you for listening and paying attention and being a part of this. And thank you to the two young authors who shared their words with us before me. So I'm gonna kind of break it down into a little bit of my background, a little bit about personal storytelling and what that is and why we need it so much and why I believe it is one of the most important things that as a society can keep us together. And then also the competitions that I do, which is called the MOTH, and other storytelling opportunities that you guys could be a part of if you wanted to. Okay, so this is me. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what Story Slams and the Grand Slam are in the third part of my presentation. But I am on a podcast for the MOTH, and one of the weirdest things, I know 1.6 million views in the scheme of things isn't a ton, but I literally woke up one morning and I had students in my PE class saying, you were on my TikTok today. So that was something that I had not experienced before. The MOTH has a pretty big social media presence, and it was kind of cool to just see a story that I felt was very important. It was a message that adults needed to hear go viral. And then that's me with my cup of ambition. So to start, does this come out? I want to walk around. To start, I'm going to tell you just a little bit about my history as a kid and how I really struggled with being creative and also being an athlete because I didn't think that I could be both. And if you get anything from what I'm going to say today, just know that you don't want to pigeonhole yourself into one identity. Right now in high school is a time where you get to explore a lot of things. So I would encourage you to take a chance and do something that's maybe a little bit out of your comfort zone. Join a club that you might not have joined because you thought maybe you weren't good at it or you weren't sure if you like it. You don't know who you are right now. So take the time to figure that out. When I was young, one of the best things that I had, because we didn't have our phones, was to sit in my room and read the lyrics on albums, because records were all we had back then. It wasn't just something vintage and cool. That was literally the option I had to listen to music other than the radio. So I would lay on my floor and I would read through the lyrics of songs, and my dad had this rule that we didn't have to help clean if we were reading, and I felt like reading lyrics should be considered reading. When I was in second grade, I won a state award for a story that I wrote called The Ballerina That Couldn't Dance. And I also was published in this Sunday insert that was a nationwide thing in the paper called Penny Whistle Press. I wrote a poem about Halley's Comet. In 5th grade, I won a talent show for writing a rap about all of the history topics we had learned that year. In middle school, we had the abacus of texting and DMs. It was basically, we would write notes to our friends on paper in cursive and fold them up and give them to them in the hallway, and then they would read them in their classes. We also had kind of a group chat version of that where we had a notebook that we passed around to 4 of our best friends. We would write in it, and that was how we communicated with each other in the school day. Then in 8th grade, my mom passed away, and my writing went from being more social to being something that was a survival skill for me to help me get through that time. I found a lot of comfort in journaling about what I was thinking and feeling, and so my writing became very personal. When I was in high school, I took an AP Rep class, and my teacher, gave me good feedback. She said, you should take this creative writing class that I teach, and I was like, I think this lady just wants me to be in her class so that there's enough students that they can make the class run. I really didn't believe her feedback. Despite all of these things, I was in high school as an athlete. That was my identity. I loved writing, but I wouldn't have called myself creative. I didn't join any clubs like speech or debate or creative writing. I didn't do anything to foster this thing that is clearly present in my life from a really young age, because athletes didn't do these things. I had a Division I scholarship. I played softball. That's what I did. I was a 3-sport athlete in high school. In the community where I grew up, being an athlete came with a lot of perks. The people in the community knew you. You were in the newspaper. Your social group was the cool kids. I had what I wanted and needed from athletics, and so that was my identity. I went to college and I ended up majoring in English, mostly because when I sat with my academic advisor, I was unsure what I wanted to do, and the 2 majors that required the fewest math classes were psychology and English. And I was more worried about not having to take advanced math classes than I was about what I actually wanted to be or do. So I did end up majoring in English, and even with writing all of the time in my major, it still didn't sink into me that this was something that I was good at and that I liked, because I was playing softball. My world, my friends, my roommates, everybody that I was associated with in college was an athlete. And so that maintained my identity as an athlete. When I first started telling stories, it was kind of like it wasn't intentional. It was only about 6 years ago. I was at a music festival thing in North Carolina, and some lady came up to me and said, hey, we're having a storytelling competition, and we really need people to go. Would you be interested? And I was like, okay, sure. So I went back to my little tent wrote a story. I made a friend do it too. We went to the storytelling competition. I told a story and I won. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Like, I was on stage, people were cheering. I'm somewhat introverted, so like the fact that I was excited about like having attention was really different for me. And I started to immerse myself in like the storytelling world when I came back to Chicago, and I had no idea that it exists, that there are these amazing people who've lived these incredible lives, people from all races, genders, backgrounds, come together to talk about their lived experiences. Now, I grew up in Central Illinois, so I have a different background than many of you, but I feel like oftentimes we get caught in our own bubbles of people and friends. And it's really hard, even when you want to break out of that, to like meet other people and actually become friends and develop relationships with them. And storytelling was a way that that happened for me. Steve Jobs, who's arguably one of the most influential people of our time, says the most powerful person in the world is the storyteller. The storyteller sets the vision, values, and agenda of an entire generation that is to come. You guys spend a lot of time on visual stories. But from hieroglyphics to Snapchat stories, it's not a coincidence that they're called stories. We are created and wired to share about our lives and learn about other people. Now, the format has shifted throughout the generations, but it is still very much a part of all of us. I know that I've spent way too much time watching TikTok videos because of the first couple of lines that someone says, and then I'm sucked in. TikTok is simply people telling stories most of the time. And it's not a surprise to any of us that the world that we live in right now, there's a lot of polarization, there's a lot of conflict, there's a lot of extremes and disagreements and judgments. And the thing that can break that down easier, better than anything else is stories. When you know someone's story, when you hear their experience, there is a bridge that is built. It's when you make a generalization about somebody and you're like, well, but not my friend. Because you know their story. And when you make those generalizations, you still are unfortunately encompassing your friend. But a lot of times we have these broad thoughts and feelings, but not about the people that we know and love that fit in those categories. Stories change people's perceptions. They change their biases. The quickest path between yourself and another person is a story. We all want people to know who we are. We all want to have friendships that are deep and meaningful. I read something the other day that said, people have 1,000 followers online or people commenting and liking their things, but they don't actually have someone that will come take care of their cat when they're on vacation. Because we are creating a climate of like superficial connection. We need someone that can come bring us soup when we're sick or take care of our dog when we need to go somewhere. We don't need people to simply comment on our pictures. Storytelling is a way that people can relate to each other, and stories have long been used as a way to get people thinking about viewpoints beyond their own, as well as to express our experiences to each other. One of the things I like about public, oral, true storytelling is you're just listening. You're going to an event, you're listening to someone tell a moment of time, something that was important or impactful to them, something that was so meaningful that they're willing to stand on a stage and be vulnerable and talk about it. And all you have to do is listen. You don't have to be awkward and try to talk back. You don't have to try to engage with other people. You're simply taking in their story from their experience. And I don't know another format where we get exposed to something that simple but that powerful. I've learned from some of my storytelling friends, undocumented immigrants, about their stories living in the United States. I've learned the medical journeys of people who've endured terrible diagnoses and the way that they've evolved through that. I've heard about people's childhood trauma. I've heard about people winning the lottery. It's not just sad things. It's important, meaningful events on someone's timeline. And the cool thing about public, personal, true storytelling is you don't even have to do a lot of thinking. You're not writing a story that you're making up. You don't have to come up with a setting. You don't have to come up with the characters. They already exist in your memories. It's the things that you've experienced and that you've lived through. So the plot, purpose, people, and place already exist. When you take the idea that everything that you're experiencing in a day and doing could be a part of a story, it changes the way that you are in a moment. We, and me included, can be so distracted by our phones that I miss so many things that are happening. It's not something I'm proud of about myself, but it is a part of something that I am in with society and all of you. And when I take the time to stop and pull back and observe and realize that I am in a moment in an unfolding story, it changes my dynamic. I have a notebook, I write things down, and bless you all, but yes, teaching freshmen all day gives me some material. You guys are funny people. So, what is personal storytelling? This, I'm sure you've heard from your English teachers forever, ever, about what makes a good story and why. These are basic components of a good story, but specifically a story that is personal and true. So stories are about people. You don't want to talk about people in generalities. You want to talk about the specific person. My daughter, my friend Tom, my coach. You want to talk about the specific people in your story as people. People in your story have to want something. So whether it's you or someone else, the people in your story are working towards some goal. Stories need to be fixed in time and place. Now you can move back and forth, which a lot of good stories do. It starts at something in the present. One of the stories I talk about, or one of the stories I've told, is about the year that I ran the Chicago Marathon on the day that I turned 39, which is the year that my mom died. She didn't get to have a 39th birthday. So I wanted to do something really hard. And I thought, well, I'm not really a runner, I'll run the Chicago Marathon. And so my story is about running the Chicago Marathon, but it's also going back in time, talking about, thinking about the lessons that I learned, having grown up without a mom. Also, let your characters speak for themselves. You want to do dialogue, okay? You want to, important things that people say, you want to make it be dialogue. You don't want to tell what they said. You want to actually use their words. Audiences bore easy, okay? So you're at a storytelling event, there's like 10 people going. By the time the 8th or 9th person is up, I'm like done. So you want your story to have, even if it's a sad story, you want to have some humor in there. You want to have some surprise elements that keep people engaged. You also want to use language that people understand. If I stood up here and talked in teacher terms about BLTs and IEPs and 504s and started using language that teachers are familiar with, it would not hold weight with the general audience. It might for teachers, but that's it. So you want to make sure if you're writing about something specific, if you do martial arts, that you are using language that everyone can understand. Stories stir up emotions. Just listening to the poems here. That's what writing is supposed to do. It is supposed to touch the emotions in all of us. And sharing your experience is no different. Stories don't tell, they show. I know you've all heard this 1,000 times from your teachers. And there's usually some like aha moment or moment of truth. The thing, the turning point, the climax, whatever you want to call it. It's the moment where the audience is waiting to see what happens. And then there's clear meaning. So there's a reason that you're telling this story. There's a reason that of the thousands of billions of moments in your life, this is one that you chose to share and write about. These are specific MOTH criteria. So the MOTH is a storytelling competition that is hosted by NPR, which is National Public Radio. National Public Radio is broadcast across the country, and every week they have something called the MOTH Radio Hour. And they go to local cities around the country and they record storytelling shows, storytelling competitions, and they put them on the radio and they put them on the podcast. But the MOTH storytelling competitions, like, you're trying to win. Mr. Schmidt said that he went to a MOTH and he put his name in the hat, but he didn't get called. So this is the way that the MOTH works. You go, they're hosted all over the city, Lincoln Hall, Evanston Space, there's one in Berwyn at Fitzgerald's, the Athenaeum Theater. They're all in like greater Chicagoland or close suburbs. There's a theme, so some of the themes might be like hot mess. And so you have to write a story that fits the theme of hot mess. And that can be a lot of things. One of the themes I wrote about was chemistry. You can take the theme of chemistry and make it fit something like academic. You can make it fit something romantic. You can make it fit something in sports. So the themes are very broad, and it is your job to convey through your story how it fits that specific theme. You have to have some stakes. You need to make sure that what you're saying is meaningful to you. You don't want to stand up and tell a story that like, okay, great, why did you tell me that? You just wasted my 5 minutes of my time, 10 minutes of my time. You want the audience, when you're done, to sit and talk to the person next to them about what you said and why it's meaningful. You want to have a good first line. So that catch, getting people in with any type of writing, is super important. And then what not to do. You don't want to meander at the end. A lot of people will tell this like very riveting story and then they try to like lecture you about why it was important. Your story should give the reason it's important. You shouldn't have to explain why your story was important. The story should do that. It's not stand-up. Love stand-up. There is a time and a place for good stand-up, but storytelling is not a stand-up routine. You're not ranting. So you're not like going on a tangent about something that really bothers you. That's for other outlets. You're not writing an essay either. So when you story tell, first of all, you don't have a paper in front of you. You're not reading it. You're telling a story from your memory live in front of people. Writing essays are great, but that's not what storytelling is. And the reason that that can be a little scary, kind of scary, is because sometimes things that you say that you think are going to be great and people are going to laugh at, or people are going to be moved by, or you're going to hear someone be like, yeah, they don't do that. You're like, crap, okay, what do I do now? Because like I have 3 more places in my story where something like that is going to be said, and I really thought it was going to land with the audience, and it's not. So you're kind of shape-shifting your story to put emphasis on things that the audience is responding to. And then obviously you want to be considerate. If you're doing dialogue, which is important, you want to make sure that you are not trying to mimic someone else's accent, that you are not including any of these important things in your story. We're not trying to bring hate or shame on any group of people. Now, why do you guys need stories? Other than, I think, community building and understanding each other as a society, if we have any hope left, that is the preeminent thing. But for you specifically, you need stories to build relationships. You're in high school. Some of these friendships will be the most enduring friendships that you will have for the rest of your life. But outside of that, I just sat in the college center and talked to them while I was waiting for second period to be over. And we talked about personal essays and personal statements and college interviews and job interviews and how everything is shifting to like, how are you unique? Why do we want you specifically, Megan Lavery, at our college, working at our workplace? How do you tell your story in an essay or an interview so that you're the one who gets the job or gets accepted? You're going to be crafting your personal stories and statements if you haven't already, and you need to have a good story. You need to have a compelling story. You need to be thinking about the things in your life that are making you who you are. For my process of writing, I talked about how there's a theme, so I always have to consider that first. I mine for stories, so I'll just make a list of things that I think might relate to the theme. And I go from there and try to figure out which one I think will work best. I also think about messages. So when I was in my first MOTH Grand Slam, there's about 2,000 people there. I came in second by 0.1, super disappointing. The best advice I got from a friend was, when are you gonna ever have 2,000 people listening to you? You write a story with a message that you want 2,000 people to hear. And so that's what I did. And my first Grand Slam story was about school lockdown drills. When they first started happening in my school, I was a middle school teacher in 2008. There had just been a shooting at Northern Illinois University, and we had not had lockdown drills before. Kids didn't know what they were. You guys have come up in a society where you know that. They didn't. And if you have Mr. Murchison as a teacher, he was in my 7th grade class as a student when we did this. So the story is actually about his advanced language arts class at Grays Lake Middle School. I go through the dialogue that I think is important. Now, do I really remember everything that someone said 10 years ago? No, but I remember the gist of it. So you do have some freedom to kind of craft what your dialogue is going to be. And then I read it. I write it and I read it out loud and I record myself and I listen to myself and I'm like, ew, I don't like that part. Or like, I need to do more of this here. Because it is somewhat of a performance. I'm reading what I wrote, it really happened to me, but I'm also going to be telling it and performing it in a way. It's different than reading a script. This happened to me. I have feelings and emotions behind it that are real. Then I make any changes or timing, I have friends and family listen to it, and I just practice it until I learn it. Because even when I stand on stage and try to tell something that happened to me, there are times where I'm like, oh, what comes next? Okay, so practicing and rehearsing is super important. Some of the things that I've gotten to do because of storytelling, just in the past 6 years. Just last Wednesday, I was in Springfield, testifying in front of the Education House Committee about paying student teachers a stipend. Because of my storytelling, our representative, Laura Favor-Diaz, invited me to come speak on behalf of this bill that was being presented to them. And so that's a picture of me in front of the House Committee, and that's because of storytelling. These are some of the competitions down here. I'll explain how those work in just a second. I was invited to Ragdale, which is an artist retreat in Lake Forest. Rebecca Mackay, some incredible creative writers, thinkers, dancers, artists have done work there, and I got to go and be a part of that. I'm an Illinois Policy Fellow, so I get to work on legislation and write bills about things that I think are important in education. That came because someone saw me storytelling and talked to me about it. I was a part of a women's backpacking retreat. I got to go lead journaling and writing, creative writing for a group of women who had some pretty serious trauma. And there was an organization that sponsored them to go out in nature and backpack and go through waterfalls so that they could be empowered. And I got to be a part of that. Great stories are in this room. Great stories are in all of you. And I hope that you will tell your story, whether it's to your friends, whether it's more publicly, whether it's to yourself in your journal, that you are writing and thinking about who you are, the things that you experience, what they mean to you, and how they're shaping you as an individual. This is just a screenshot I took off of a local, I Googled Chicago area storytelling events last night. This is a calendar that has storytelling events in the area. You can see that just this week, how many storytelling events there are in the Chicago area. There was one last night in Libertyville. Do Not Submit is an open mic opportunity, so it's not even just storytelling. You can read poems, you can read something you wrote, you can get up and talk, you can do whatever you want. It's an open mic, and it's at the Parch Pub, and it happens, I think, once a month. So that's something super close. There's no pressure, there's no judging. It's just an open mic and people listening. I'm going to talk just quickly about the MOTH, and then I'll ask if you guys have any questions. So the way that the MOTH works, and this is what I do, is You go to an event, you put your name in a hat, and then they have this big bag with everyone's names in them, and they pull out a person and they go first. So they have to go up to the mic and tell their story. Meanwhile, they've picked out groups of people in the audience to be the judges. So these aren't like professionals, they're just people. And at the end of your story, they hold up cards and they give you a score. And then they pull the second person, and the second person goes up to tell the story. So you don't know that you're gonna tell the story. You don't know when you're gonna tell the story, and you could go with a story and put your name in the hat and not even get to go up, because there's generally 30 to 40 to 50 people, depending on the location. If you win the Story Slam, you then get to go on and compete at the Grand Slam, which is the winner of the monthly Story Slam. So every month there's a Story Slam. All 12 of those winners come together for the Grand Slam in Chicago. It's at a big theater, and you compete against all of the winners. So it's kind of like the best of the best. That is what a Grand Slam is. There's one happening this weekend on Saturday. And I think that's really all I have to say about storytelling. I really just want to emphasize that if you think you are something and creative is not one of them, look deeper, because you are all creative, you all have ways that you can express yourself, and you all have stories to share. Does anyone have any questions? Nada? Anything? Okay. Mr. Tooley, it's the dead audience here. Thank you. So I printed out a story, but I would have to read it because I don't have one memorized or rehearsed to do today. What? You want me to do that? Okay. Oh, okay.
2 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes. I don't know that I can do it in 2 minutes. I'll do my best. I'll go quickly.
Or you could just tell us about like the opening line and how you thought through that if you wanted to.
Okay, yeah. So I'll start it and then I'll just kind of give you a background of how that's where I decided to start the story. It says, so I was sitting in intercom. We are in a full building lockdown. Repeat, we are in a full building lockdown. And I ran to the door, pulling it shut with one hand and ushering my students to get up, move against the counters, and sit down with the other hand when the pounding started on the windows. So I started my story in the center of the action, which is the beginning of the drill. I didn't know the drill was happening. Back in the day, they had this idea that we needed to be prepared for like real life active shooters. So we would have drills that nobody knew if they were real or if there was actually a threat. So you couldn't like look at your teacher and be like, no, this is just drill, we're good. I was terrified. I was terrified that I didn't lock my door from the outside because that's what we were supposed to do. And my students were looking at me like, what is happening right now? They had never had a shooter drill. They started banging on our windows, all the way down the windows. That's it. All right, thank you.
The kids.
That was crazy.
The kids were like, "How do you remember all that stuff?" I'm like,
It's like a movie. Yeah, I should have answered that more fully, but I heard about the roads, but it's just like, it was something out of a movie. It was so vivid just what happened. And it only spanned like about 5 minutes. It happened so quickly.
Right.
I can picture it. And since I go back to Gurney Mills, I know exactly where it happened. I mean, it's just like, it's vivid. So, yeah, I wish I'd explained that a little better, but it was fun. I would take JK and L. That's where we were in class. Take 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
All right, come on in, folks. Welcome, Writers Expo. If that's what you're here for, if you hear my voice, come on into the auditorium. You can find your teacher. You can take a seat with your class. And if you are here to present, feel free to come on up front. Check in with me. Come on in, everybody. Welcome to Writers Expo. You can find your teacher. You can take a seat. If you are presenting, come on up front left. You can check in with me. Welcome again, everybody. Feel free to come on in and find your teacher. And we'll get started in just a minute. We will get started here in just a couple seconds. You can find your teacher, take a seat. All right, well, welcome, folks. Welcome to day one of Writers Expo 2024. Thanks for coming. Has anyone been here already this morning? Couple hands. All right. Anybody excited to be here right now? A couple people. All right. All right. We'll see if we can increase that a little bit. Freshmen. Any freshmen? Okay, so you guys have, definitely my own class. Definitely never been to a Writers Expo before. The rest of you, sophomores, juniors, seniors, if you've been to a Writers Expo, raise your hand. See what we're working with. Okay, all right. So just to kind of clarify, we've been doing this event at LHS now for about a dozen years. Started roughly 2010-ish. And because it's in the auditorium, I think sometimes students assume that we're going to like try and entertain you for the next 40 minutes. Unfortunately, that is not exactly the case. This is a school after all, and there's only so much entertainment that we can provide. But hopefully there is something about today and tomorrow that can edify you, that can make your life a little bit better, that can round out, so to speak, your education. Okay, that's why we're here. And we get a chance to celebrate writers. We get a chance to talk about writing. Maybe there's something that you will go into spring break with that you hadn't really thought about concerning writing before. Maybe someone up here says something that is more of a life lesson. Either way, it is a win in our books. So sit back. I would say enjoy the show, but that again makes it sound like it's entertainment. Take something away from this. That's the goal, right? Couple announcements and then we'll get going. So we're not necessarily guaranteed this space, even though we've been using it for the past dozen years. The Fine Arts Department allows us to be in here, and I think they only do so because in the past we've treated it pretty well, and we would like to keep that going. So if you could make sure tomorrow especially that you don't bring any food into the auditorium, we would appreciate it. If you bring a beverage in, just try to make sure that it's capped. We obviously don't want any spills during all of this, and then if you can keep your feet on the floor and not kicking not only the person in front of you, but the back of the seat, scuffing it up, we would appreciate it. We've had great audiences so far today, very respectful and attentive. If we could keep that going, that would be fantastic. One of the things about being an attentive audience is that it not only helps the people around you pay attention and get something out of the period, but it also actually gives a bit of encouragement to the person who's up front to just keep doing their thing, right? And if right now I was, you can hear a little whispering or something like that, right? It can bring down your confidence level a little bit as a speaker, and we want our guests to feel as honored as possible. So something makes you laugh, obviously, feel free to laugh. If something makes you cry, obviously feel free to cry, but otherwise, we just want to be as respectful as possible, okay? Big event, lots of people to thank, including Mr. Helvey in the Fine Arts Department, but also the following, and if we could give them a round of applause once I get to the end of the list, that would be great. Not yet. I appreciate your enthusiasm. The Building and Grounds crew helped set up everything here on stage, excluding the grass. That is new this year. Last year when we sent the feedback form out, people were like, Writers Expo is great and all, but you could really use some more like natural elements, some grass or trees or something. And our budget's pretty low, so we only had the ability to cover half the stage, but it's a little bit of something. Anyway, B&G, we're very thankful for them. Our AV team, all the lighting, all the sound, the running of the presentation, they have been huge and wonderful, so we're very thankful for them as well. And then Mr. Treptow and Wildcat Productions. Anybody on the Wildcat Productions crew here? You guys are awesome. We appreciate you so much. The making of videos for us. They are filming everything to post to YouTube later. They're also live streaming, so later in the day or tomorrow, you can maybe bounce off the March Madness games and check out what's going on here instead, and that would be pretty cool. Mr. Gerlach helped us out with stickers, Mr. Ciccolini and DECA. Anybody from DECA here? Awesome, you guys do great work, and these t-shirts are fantastic, so we thank you for that. And then finally, everyone in the English department has been wonderful over the years helping this event occur, but one and two people in specific I want to give a shout out to our secretary in the English department, Ms. Constantinitis. A lot of people behind the scenes, right, don't really get a lot of recognition when they deserve it. So we want to express our gratitude to her. And then Dr. Reef, I don't know if he's here right now, but he's retiring at the end of the year. And he has been super supportive of this event, making sure we have money and space and all that kind of stuff to do it. So if you know Dr. Reef and you can give him a personal thank you on behalf of everybody, I'm sure he would really appreciate it. But all those people, give them a big round of applause for me. All right, so one of the coolest things about Writers Expo is, especially on the Thursday of Writers Expo, we get to hear from members of our community. And that includes students, as well as staff members, as well as people in the surrounding area of the school itself. And we're gonna kickstart things today with 2 student writers, both wonderful and fantastic. And let's start, either one of you wanna go first? Does it matter? Yeah, Tatiana? All right, come on up, give her a round of applause, folks.
Hi, good morning. I wrote this poem in hopes that you might connect to experiences the way I do, so here it is. There's a wall in my room, the only one decorated, with reminders and thoughts and feelings unregulated. Afraid of what's displayed, the wall is angled away from my sight. I'm not one for confrontation, or what I wrote the other night. I downplay what I've noted with vibrant colors of blue and green. I'm convinced if I stare at them long enough, it might increase my overall dopamine. You see, my walls, they used to tell stories of grand playtime adventures. Fast forward, they are now empty, except for one with written content censored. There's a wall in my room, with my mind plastered all across. Smeared in Sharpie was once the patter of my heart, which is now drilled to complete exhaust. I've abandoned the wall, kept it out of my vision, regretfully disregarding my ideas, abstraction, and humanly composition. I'm not afraid of how I feel. Why else would we be alive? There is so much to experience. We are not put here to simply die. There's a wall in my room that preserves the past and present, and even though the time capsule might be just a bit unpleasant, it is my reminder to accept the feeling entirely and live in every second.
So we got a poet for you there. We also have someone who has written some fiction that she would like to share. Shagun, come on up.
Hello, and welcome to Writers Expo. I wrote this short story in a class. It's called Marionette, and I'll just be reading just a snippet of it. But if it makes it into Slant of Light, you could read the rest of it. Pale white lines tug, winding and twisting down to the young girl. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he made the small bear hug her, his little paws giving the biggest hug in the world. His hug could wipe any tear, smile to any happiness, heal any wound, all to make his girl smile, all to calm her frail heart, all to make his girl sigh and close her eyes. It wasn't until she closed her eyes, she relaxed and breathed deeply, would the bear go limp. It wasn't until then the boy would detach the silky strings from his marionette controllers, allowing the strings to fall down delicately to the teddy bear. Marion always stopped to gaze at the child through a doorway on the roof. The girl's soft face against her fluffy teddy bear made Marion's mouth curve upwards into a small smile every time. Nothing could compare to how warm he feels on these cold nights. He softly dropped down from her roof down to her floor. Staring at her, he reached out, wishing she might be able to see him if she were awake. Marion's hand simply vanished as his pale fingers passed through her round cheek. After a pause, he shook his head, incredulous that he even tried. Using her furniture, he leapt adaptly back up to the roof and closed the door while up there. Quickly and silently, Marion walked, bouncing over Faye's windowsill. Oh, when will she ever get rid of that toy? A woman chuckled as she gently tucked in her snoozing daughter in. Faye's old sock monkey had to be stitched up yet again by her. He quickly leapt over a small alleyway. Ine lay there on the cold stone, hugging his mother's handmade doll for his dear life. Marion continued over the large rooftop of Lucy's beautiful mansion. She was in her king-size bed with 16 stuffed animals surrounding her, each equally loved with all her heart. These toys may seem like nothing, but they are the stars to these children. Marion's heart felt as light as his tread, seeing his daily work like a gardener would, looking at his flourishing flowers. His delicate feet tapped quietly on the rooftops, his marionette controllers softly clacking against each other in his left hand, and his oversized coat shuffled and shushed them. He gracefully twirled around the chimneys and stayed clear of the bird's nest. A faint sound reached his ear. And that's all.
It is not easy to get up here and share your work. In fact, we've heard from a few students this year that they would like to share their work, but they're nervous about it. They would prefer to be anonymous. So for both of you to get up here and share your work, we really appreciate it. Can we just give them one more round of applause? Awesome stuff, and yeah, I've had the privilege of reading the rest of that story, and it is very interesting and very creative, and I was not predicting it was going to go the way it went. So yeah, I hope it gets into Slant of Light too, which gives me a nice little opportunity to plug Slant of Light, our literary arts magazine here at LHS. If you would like to share your writing, but you're hesitant about getting up here behind a microphone, we would love to publish the work in the magazine, and we do allow for anonymous submissions as well. So something to keep in mind, particularly because our deadline, April 1st, is coming in just over a week. So you get some time to put things together and consider it. All right, poetry, then fiction, and now we're going to talk a little bit the world of nonfiction with a member of our own community who I have a little introduction read for. Here we go. Today's main presenter has spoken numerous times at LHS about history. Today, we get to hear him talk, like I said, about writing, which he knows something about as he's written 10 books. And yes, you heard that correct, 10 books. A longtime Libertyville resident. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Joe Nemmers.
Good morning. I've never appeared on a stage with grass before. This is kind of an interesting thing. My wife was with me this morning, and I told her the last time I was on this stage was June of 1973. I had just graduated from Carmel High School, and I got talked into doing a duet with a girl from my class, a singing duet for a benefit here in Libertyville. It was not my proudest moment up here, so hopefully today will be a little bit better than that duet. I like to walk around when I talk. I can see what you're doing and looking at me and hopefully be able to engage. Just for my curiosity, how many of you students are writers, want to be a writer, interested in writing, thinking about writing, going to go to college to be a writer, want to be an English major? Well, few, that's good. How many faculty from English or fine arts are here today? 2, 3. All right, just wanted to see what the audience is. As Mr. Tooley, is that flipping on me here? There we go. I am Joe Nemmers Jr. I was born and raised in Libertyville, lived here most of my life. My dad was a 1947 graduate, even though I went to Carmel. He went to Libertyville in 1947. We'll talk about him just a little bit later. I did write 10 books, and Libertyville features prominently in a number of those books. I tell family stories, family history, about growing up here in the 50s and 60s and what that was like. And it was a wonderful place then, and it's a wonderful place now to be able to grow up. We're going to talk a little bit today about my experience. We're going to talk about the benefits of writing, which for me has been throughout my whole life, in my business career, in my Army career, and then later in life as an author. I didn't start writing books until after I retired from Abbott Laboratories. So I worked at Abbott for 27 years. I was an executive when I retired. And then I started writing books, and we'll explain that just a little bit later. Let's see if we can get this. So we will talk about the benefits of writing. I'm going to talk about my early experience in English, which was really unfortunate. I was a terrible student in English. I didn't start out very well towards a career in writing. We'll talk about careers in writing for you, the effects of machine writing or artificial intelligence on creative writing. It's a really fascinating thing that's happening very, very quickly right now. How I use writing in my business and Army careers, because I used it all the time, and I'll explain to you how I did that. My migration from a business executive to an author, And then we'll do some questions and answers, hopefully, when we're done. So I said I didn't have a very good beginning as it comes to English or writing. I went to St. Joe's in Libertyville, just a few blocks away. Any of you guys go to St. Joe's at all? So from 4th grade to 8th grade, we had English. I hated it. There were 2 reasons I hated it. One, I never got a grade higher than a D when I was an English student. Teachers didn't know quite what to do with me because I got A's in history and in social studies and reading. I did okay in math, and I never got a grade higher than D in English, and I hated it. And there were 2 reasons. One, I didn't like my teacher. I had the same teacher the whole time, and she didn't like me. But the second thing was, all we did was learn the mechanics of English. We learned verbs and adverbs, direct objects, dangling participles, colons and semicolons, and we never used what we learned. We just had to memorize this stuff over and over again. And I didn't like that. And it was the effect of, like, if you were taking driver's education for 4 years here at Libertyville, memorized everything and never got to drive a car. That was how I looked at it. We learned all these mechanics of English and never really had the opportunity to use it. So I didn't do well in English. In fact, my English teacher in grade school told my parents I would not amount to much of a student in the rest of my career. So I worked pretty hard after that to prove her incorrect. Go to high school, fast forward. I went to Carmel, as I said, and I was excited to go. I got my schedule right before the start of freshman year. And what was my first class on my very first day? The very first class of my high school career was freshman English. And I thought, oh man, this is going to be terrible. My worst subject after grade school. And I've got freshman English. This is how I'm going to start my high school career. As it turned out, I didn't have much to worry about. My freshman English teacher was a wonderful guy named Mr. Jerome Donahue. And he introduced us to 2 things my freshman year. The first was a love of literature, and the second was he taught us how to write stories, and he made us do it over and over again. So he taught us about, in fact, we read quite a bit about Hemingway and Shakespeare, James Joyce, William Faulkner, Edgar Allan Poe, all of these authors, and I learned to get a great appreciation for literature. But the second thing he did throughout the year was he taught us how to write stories and how to compose a story, and the 5 or 7 fundamentals of writing stories, short ones, and he had us write them over and over again. So I learned how to write a competent story, which for the rest of my high school career was really important. It was when I went to college. When you go to college, you write a lot. When you go to graduate school, that's all you do is write. So for me, it was pretty helpful having Mr. Donahue take care of that. And so I did pretty well in high school, took more English courses. Fast forward to college, I went to Arizona State University. My last class in college was a class named English Rhetoric. It was taught by a very popular professor named Mr. Herman. He was a friend of mine. I had a friend in Army ROTC. He was a great teacher. And his version of English Rhetoric was about teaching us compactness, how to write less is more. He would say, look at that sentence and see if you can say the same thing in half the amount of words. Look at that paragraph and see if you can do it in half the amount of time. And again, just like with Mr. Donahue my freshman year, he had us write over and over and over again and challenged us to continuously do more with less. And it really affected my writing style. Came in very handy for me in business writing, came in handy to me, as I'll explain to you, in the Army, and certainly when I wrote books. So if you look at my career with English and with creative writing, it started out really badly in grade school. It got better when I went to high school. It got better when I went to college. And I ended up using it my whole life. I use it every day to this day. And that's part of the encouragement as we talk about benefits of writing. So one of the things that happened was when I was a senior at Carmel, it was time to pick what I wanted to do in college. And I wanted to be a history major. I loved geography, history, social studies. And all these adults in my life kept saying, no, what are you going to do that for? I mean, they wanted me to be an architect, an engineer, an accountant, something that could get their head around that paid well when I got out of college, a history major. You going to teach? I said, no. They said, you going to go to graduate school? I said, no. They said, what are you going to do? I said, I like history. Things will work out. For me, it did. But my mom gave me permission. She said, you know what? If you want to be a history major, be one. Follow your passion, do what you want to do. You might get the same reaction if you tell people, I want to be an English major. I want to be a fine arts. I want to be a creative arts major. Do what you want to do. Follow your passion. If that's what you really want to do, then go do it. So, if you want to make a living as an author or as a writer, here are just some things you can do. You can be an author, you can write a book. It's a lot easier to write books these days than it used to be. Back in the day, you had to contact the publisher, have a pretty good idea, pay some money, and it took a long time to be able to do that. A lot of the work was done typing manuscripts, sending things back and forth. Now everything's done online. I go through self-publishing. I have a publishing company I work with. If I need more editing help or more creative content help, I hire them to do that. But you can be an author. It's not the easiest way to make a living, but it's a great and very fulfilling way to do it. You can be a journalist. You know, back when I got out of college, if you wanted to be a journalist, you could work for a newspaper, you could work as a sports reporter. There wasn't a lot. Today, with the internet, there's a million things you can do with web content and blogging and podcasts, and you can actually work as a journalist in many different ways. You can be a blogger. You can work in public relations. That's working for a company like I work for Abbott. You work telling the story of the company out to the public for investment and for other things. You can work in marketing for a marketing company. You can be a writer for a company that does marketing for other companies. You can work in the marketing department of a larger firm. Not a bad way to make a living. And you can do technical writing. This is one that people don't know much about. So for example, at Abbott, we have a lot of pretty sophisticated products, and our technical writers would do two things. One, they would write for all of us to explain how a certain product or a device worked, but they would also do technical writing for more technical people to be able to do. It's an interesting skill set, but there are a lot of jobs. This is just a little subset of what that would look like. I didn't use my writing to make a living. I used it to help me make a living, but I didn't make a living from being a writer, as I'll explain later. So let's talk about the effects of machine writing or AI. You've heard a lot, everybody's heard a lot about artificial intelligence in the last 6 months, and a lot of what you hear is fear. You know, it's going to take over the world, it's going to take over our minds, it's going to start nuclear war, it's going to run our businesses, it's going to cause all kinds of chaos. One of the benefits of being older is I remember a lot of things, and when the internet was introduced a little less than 30 years ago, people had the same reaction. What's this internet thing? I can sit at the computer, I can make 2 clicks, and I can find more information than I could spend in 6 months at the Libertyville Library. How's that possible? It's going to take over the world. Well, it didn't take over the world. It made things a lot easier for all of us that we enjoy today. But you're hearing that same kind of thing today. But when we talk about AI on writing, it is already fundamentally changing how writing is done, and I think it will continue to do so. It's in its sort of infancy as it appears to writers today. I'll give you some examples of my own. It's not a replacement for human writing. It can be, as I'll explain in my last bullet point. It shouldn't be a replacement for human writing. It's a tool. You can use it to generate story ideas. If you have writer's block, you can't think of what you want to do or how you want to start, you just ask it, and it can come up with a series of things that you want to do. It can help with proofing and editing. So I had a conversation with my editor at the publishing company I use, and he's very concerned about AI because he thinks it's going to do away with his job, and not in the way you might think. Not that the company would replace him with AI or with a robot, but that I could, in my writing, instead of turning things over to him to take a look at, would just run it through ChatGPT, do my own editing and my own proofreading, and I don't need him. I don't think either one of those things is going to happen entirely. It's just a tool that helps us do things a little bit better. One of the things that is out there that people haven't thought about is AI can help with the democratization of writing. Writing isn't easy to do. Those of you who are writers know that. It's not the easiest thing. But for people who are new writers, who are non-English speakers, you may have a learning or a physical disability, AI can be particularly helpful, particularly if you can't sit behind a computer for more than 2 hours because you have chronic pain, for example. It's voice recognition. There's a lot of ways AI can help people write that were not available before. It's a tool. It cannot replace the authentic human voice. So I did an experiment after I talked to Mr. Tooley, and I took the first 2 paragraphs of my book, the very best we had, about the 4 young Marines from Libertyville High School who died in World War II. Took the first 2 paragraphs, I cut and pasted, and I put it into ChatGPT on my phone, 4.0. It took about 20 seconds, And it resynthesized those 2 paragraphs. And if you read it, you'd say, yeah, that's what Joe was pretty much talking about. The facts, the figures, the dates were all in what AI had generated off of what I had written. But what was missing was me. My voice was not in those 2 paragraphs. The machine wrote it, I didn't write it. And when we write, as the previous speaker talked about, it's our emotion, it's our intellect, it's our conscious choice to use certain words. And the machine didn't do that. One of the things I've gotten as feedback from people who know me, who've read my book, they say, I can hear you talking. It's your voice in the book. Not just the voice you hear right now, but they know me, who I am, my values, what I think about, how I communicate is in the book. That doesn't happen if a robot writes the book. So a big thing you're going to hear about as we talk about creative writing in AI is it can't replace the authentic voice, which is you. It's your voice and how it's going to work. So there's a lot to learn and manage. There's a lot to regulate. There's a lot to be concerned about, just like it was with the internet all those years ago. But it's going to be a really interesting tool, and I'm very curious to see how it works. I told Mr. Tooley when I was doing my book about a year ago, I looked at AI, and I didn't use it to edit or proof like I just told you a second ago. I tried to use it as a reference source. I would put in stuff about the Battle of Okinawa. And all it did was tell me where I could go to get the information that I needed, instead of just me going to the internet. So it was a little helpful, but not terribly much. So one of the reasons I was asked here today was to talk about how have I used writing in my life. I'm not a professional, I wasn't a professional author for 40 years of my working career. So what did I do? Well, I used writing every day. From the day I started at Abbott, from the day I started in the Army. I used it to communicate. As I rose higher in the organization, became a supervisor, a manager, and eventually an executive vice president, you have to communicate. And a big way to do that is electronically now, but through emails and through all employee meetings and communications. So I use it all the time. I use writing constantly, and you will too. So I didn't have to be an author to do that. It was important to provide clear direction. The written word is a great way to do that. Sometimes when we talk, people don't get it, but if you write it down, they have a chance to read it, multiple times. Everyone's on the same page. So an example that I had was, it's been a long time now, I was given responsibility for an Abbott business that was struggling. It was a big business, 13,000 people, 130 countries, selling all the same products, but the business was in trouble. And I had to spend time getting everybody together, everybody back on the same page. And the only way I could do that was through the written word. And I had to be very careful how I did that because I was communicating across different languages and different cultures. And I couldn't do it if I didn't know how to write. And I wrote my own stuff. Excuse me, I didn't rely on other people to do it. So for me, for 40-some years, being able to write has been critically important for me. And it continues to be, and it will be for you. So these are my books, colorful stuff. So I've written 10, as Mr. Tooley said. There's a couple books on family stories that I wrote about growing up here in Libertyville, things that I wanted to capture for my kids and my grandkids to understand what I went through, some stories about them, about growing up here in Libertyville. So about 3 of those. I wrote a book on leadership. I wrote a book, you see the white book in the middle, it says Small Stories. And I wrote that book on purpose to challenge myself to be compact. I was thinking of Mr. Herman in my last class in college where he taught us to do less or more with less. And so the title of the book is Small Stories, and it says small stories are shorter than short stories. I didn't want to write a short story, I wanted to write a small story. And what I challenged myself to do was to write, I found 44 stories in my head I wanted to talk about. And I wanted to write each one on one page, to try to capture the richness of a story, but only use one page of the book to do it. And it was really an interesting exercise in compactness to teach me how to write better. And it turned out to be kind of a fun exercise. For the reader, it's not too tough because you get 44 stories and 44 pages. But for me, it was really a good exercise. I've written 2 family histories. I wrote my family history and my late wife's family history. And when I wrote my family history, it was about 10 years ago. It's that brown book you see on the lower left. It was the first book I wrote, and it was my first experience at writing. And when you write history in particular, it's pretty difficult because you got to get the names and the dates and you have to research and you're constantly making sure that the story you're telling is accurate. And it was wearing me out after about a year. And I decided, I don't know why, at the same time, to start to write my autobiography, which is that book you see behind it. And so the reason I did that was because I wrote the autobiography as a stream of consciousness. It's not in any particular order. I just started to write. I felt the need to tell my stories. So on one hand, in the morning, I would write the history book, which was very detailed and very focused. And in the afternoon, I would write my own story, and I would just go and write. And it was very therapeutic. And both books got finished at the same time. So it was a great exercise for me to learn how to take a break a bit as I was writing something a little bit different. The book on the far right is 30 Observations on Leadership. It's something that I wrote a long time after I retired. It probably took me about 10 years to write the book. But these were things that I believed in terms of leadership and how people should perform in business and life, in the military, whatever. And that turned out pretty cool. And then the book you see on the far left is the one that I have spent a lot of time on the last couple of years, which is The Very Best We Had. Anybody here back in November when I was here for Veterans Day and heard me? And still you came back again to see me today. That's so nice of you. But this was a tough book to read. Or tough book, it is probably a tough book to read. It was a tough book to write. It took me 2 years of research about these 4 Marines from LHS who all ended up on the island of Okinawa in the last battle of World War II. And people have asked me, is writing a book hard? And I said, yeah, it's hard. Not to scare anybody away, but like all things in life, if it's worth it, it's going to be difficult. And it was hard. And it was emotional because I was writing about these 4 remarkable men, not much older than you are, who gave their life for our country. But it turned out great. I was here multiple times to do research, talk to the faculty, and then come back and talk to all of you. So I didn't start doing any of this stuff until 10 years ago, which was a ways after I retired. And I got the bug, and I decided I want to write. And people have also asked me, when are you going to write another book? And I was so exhausted after writing The Very Best We Had, I said, I got to take a break. It's been almost a year. And it hasn't occurred to me what I want to write next, but it will come to me. Each of these books just sort of popped into my head, and I just started writing. I call it the muse. When the muse comes to me, then I start to write. As my wife will tell you, I go in the office, I don't come out, she sees me 7 months later, and then there's the book. So everybody's a little different in terms of how it works. But for me, it's been a lot of fun to do this. I'll let you know what my next book is when I get to that point. But the purpose of today, as a community person, is to talk about the value of writing for a lifetime while you're in school, when you're in college, if you go to a graduate school, and in any career you choose, it's really, really important. You have great teachers here at LHS. I had great teachers at Carmel. Learn from them, experience from them, remember what they told you. You'll be surprised. It'll come back to you again and again and again. So, here we go. Questions, complaints, anything. We can do like I used to do at Abbott when I had all employee meetings, and if anybody didn't ask a question, I would just call on you, but I'm not going to do that this morning. Any questions about writing, about authorship? Is that a hand, or are you just expressing?
Well, you said you went to ASU, right?
Yes.
How was your experience there?
Her question was, did I go to Arizona State University? The answer is, yes, I did. And she said, how was my experience? I had a great experience. I started out in college at a small men's liberal arts college in Minnesota, and I didn't do a lot of work knowing, well, I was the first person in my family to go to college. We didn't have a lot of guidance. I probably shouldn't have gone there. I ended up transferring to ASU, huge school. I never felt more at home than I was in that big school. For me, a big school was a big deal. It worked very good for me. I had great teachers who taught me. Also, I am right at the 50% mark of my master's degree in history at ASU, so I'm back there again. But it's a great school. It's a huge school, but it's a great school. Anything else? I'm sorry?
There's a couple of questions in the middle here. The middle back. Go ahead.
Oh, you got one. Go ahead.
No, I don't have a question. So like this.
Go ahead. you say that a little louder, please?
Like any words for the people in here that are going to the army? Like any words for them?
That are going into what?
To the army?
Into the Army?
Yeah.
Go. It's a great place to be. I spent 13 years in the Army Reserve. It was a wonderful place to be. I learned a lot about life. I met some of the greatest people I've ever met in my life. They're still my friends. It challenged me. It made me grow up a lot faster than I probably would have otherwise. But I think the great benefit to me was not only serving my country, but the friends that I made that I still have today. Was there one here? No.
Do you have a favorite book that you wrote, Jones?
Do I have a favorite book? It would be the last one, The Very Best We Had, about the 4 Marines, because it's a great story. I mean, these 4 young guys from Libertyville High School all joined the Marine Corps separately, all ended up over time ending up on the island of Okinawa a couple months before World War II ended, all getting killed in Okinawa. It's a great story of courage and patriotism. And they were great guys when they were here. They were student athletes, class leaders, very well known here in Libertyville. So it was a really good book to write because it talks not just about them, it talks about LHS, talks about the community. So that was my favorite book. There was another, yes ma'am.
Oh, yeah, I was kind of interested in like the shortening sentences down, like what are some tips for doing that?
Her question was, she's interested in how do you shorten sentences. So what Mr. Herman had us do in this theory of compactness was to look at it, let's say for example you had 2 commas in a sentence. Can you do it with one, can you say the same thing but only have 1 comma? Can you say it without any commas? In other words, just a simple sentence. So he just had us do this repeatedly. And it's not only the sentence itself, it's the paragraph, and it may be the paragraph on the page. And so when I was writing the last book, for example, I did this every single day. I would write something and then I'd say, can I do that a little different? And I would look at that sentence and then I would write a page or 2 pages and I would go back and look at those 2 pages and say, can I shrink it down? The book is 309 pages in total. And if I hadn't done that, it'd be 500 pages and you probably wouldn't want to read it. 300 is pretty easy to do. So it's just challenging yourself to say, can I do it differently? Can I take the same text, the same richness, and shrink it? So try it. It's kind of fun. I had an English teacher in college who called commas those pesky ants. Didn't like to see those pesky ants, commas. Was there another one over here?
So I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So you said you got into writing books later in life, and they say that you can't teach an old dog new tricks. I'm just wondering if you learned something about yourself, or I guess about anything in general.
His question was, I got into writing books later in life, which is true, and you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Yes, you can. I'm an old dog, and I have been able to learn new tricks. I learned a lot about myself in writing these books because each one I try to write better. I look back and say, my first book was okay. My second book was better. Each one I look at and I try to make it better than the one I had before. That's why I answered the question. I'm very proud of The Very Best We Had because I really think it's the best book I've written up to this point. But it's sort of the sum of the other 9. All those lessons I learned in those other books is in this book right here. And the other thing I can tell you is, particularly in the last book, almost every day that I wrote every day for 7 days a week for 7 months to write that book. I thought about Mr. Donahue, my freshman English teacher, and I thought about Mr. Herman, my senior in college teacher, every time I sat before the keyboard. Their lessons are still in my head. So I was taught those things then, and I still remember them. And I learned a lot about myself, about how to challenge myself to do better each time I wrote a book. Did that answer your question? Is there another one there? Where did I see one? Yes?
How do you sit down and write for so long?
How do you sit down and write for so long? That's a wonderful question. It's painful because, it's one thing to sit. I would sit, sometimes my wife is here, she'll tell you. I try to limit it because it's really hard to write for 4 hours at a shot. You may know that yourself. And to do it every day. And the reason I did it in 7 months was because I wanted to get it done by Memorial Day a year ago. And the only way I could get it done was if I did that. It's hard. And you have to get up, you got to take a break. Some days I'd write 7 hours. Some day when I was on a roll, I just didn't want to stop. Kathy would bring me potato chips in the office and feed me, and then I'd just keep typing. And when you'll get like that. Some of you have been like that when you've written poetry or stories. You just got to go and get in the way. So it's hard to sit there and do that, and to do it every day, day after day. I mean, it's fulfilling, I enjoyed it, but physically it's more difficult than people think. And particularly like when you write history, in my case, I had most of what I needed when I started, but you're still researching while you're writing, clarifying things, checking things out to make sure it works. And it just takes a lot of focus to do that, you know. I'm old, my brain doesn't work like yours anymore, so it takes a lot more effort. Yes?
So what methods or like what strategies do you use to like write for so long?
What's the last part?
What methods or strategies do you use to like be able to write and produce content for that long?
What strategies did I use to write and produce content? In this particular case, like with this book, I first heard about the story of these 4 Marines from Mr. Eggert, who wrote a couple of articles for the local paper. And then I just started to research. The more I researched, the more I knew I had to write their story, because the more I found, it was more and more compelling. And that's how I created the content for that. One of the questions I had last time was, how do you know when to stop? Which is a wonderful question. Because I had 25 books, I had thousands of pages of PDFs. How do you know when to stop? Well, I didn't want to write a 500-page book because you wouldn't read it. A 300-page book is about what most people can do. So I was inspired on this from Mr. Eggert's series of articles, and then the more I dug, I knew I had to write about these guys because they were so terrific. And that's how it came to me. Was there one?
So the self-publishing stuff.
Yeah.
Is there like a financial risk up front? Like, were you worried at all when you were writing about doing the self-publishing thing?
This question was I worried about doing the self-publishing? The answer is no. I don't write my books for sale. I write to give away to friends and family. It's not that expensive to actually write a book and publish it on your own. You'd be surprised. It depends upon how much help you want from them. I've gotten better over 10 books, so I don't need as much help from the editor. I use them for creating the creative content, like you see the covers. I tell them what I want, but they help me create. But it's remarkably inexpensive for what you may think you can do to create books. And that includes the cost of, because you do the formatting yourself. They send you templates, and you follow the templates, create the book, do your own editing, send it in, they give you proofs, and then if you want to publish, they print them for you. So not that big of an expense by comparison, like you might think it would be. It's a good question. Was there another one? Whoop. Shout it out.
What was the very first couple of books that you started writing?
The very first books I wrote were these first 2 that I went through just a second ago, which was my family history. And at the same time, I ended up later writing my autobiography, which now is 10 years old, and I probably should update it and add an addendum to it. But those are the first 2 books. And writing the first book is scary. Never written a book before, and I was writing about my family. So to try to format it was one thing, but to try to get it right was another. So it was a little daunting to write my first book, but after I did it, then I was confident and I knew I could write more.
Have you ever used Google Reading before?
I'm sorry, say again?
Have you ever used Google Reading before?
Google Rewrite?
Google Read and Write.
Oh, Read and Write? No, I haven't. Mm-mm. I am interested about using ChatGPT in the future just to see how this is going to work for me. But like I said, I'm going to have to control it. I don't want it to write for me. Yes?
Do you ever write fiction?
Do I ever write fiction? No. I was a history major. I'm getting a master's in history, so no. I don't. I did a little fiction in the end of my book. The very last chapter is a historical fiction. Historical fiction is where you take actual dates, places, and events and people, and you imagine the dialogue for the purpose of creating. And that was fun. Thank you very much.
This was a good show. This was cool. I didn't know. I actually thought it was going to hear the very best we had.
No. You've already heard.
I know, but I would come back and see that again. So this is really cool. This is I appreciate it. Mr. Reef, you got a tough act to follow. Between Thule and Nemmers. I mean, that was a good show right there. Oh, okay. Because you're here. Nice. What are you speaking of? Okay, I heard it. And then we'll see how tomorrow. So, see ya. Oh, are you going to say something?
There you go.
All right, everyone, welcome to the Writers Expo. If you could take a seat, that'd be great. You can find your teacher and sit with your class. Fantastic. All right, come on in, have a seat. We're going to get started real soon. All right, everyone, welcome to Writers Expo. I'm Dr. Reith, and really excited to welcome you to Writers Expo. I just want to remind everyone kind of the purpose of Writers Week and Writers Expo. And what we really try to do is just celebrate the written word and all its different manifestations, you know. So we'll be reading poetry and telling stories and having debates and even singing songs. So another goal is really to showcase the creativity of students and staff. So if you like what you're seeing this year, hopefully you'll participate next year, because our goal is really just to give you guys a forum to share your work. Before we get started, just some reminders about sort of showing respect and consideration for the space we're in and the people that are presenting. So we shouldn't have any food or drink in the space, and then also resist the temptation to put your feet up on the furniture, all right? We want to keep your feet on the floor. And also to help out the presenters, it's really helpful if you're not on your phones, you're not talking to the people next to you, because that makes it harder for the presenter to really be in the moment. I've got some thanks. It's a big deal putting on a production like this, so we want to thank Mr. Helvey for giving us the space to use, and Buildings and Grounds for helping us set up, and LHS's AV team for lighting and sound, and Mr. Treptow and Wildcat Productions for live streaming the event and recording it. Mr. Gerlach, you made these cool 2024 Writer Expo stickers, and Mr. Ciccolini for these awesome vibrant pink shirts for Writers Expo, and Ms. Constantinitis and Mr. Tooley from the English department for all their work putting this on. All right, today we're going to hear from two students who are going to share their works with you, and then we'll have a speaker that's going to take up most of the time. So first, to get us started, is Felix Nakanant reading a poem titled "A Lost Cause."
Hi, this is a poem I wrote when I was in freshman year, and it's called "A Lost Cause." My heart was tugged at like a cat with yarn. You had left me with a feeling that was quickly unraveling, that I couldn't control, and that took over everything. Before I only felt love and bliss. Whenever you walked into a room, you walked with warmth around you. Now you leave me confused every time you pass me, making me have goosebumps. Eyes of neediness and desperation, begging for a clue as if you're angry or happy with me. The constant change in mood when I say something, that bothered look that you give when I talk to you. For a long time, I received those looks as if they are another pair of socks that I don't need, as if I can regrift them and move on. Give those terrible looks to someone else. Leave those moods in someone else's hands, and make someone else feel the feelings that you left with me. But I'm done. I'm done acting like a wire to a phone. I'm done letting you control the feelings I'm meant to feel. I'm leaving behind that horrible feeling and moving on from you, moving on from a best friend, moving on from confusion, moving on from a terrible person that we both have become, and moving on from a lost cause. The time that was spent and the words that were spoken and the glared glances at each other, all lost to a friendship that could and would never be.
All right, thanks very much, Felix. Our next student presenter is Finley Roman.
The story does not have a name, but it is a work of fiction. Passing through a red window, the baby lands comfortably in someone's arms, swaddled in warm blankets. The baby's eyes open, fresh to the world. To the right sits a worn leather couch. A nurse quickly hurries in from the left. The world is tinned mahogany to the baby, a deep red overlaid upon the cramped hospital room. Shuddering, the child takes their first breaths in the world and bellows loud cries. Today, this child is born, with a whole life ahead. Alexandra, come back here. Alexandra giggles, zipping around the corner of the hallway into the living room with her mother chasing after. The mother sounds almost out of breath when she finally pauses her pursuits. The bus will be here soon. You need to get your shoes on and go to the bus stop. I don't like the yellow bus. I want the orange bus back, Alexandra whines, standing to a stop and rolling around. It looks weird now. The mother shakes her head and just sighs. Now don't tell lies, honey. You're 9 years old. The bus isn't yellow. The child shakes her head. It is yellow. I learned how the colors worked last year, she insists. Well, honey, if you learned your colors, you should know that's impossible. Alexandra glances out the window as the school bus turns onto their street, watching it intently. The metal exterior is a deep yellow, like a butterscotch candy, barely removed from the shade of a shriveled lemon, the painful early light doing nothing to brighten the shade to her. Metal always takes on this shade of the viewer's color, the time they have left. But why would the mother believe Alexandra? A 9-year-old doesn't see yellow. A 9-year-old sees the world as a fuzzy peaches, bright and pleasant, a few steps away from light red, just tumbling into the rich shades that orange delivers, young in heart and body. But there's no reason anything should be wrong for Alexandra, but nothing else to change the color of the bus idling outside. Eyes brimming with tears, Alexandra tears herself away from the window just before the mother reaches her. I'll just go put on my shoes, I guess. There is no point. A 9-year-old does not see yellow. Why would her mother believe her? Sirens blare while a girl lays helplessly in an ambulance. Clutching a cracked phone in her hands, the lumen backing looked to her like a fresh field of grass in the summer when that EMT carefully takes it out of her hands to put in an IV. The girl continues sliding in and out of consciousness while the ambulance weaves in and out of traffic, before eventually turning into the hospital parking lot. Before the girl knows it, she is brought in on a stretcher into the emergency room. Alexandra, stop! A doctor walks in from the door to the left, wearing a clean white jacket with a name badge attached to their front pocket. The girl tries to sit up too quickly. Her head starts spinning as a lively spring green invades the corners of her vision. Alexandra, yes. What's going on? She winces, a fresh strap of pain to her skull impeding her ability to finish the sentence. The doctor motions for her to lay back down. We don't know yet. From their front pocket, they pull out a small piece of aluminum foil and smooth it out. Can you tell me what color this is, please? Alexandra frowns. Her head is still a little bit foggy. She gestures weakly to the doctor and asks for the piece of foil. Alexandra takes it in her left hand and holds it up against the harsh fluorescent light from the ceiling. She is suddenly aware of the room. To the right of her is a window, but everything outside is dark. Wasn't it morning? The doctor notices Alexandra staring outside. It's 8 at night. You came in at about 9:30 this morning. Do you want me to get anyone for you? Sorry, I lost my spot. Alexandra nods, wincing in pain again while slowly lifting the foil back up to the light. She doesn't want to move or think any more than she has to. All she can think of doing is answering their questions and going back to bed. This foil piece is green, just like the forest painting on the wall. Alexandra turns over in bed to face the window. May I go back to bed now, please? When the doctor leaves a minute later, they are a little bit green themselves. A few hours later, Alexandra's father, mother, and sibling arrive. Her mother's hands simply hold a book about the color spectrum and death. Seeing green at 15 years old means the clock is ticking faster towards purple, knocking at her door. So much time is the same, so little left. Alexandra laid back on the hill outside her old elementary school. After her family moved far away to be closer to the hospital, Alexandra always wanted to come back and visit before going to college, knowing she probably wouldn't make it that far. When the piece of foil from the doctor started to look like the bright blue sky on a dry winter's day, time was up and now Alexandra was back, looking up at the sky again. A vibrant rainbow from a blanket of stars blinked above her. Their colorful hues were not based on heat like previously theorized, but their age. Off on the horizon, a red star blinked into existence, the distant light of its birth just reaching the planet. Hanging above her was a Russian violet dot, twinkling in the chilly sky. Slowly, its rays started to darken, slipping from the Russian purple into a hue barely visible against the sky. It was dying, and so was Alexandra, faster than ever before. The now regalia-stained grass fluttered in the wind and tickled Alexandra's arms as her eyes fluttered shut. Her heart quickly beat in its chest, and shadows started to invade, huddling around her. Black was here, and when she closed her eyes, it was the final shade she would see, all of the colors bleeding together into one. And then, amidst the darkness, white came flooding back. Red soon followed. To the right sits a worn leather couch. A nurse quickly hurries in from the left. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Finley. And now our main act is Miss Megan Lavery. Miss Lavery is a former English teacher, now turned PE teacher, and this LHS staff member is no stranger to stories or storytelling competitions, and we get to hear all about it. Please welcome Mrs. Megan Lavery.
When I did this third period, this picture was not up here. It feels a little strange to stand on a stage and see yourself. I was an English teacher for about 15 years before I decided that I wanted to teach health. PE is kind of like attached to health, so I teach PE, but it's really health that I love. And this is my first year at LHS. It's my first year teaching high school. I've never been to Writers Expo. So standing up here in front of all of you, doing this, which was kind of an unknown thing, is super scary. And I felt it was important to do because I think that you need to see that taking risks and getting out of your comfort zone is something that you should never outgrow. Right now, you are going to be doing things in your lives that are going to be uncomfortable, and that is okay. And you should continue that process so that you can grow and evolve as humans throughout the rest of your life. I didn't tell a story last period, or third period when I did this, but I think that I'm going to do that because it kind of introduces what I'm about to tell you, which is about public, true, personal storytelling. It's something that's accessible to all of you, and I want to get into like why it's so meaningful and impactful and why I think it's like the key to all of our humanity, but I'm going to tell you and show you kind of what I do first. I'm going to move over here though. And because I hadn't planned on telling a story, normally the premise of storytelling and storytelling competitions is that you don't get to have a script. You don't get to have any notes or any writing in front of you. You stand up in front of an audience and judges, you tell your story, and you're competing against the other storytellers. And part of that is that you know your story and you don't mess it up. So I'm gonna just give that caveat that I do have notes because this is something I just decided to do between third period and fifth period. This is a story that I told at a storytelling competition called the MOTH Grand Slam. It was the winners of smaller storytelling competitions in the city, so kind of like the best coming together to compete against each other. I told it in 2019, so like just before COVID, and I did not win. I actually came in second by 0.1, was super disappointing. But this story was put out onto one of their social medias, the MOTH social medias, and just this year I came to like PE class, and this girl was like, Mrs. Lavery, you were on like TikTok this morning. So one of the videos of the story that I told was about active shooter drills in schools. To you guys, this is like old news. You've been doing active shooter drills, lockdown drills, whatever they're called at different educational places forever, ever. But when I wrote this story at the start of it, it was the very first lockdown drill that I had been a part of as a teacher and that my students had been a part of as 7th graders. And coincidentally, in that class of 7th graders, my advanced ELA class was our very own Mr. Brandon Murchison, who was my 7th grade student in this class, the story that I wrote. So he was in that with all of us. I was sitting on a metal stool in front of my desk, holding my copy of Agatha Christie's And Then There Were None, when out of the corner of my eye, through the janky metal blinds that never really closed all the way, I saw like weird shadows or figures. And before I could process what I was even seeing, over the intercom came this sound. We are in a full building lockdown. We are in a full building lockdown. And I prayed it was just a drill, but I was not for sure. And adrenaline pulsed through my body as I rushed to the door, pulled it shut with one hand, and used my other hand to get the students to stand up, move against the wall, and sit down along the cabinets. Just as they got seated, we heard from the windows where the figures were a loud bang, 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 pounding at the windows repeatedly. 2 girls grabbed hands, their matching friendship bracelets trembling on their wrists. And a boy who was usually so quiet and reserved sat up, spread his arms out as if he was shielding the rest of the students from the sound. And the pounding continued, but it faded as it moved from our window to Mrs. Bratsky, to Mrs. Audette's, until we couldn't hear the pounding anymore. And I know that we were all holding our breath in that room because I was in a room with 27 7th graders and I could hear the clock tick. I didn't even know that the clock made sound and I had been teaching in that classroom for years. Then we started hearing noises by the door. And I had a synapse in my brain that I had forgotten to lock it that morning. I had been so careful to come in and lock the door behind me ever since a staff meeting we had had a few weeks before. It was 2008, and there had been a shooting at Northern Illinois University on Valentine's Day. It also was our parent-teacher conference night. So I was sitting in parent-teacher conferences as their phones started to light up, getting information about the shooting that was happening not that far away, where many of the parents had children who were attending there. And it was this shooting that prompted the staff meeting that we were at a few weeks later. Our principal had worked with authorities to put together plans and procedures and just basically a process for what to do in this lockdown in case we ever had an active shooter. And we sat at this staff meeting, and this was something we had never even really considered that we would be doing drills for. And they told us that they wanted the drills to mimic real life. So we weren't gonna get the time that these drills were gonna happen. Just know that we've given you a script, you know the procedures, and your jobs, teachers, is to keep the kids safe. And I took that very seriously because I believe that school should be a safe place no matter where you live. And that was why I was freaking out that I had not locked the door on this particular day. But soon the noises that we heard outside of the door calmed my fears in some ways, because the banging on the door, and we could hear them jiggling the lock, we could hear it holding its place as they tried to violently open my door. The kids who were sitting closest to the door were stricken. Their jaws were clenched, they had their eyes scrunched shut, they were making fists and squeezing their hands so tightly that their knuckles were turning white. It was like they were bracing for impact. I recognized the shouting, the let me in, as our administrators and office staff. So in that moment, I knew that this was a drill, but my students did not. And it didn't really make me feel any better because I just kept thinking, what the hell would I do if this is real? Is this something that's really gonna happen? So I reassured myself with the same idea that I told my students a few minutes later when the drill was over, and we all kind of gathered together to talk about what had happened. And I said, here's the thing, guys, school shootings don't happen. In 10 years since Columbine, there's only been a handful of school shootings, and they've all been at colleges and universities. We have tornado drills, we have fire drills. You're not afraid of those. This is just something the school needs to have in place as a protective measure. And I felt pretty good about that answer. Until a girl raised her hand and said this. So, Mrs. Lavery, if I was out getting a drink or something when that went on, like, what would happen? Like, what if the door was locked when I came back? What would I do? I'm like, crap. I don't even know what to say. So I looked at her because I had a script to go by, thankfully, but I knew what the script said. And the script said that I had to look at that barely 13-year-old girl in the eye and tell her that I would have to leave her in the hallway. That I could not compromise the 26 other students already locked in the room to let her in. And she recoiled, and a veil of innocence fell down her face with her tears, and she said, "You mean you would leave me out there to die?" No, yes, maybe. I don't know. How do I answer these questions? What do I say? So I gave her the answer that I had to fall back on in the script, and that was that this is an anomaly. This wasn't going to happen in Lake County, Illinois. Shootings don't happen in Lake County, Illinois. And she accepted the answer, and so did the rest of the class, because it was the security that we needed to hear in that moment. Now fast forward 10 years, it's 2019. I'm teaching in a new middle school, and these kids have been doing active shooter drills, lockdown drills since they were in kindergarten. And I can't look at them anymore and tell them that school shootings don't happen, that there won't be shootings in Lake County, Illinois, that I don't have to be concerned about that they're an anomaly. Because between 2009, the first year of our drill, and 2019, in those 10 years, there had been 180 school shootings in that decade. So when the lockdown drill came on, and we heard over the intercom, we are in a full building lockdown, the students didn't look to me at all. They had zero questions for me. They were more like military operatives than awkward teenagers as they planned how to barricade the door with the heaviest desk and which stapler would be the best to use to throw at someone. And when I brought my finger to my mouth to usher them to be quiet and move against the wall, a kid looked at me unflinchingly and said, "Mrs. Lavery, your job is not to save us. We have to save ourselves." And I looked up at a sign that had been hanging in my room for all my years of teaching, and it says something like, "The job of the teacher is to enable the student to move forth without you." And in all of the years I had looked at that sign for inspiration, the way that it played out was in that situation. So, thank you. That's the end of the story. Okay. So this is a piece that I used for competitive storytelling. I'm gonna say that as a PE teacher, I know that there's like maybe some certain judgments about PE teachers can be creative, PE teachers can write. I have been kind of stuck in that dichotomy of being an athlete and being a creative and being an English teacher and being a PE teacher my whole life. And I'm standing up here to tell you, don't pigeonhole yourself into one thing, especially at your age. I'm gonna go through this presentation and talk a little bit about my background. Then I'm gonna talk about storytelling in general and why I think it's so important. And then I'm gonna talk about the MOTH specifically, storytelling competitions, and ways that if you want to get involved, you absolutely can. So first thing, that's me. The competitions that I do are all based on NPR, National Public Radio's competitions called the MOTH. And people come together writing about a theme, and you have to construct a story that's 5 minutes or less. If you go over 5 minutes, they play a little sound, you get points deducted. So you're writing a story that is engaging, hopefully, that touches people in some way, and like also you want to win. It's like, yes, we're sharing stories, but we're also sharing stories because we want to win. So there's like, it's multifaceted. When I was a kid, I grew up in a small town in central Illinois, outside of Champaign, I had a lot of writing accolades as a young person, all the way through school. I loved sitting in my room reading. I loved lyrics. I would lay my albums, my record albums, because that's actually how we listened to music. It wasn't just a cool vintage thing. That was my option to listen to music. And I would pull the inserts out and I would read the lyrics and I would learn them. And then when I was in second grade, I won a contest called Young Authors, where I wrote a story about, it was called The Ballerina That Couldn't Dance. When I was in third grade, I was published in something called the Penny Whistle Press. It was like an insert that went in the Sunday paper nationwide for kids, and it was a poem about Halley's Comet. And in fifth grade, I won a talent show because I wrote a rap about all of the topics we had learned that year. When I was in middle school, we had what I would call the abacus of texting and DMs. We wrote notes on paper with pretty pens, and we'd fold them up and we would pass them to our friends in the hallway, and that was how we would communicate with each other throughout the school day. We also had, a version of group chat. It was a notebook, and we had 4 friends, 4 besties, and we'd all write notes to each other and we'd pass it around during the day. And then my writing became more personal. My mom died right before I graduated from 8th grade. And suddenly I needed writing as an outlet to help myself because I was sad and I was overwhelmed. And writing became a place that I found some healing and some comfort. And then my senior year, I was in an AP rhetoric class, and my teacher said, hey, you're a really good writer. You should consider taking my creative writing class next semester. And I was like, this lady's just trying to get people in her class so that it will be a class that they continue to offer. I was like, no way. Because despite all of these things signaling to me as a young person that I had writing as something I was good at, the way that I saw myself was an athlete, 100% and only. I was a 3-sport athlete. I started varsity as a freshman at shortstop. I had a Division I scholarship to college. In the community where I grew up, being an athlete came with lots of perks. Your community knew you, you were in the newspapers, your friend group was the people that you wanted to be friends with, and so this part of me kind of stayed hidden. It wasn't something that I got involved in, it wasn't something that I explored, and I feel like I missed out on a lot of cool people, of cool experiences and opportunities, because I saw myself as one thing. And all of you are collectively way more than one thing. So if there's anything that you take from me talking today, at this point in your life, step out of your comfort zone, try something that you think you might like, even if you're not good at it, try it. You never know what you might find enjoyable, what you might be good at, and the people that you can meet by being involved in that. So storytelling in general, this is Steve Jobs, arguably one of the visionaries of our generation, saying that the most powerful person in the world is the storyteller. The storyteller sets the vision, the values, and the agenda of an entire generation to come. And stories are in your lives. Stories have been around forever, ever, ever. The tradition of storytelling, of passing down wisdom and family stories and stories of culture. From hieroglyphics to your Snapchat stories, it's not a coincidence that they're called stories. We are wired to share about our lives and to learn about other people's lives. Sure, it looks different now. A Snapchat story isn't even something I could fathom when I was in high school. But it's amazing. You guys know so much about each other through the sharing of your digital stories. And there's nothing wrong with that. It just can't be the only outlet for sharing your stories. TikTok, bless TikTok, I get sucked in. Someone has a good beginning line, an interesting, funny thing that they say. They're like, let me tell you about this. I'm listening. And then I keep listening, and then I keep listening. Because we need this and we want this. And it's no surprise to any of us that the world that we live in right now is deeply fractured. There are polarizing, there are extremes, there is a lot of discourse in the world that we live in. And I believe that the way to connect and heal from some of this is through stories. The quickest path between yourself and another person is a story. I cannot tell you how many times in teaching I've heard kids make some ridiculous generalization about a group of people when they are like this and they do this, but not my friend. My friend who's in that group, but not them. It's not okay to make generalizations in the first place. But what I notice is, but not the person that I know and love, not the person whose story that I know. Because when you know someone's story, when you know their experience, when you know what they've lived through, it's much harder to judge them or make generalizations. Storytelling is a way that people can relate to each other, and stories have long been used as a way to get people thinking about viewpoints beyond their own, as well as to express our experiences to others. One of the things I love about storytelling, public storytelling, true storytelling, is the only job of the audience is to listen. So you get to go somewhere, you get to listen to someone share something about their life, and you don't have to try to awkwardly respond or say anything to them. You don't have to awkwardly talk to other people about it. You just get to sit and listen to someone's experience. The people that I've met in the Chicago area storytelling scene, I have heard stories about undocumented friends and their life as a young person in Chicago and what that was like. I've heard stories of people's medical journeys that I can't even fathom. I've heard stories about war and childhood trauma and generational trauma, things that I, in my lived experience, have not endured, but that I've learned about because I've sat and listened to what other people have to say. And it's broadened my horizon. When you know someone's story, it breaks down your biases. And the cool thing is, you don't even have to do a lot of work to tell a story because you don't have to come up with the time and the setting and the place and the character and the names and all the things. When you sit down to write a work of fiction, you gotta come up with all of that. You guys already have your stories. They're in your memories. They're the things that you've experienced. It's the lens in which you have viewed the world. A story that you write about something that happened, if you were in my middle school class and the story that I just told, your story would be different than my story. It would be different than another person in the class's story. That's the cool thing. Even though we were all a part of that experience together, our stories are vastly different. So the 4 Ps, which I'm sure your teachers have talked to you endlessly about in your English classes, of plot, purpose, people, place, already exist. I get caught up in my phone. I get caught up in reading articles. I get caught up in social media. And when I stop and go wait a minute, I need to be present, there's stuff happening all around me. I started carrying a steno notebook recently so that I could write those things down because I see them all as potential stories. And yeah, I teach freshmen all day, so there's some funny stuff that happens there. This is from Andy Goodman, the Goodman Center. I'm gonna go through it quickly, just for the sake of time. You know probably most of these things, but some of the components of a good story are that you need to name your characters. Don't talk about random people. If it's your Coach Albert, it's Coach Albert. If it's your sister Patty, it's your sister Patty. Whatever the person is, give them a name, their character. If they're worth putting in the story, they're worth giving a name. People in your story have to want something. You're working towards a common goal, something like that. Stories need to be fixed in time and place, but they can also jump back and forth in time and place. So one of the stories I tell is about the time I ran the Chicago Marathon in 2016. I am not a runner at all. It's super hard for me. But I was turning 39, and the marathon happened to be on my 39th birthday, 10/10. And my mom, who I mentioned passed away when I was in 8th grade, died just before her 39th birthday. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna honor my mom by doing this really hard thing. I'm gonna run the Chicago Marathon because I get to have a 39th birthday and my mom didn't. So when I told that story, I started the story while I was in the corral at the marathon and things that were happening while I was getting ready to start this 26.2 mile run. But I went back and forth in time. So the time and the setting need to be given, but you can definitely go back and forth. You want your characters to speak for themselves. If there's something that someone said, make a dialogue. Don't tell what they said, let them say it in your story. Like the girl who said, "This is Lavery, you would leave me out there to die?" It's so much more impactful when you get the voice of that young girl versus me telling you that that's what she said. Audiences bore easily, for real. There are times when I go up to tell a story and things that I think are gonna be like great, and they're just looking at me, I'm like, crap. I have like 3 more times I'm gonna reference this, and so now I kind of have to shapeshift what I'm saying, because what I thought was gonna be funny or sad or something is not. Speak the audience's language. I would not get up here and talk to you about like teacher terms. If I started talking about like the technicalities of an IEP, a 504, a BLT, y'all would be like, wait, what? So you want to talk in language for a generalized audience, not for a specific group of people. You definitely, stories make you feel something. Whether you feel happy, sad, angry, whatever that emotion is, work it. You want your audience to feel what you're feeling. Stories don't tell, they show. Hashtag English teacher language since you were probably in 3rd grade. Stories have at least one moment of truth, that point that you're building to, the climax, the what is happening next moment. And then clear meaning. And this is where I've seen people who have some really good stories like really kind of get lost. They tell a great story and then they spend the rest of the time explaining what the story means. If you did a good job telling a story, you don't have to then tell the audience the meaning of the story. They should have gotten that from the story itself. I think I'm gonna bypass some of this simply because time. So stories matter for community. I think they matter for our society, that we can get to know each other. Stories matter because as humans, we want people to know us. We want to be seen. But in real life, practical ways, outside of relationships, you all need to know your stories, because when you apply to college, that's what you're gonna have to sell to them, is your story. Why are you, Megan Lavery, what do you bring? What is your experience that makes me want you to come to my school? Why should I hire you instead of these other applicants in this job? You are going to be crafting your personal statements and your stories to hopefully propel you into your future, whether you're going into the workplace or you're going to college. Some of you may have already started doing that. So storytelling is important for society, but practically it is really important for you to start identifying what moments in your life have been important enough? What have been transitions in your life that you've grown through? What is your story, and how are you going to get that where you can write it in an essay or speak it in an interview? My process for writing. So the MOTH is like this. You're given a theme. You know the theme when you go to the show. So some of the themes I've written on are hot mess. Another theme is chemistry. These are all things that are like so broad that like chemistry could be about a baseball team. It could be about a romantic relationship. It could be about an academic class. So you get to pick how your story fits to chemistry. And you show up at a venue like Lincoln Hall, which is where a place that I tell stories. And you put your name in a hat. And there's like 50 other people that put their names in a hat. And then they pull the first name. And that person goes up and tells a story. And there's judges in the audience that hold up cards and they give you a score. And then they pull out the second person, and that person goes up and tells a story. So you don't know if you're gonna get to tell a story when you show up that day. You write, you have a story prepared, but you don't know if you're gonna get to go. And they only pick 10 names. So only 10 people of the people in the hat get to go. Then if you win that, you go on to tell at what's called the Grand Slam. And that's like the winner of all of the story slams come together and compete against each other. So for me, I have the theme. I start mining for stories. I literally get out a piece of paper and I start writing down anything that I can think of that relates in my life to that topic in any way. And then I pick the one that I think works the best, that I could write the most about. I think of the message that I want to give. The first time I told a story at the Grand Slam, there's like 2,000 people there. I was freaking out. I was talking to a friend and she was like, Megan, when do you ever have 2,000 people listen to you? Like, you're gonna have 2,000 people listening to your words, like, and that's it. No distractions. Tell a story with a message that you want those people to hear, because you're gonna have 2,000 people listening to you. So I always think about the message that I want to convey in my story. I work on the dialogue, I read it out loud, and I record myself. There's nothing cringier than listening to your own voice on a recording, but it is a very good way to figure out what sounds good, what works, and what doesn't. Then I make changes. You only get 5 minutes, so I gotta kind of fix with the timing. I generally share it with friends and family, and then I practice, and I practice, and I practice, because even though it's my story, and I've lived it, I have to remember the order and the ways that I want to tell it. Since I started doing storytelling, probably only about 6 years ago, so many things have happened because of storytelling, like cool things I got to be a part of, outside of just the competitions and the cool people I've met. This picture in the middle in front of the Illinois State Capitol was taken last Wednesday. I was asked to go to Springfield and testify in front of the Education House Committee about paying student teachers a stipend, because teaching is one of the only professions in which you have a required internship, but you get no compensation, and we have a teacher shortage. So because of my storytelling, I was asked by our state rep to go down and testify in front of the House Committee to speak to paying student teachers. I was invited to be a part of a backpacking weekend in North Carolina in the mountains, where I was going to get to teach about creative writing to women who had been through trauma and were being taken out to feel empowered. These are how some of the scores are, so you can kind of see this is the scoring that happens at the MOTH. I was invited to Ragdale, which is an artist retreat in Lake Forest. If you haven't heard of it, it is a place where celebrated authors, Rebecca Mackay, come together and they do their writing there. So many artists, dancers, authors have done their writing at Ragdale, and I got to go be a part of that because of storytelling. I'm a youth mental health first aid instructor, which I got to do for free, and I've gotten to talk to so many people across Lake County about how to help kids who might be in a mental health crisis. I got that grant because of my storytelling. And then I'm an Illinois Policy Fellow, which is up in the front at the top. This is a group of teachers across the state, and for the year we come together and work on policy and legislation that impact Illinois schools. Right now we're working on something called reimagining schools, because we are in a school system that is antiquated and we need to probably do better. So I leave you with this, that great stories are all of these things. And all of you have your own stories. And I hope that you are telling them to your friends. And if you're not telling them to your friends, I hope you're writing them in your journals. I hope that you are learning about yourself through exploring creatively, through writing and storytelling. And if you happen to want to ever do something like this, I just searched up last night Chicago area storytelling events and found a link and copied this week of March. So last night in Libertyville at 7:30 at the Parch Pub is an open mic. It's not a story slam, it's not a competition, it's just a place you can go with work that you've written, with a story that you want to tell, with a poem you want to share. And everyone just gets up and reads their thing, tells their stuff, and then there's an audience that listens. So there are so many events throughout the Chicagoland area. You don't have to be a celebrated author to participate. You just have to have lived a life, which is what all of you have done and are doing. So, I am done. And does anyone have any questions at all? We have about only a minute. Yes. The MOTH is always nonfiction, yes, and it always has to be a true story that you experienced. Thank you.
Yes.
All right, students, as you make your way in, find your teacher and sit with your class. All right, hello, good afternoon. As you're coming in, find your teacher. Make sure you check in. All right, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to Writers Expo. So at this time, we are going to get things started. So I do need everyone's attention. I'm Mrs. Singleton, a member of the English department. I see my class. Hey, class. All right. So Writers Expo is something that's been going on in some form or another for the past 12 years here at LHS, and we're so excited to be bringing this to you today. This is an opportunity for us to celebrate writing, to learn more about writing from people who do a lot of writing in their lives. So hopefully today there'll be something that you learn about yourself or about writing. Some reminders that while we're in here, we want to make sure we respect the auditorium. There is no food in the auditorium, so please keep those snacks away until next hour. As far as drinks, make sure they have a lid on them. If you can, just keep those away. We want to make sure we're not having our feet on the chairs as well, because we want to keep those nice and clean and ready for all the many performances that we do here in our auditorium. Also, out of respect for our presenters, we ask that you keep your phones away, because as I'm up here, I can see y'all out there, and I can see when you've got your phones out and they're lighting up your face. You can put it away for now. You don't need it. You know, want to spend your whole time listening to our presenters, and that is certainly being more respectful. Also, I can even hear as people are chatting right now, there's kind of like this mumbling sound in the background, so we ask that you refrain from chatting during this time unless there's something urgent you need to tell your teacher. You could just hold the conversation until the end. That would be great. Thank you. We've got some thanks to share with some people who helped make Writers Expo possible. We've got Mr. Helvey and the theater department for letting us use their beautiful space. B&G for helping with the setup. LHS's AV team for the lighting sound. Special shout out to Mr. Helly for changing the batteries and the microphone so I could be talking to all of you right now. Yes, this is Mr. Helly. Wildcat Productions for the live stream and video. So if any point during the rest of the day or tomorrow you want to watch part of Writers Expo, you can do so from your device in another part of the building, of course, because here you're live and you can see us. Mr. Gerlach for the Writers Expo stickers, Mr. Ciccolini for the Endeca for the t-shirts, the English department, especially Dr. Reef and Miss Constantinitis. We appreciate them. And a special shout out to Mr. Tooley, who normally is up here doing the talking and isn't able to give himself his own shout out. Can you all give Mr. Tooley a round of applause? Because he does a lot of work. All right, it is with pleasure that I get to introduce our student writer for this period. So I got to see her poem this morning. It was amazing. So I'm so excited because Rishi is going to read a different poem for us this period. So Rishi, come on up and y'all give her a round of applause.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mrs. Singleton. Hi, everyone. I'm Rishi. I'm a junior. If you've seen me before today, hello again. The piece I'm sharing this period is called Burnt Chai, and it's meant to explore generational relations, specifically those between women. And it's all done through the process of creating a cup of chai, so let's get started. Water boils like the searing resentment of the eldest daughter as she cleans the messes in the life she never asked for, born with wings but shackles around her heart. Tea leaves smell of earth and petrichor if you try hard enough to notice it, like the buried, singed around the edges, imperfect love that the eldest daughter feels for the blood in her veins. Then Ginger and Elichi are old friends, wrinkled and dry with the wisdom of 1,000 mothers, and stain her nails with the spicy smell of the burdens of the world on her shoulders. She watches it boil and grow darker and darker, cyclical nightmares spinning round and round and uprooting her fears for her to breathe in as the aroma of chai fills the kitchen. She sees her face in the boiling heat, her hair shrinking in the heat of the air and the burn of the steam, and the loss of all her fairy tale dreams because happily ever after can wait, but baby brother's bedtime can't. So she waits and waits and waits, because the poetry woven in the sky will help her pick up the pieces when it's all over. She tips the milk into it all and watches it twist and turn and melt and crash into everything it surrounds and everything surrounding it, until it becomes at one with itself, assimilated like her. It boils again with the heat of love and pain and kith and kin and country and blood and fire and ice and everything that kills and lives inside her. She was born lucky, but lucky to be born like every mother and grandmother that came before her. She was the artist, the creator, the lover, but never the muse, the creation, the loved. And as the chai boils over and sizzles on the stove, like the sad remnants of the eldest daughter's innocence and a childhood that never existed, the smell of burnt tea leaves and sugar fills the air to remind me, the eldest daughter, that I am not alone. Thank you.
That was awesome. Thank you so much. All right, next we have our main presenter for this period. Today's main presenter has spoken numerous times at LHS about history. Today we get to hear him talk about writing, which he knows something about, as he's written 10 books. Yes, you heard that right, 10 books. A longtime Libertyville resident, please give a warm welcome to Joseph M. Nemmers, Jr.
Who just did the whoop? Thank you very much. That was a beautiful piece of work, so thank you for sharing that with us. Welcome to Writers Expo. The house lights are up this period so I can see you guys. How many of you just had lunch? A little sleepy, maybe? Okay. I like to walk around when I'm on stage so I can see you and how are you reacting. If you fall asleep, I'll probably call on you. If you're on your phone, I will call on you. I used to do this when I worked at Abbott, and we had employee audiences, and nobody ever believed me until it happened. When they fell asleep, I'd call on them when they had their phone. How many of you are writers, poets? How many of you want to be a writer, thinking about being a writer? How many thinking about being an English major or creative writing, fine arts? A few hands. How many of you just want to know about writing this afternoon as we go through this? So I am from the community. I'm an author, but I didn't make a living that way. But I have used writing my whole life, and that's what we're going to talk about today. I got to get my clicker. Go to the next one. We're going to talk about benefits of writing, because I've used writing my whole life. I didn't use it necessarily to make a living, but I used it to help me make a living. And later on, I talk a little bit about being an author. So my name is Joe Nemmers, Jr. I was born and raised in Libertyville, lived around here most of my life. My wife is with me today. We live in Arizona about half the year, come back here the rest of the time, have kids and grandkids here. I have been here at school quite a bit the last 2 years, researching my book, The Very Best We Had, about 4 young Marines from Libertyville High School who died at the Battle of Okinawa at the end of World War II. And how many of you saw me in November when I was here for Veterans Day to talk about it? Just one? And you still came to see me again? You're so nice. I have written 10 books. A number of my books are stories about me and my family and my kids and growing up in Libertyville back, for me, in the 50s and the 60s. My dad was a 1947 graduate of Libertyville High School. He was a basketball player, among other things. So I've been around here quite a bit. So the theme of today is to talk about not just my work as an author, but how I've used writing throughout my life and how you can use it too. So we'll talk about my early experience. My early experience as a writer, period, was really bad. I'll explain that to you. So I started with 2 feet in the hole in the ground. We'll talk about careers in writing, just to give you some thought about what that would look like. Talk about the effect of artificial intelligence on writing today. It's changing the whole landscape of writing, whether you are writing yourself or you're an author. A few things to think about. I'm going to talk about how I use writing in my business careers at Abbott and in the United States Army, and my migration from a business executive, which I was, to being an author. I didn't start writing books until a few years after I retired from Abbott. So that's our talk today. We'll have some questions later. The last period I talked to had a lot of questions, so hopefully you'll do the same thing. I always tell people, if you don't ask questions, then I'll probably call on you anyway. So, my start in writing was inauspicious. I had grade school English and I hated it. I went to St. Joe's in Libertyville. Anybody here go to St. Joe's? 1 or 2? And I liked being at St. Joe's. I just didn't like English. And my teachers didn't know what to do with me when I was in junior high, because I got A's in social studies and history and history and geography and reading. I did okay in math. And I never got a grade above a D in English. I got a D every single time. There were a couple reasons for that. One is I didn't like my teacher, which sometimes happens, and she didn't like me. But the other reason was we just kept learning the mechanics of writing, had to memorize all this stuff over and over again, and we never got to use it. And so the analogy I give is that, like, if you were here taking driver's ed for 4 years at Libertyville High School, memorized everything about the rules of the road, and never got to drive a car. It was that same thing. We got to learn all these rules, dangling participles, colons, semicolons, verbs, adjectives, direct objects, prepositions, but never got to use it. So I was a terrible English student. So my career in writing, or my use of writing, started out not very good. In fact, my English teacher told my parents that I would never amount to be much of a student. I later proved it wrong, but that was part of the motivation. So fast forward to high school. I went to Carmel High School. I was all excited to go, big high school kids coming from all over the county. I get my schedule for freshman year, and what's my very first class of my high school career? Freshman English. And I thought, oh man, this is terrible. My worst possible subject, and it's the first class I have on my first day. How's this going to work? As it turned out, I didn't have to worry. I had a wonderful freshman English teacher by the name of Mr. Jerome Donahue. He's no longer teaching, but he's still around. He's 92 years old. And he did 2 things with us our freshman year. The first thing was to introduce us to great literature. So we learned about Shakespeare, Faulkner, James Joyce, Thomas Hardy, Edgar Allan Poe, all these authors, and I learned to really appreciate good writing and good literature. And the second thing he did, he taught us how to write a story. And there's really only, depending upon what English teacher you talk to, there's 5 to 7 to 12 elements of writing a good story. And he had us write short stories over and over and over again. And I got really good at it. We all did. And it was really helpful to me for the rest of my high school career. And part of it was I got to use all those things we had memorized in grade school for the first time. It finally made sense. So he taught me how to write a story. So you fast forward to my very last class in college at Arizona State University. I needed an elective to take. I needed just an extra course. And I picked English rhetoric. It was taught by a very popular professor named George Herman. He was the father of a friend of mine. And it was a tough class to get into because he was a great teacher. And his version of rhetoric was to teach us what he called compactness, which was trying to write stories, or how to write everything from a simple sentence to a paragraph in less words than you typically would. So he'd always say, more is less. And look at what you just wrote and see if you could write it in half the number of words. Can you take out both of those commas? Can you make it one sentence? And he had us do this over and over and over again for a whole semester, this idea of compactness. And it fundamentally changed how I learned how to write, because it made me a more efficient writer. And when I went into business and I began to use my writing skills to communicate with people in business, that was super helpful. So I had 2 great teachers, my first class in high school and my last class in college, that fundamentally changed how I learned how to write, which was pretty good. So when I was a senior at Carmel, I was going to go to school. You have to pick a major. And I said, I want to be a history major because I loved history. And all these adults in my life said, why don't you want to be an architect or an accountant or a doctor, or something that they could get their head around that could make money when you get out of school? And I said, well, because I like history. And they said, you going to teach? I said, teaching's a great job, but I don't want to teach. Do you want to get a master's degree? And I said, no, I just want to do history. I really like history. I shouldn't have to explain it. Things will work out for me. And they did. And so I was going to change and not be a history major. My mom said, look, if that's what you want to do, be a history major. If that's what your passion is, and she knew it was, be a history major. And so I did. And the reason I tell you this is if you want to be an English major, if you want to be a fine arts major, any of the liberal arts, somebody's going to say to you, you want to teach? What are you going to do with that? Because they can't see what you can do with it. They can't see the value of a great liberal arts education and how it can help you over the course of your life. So if you want to be a writer, if you want to be an English major, you want to be a creative writing person, do it. Follow your dream. It can work out for you like it worked out for me. So we'll talk just a second about careers in writing. Like I said, I came upon writing books later in my life after I was working. So I never did any of this stuff, but it's worthy to talk about if you thought about being a writer and you say to yourself, well, I'm an English major, creative writing, what do I do, when I get out? Well, here's some things. It's not inclusive, but it's a few. You can be an author. Not the easiest way to make a living. There's a lot of authors. Go to a bookstore sometime and just look around. There's a billion books on everything. But it's a very satisfying way to make a living. It is easier today to be an author and to get published than it used to be because you can do so many things like I do, self-publishing, and you work with a company that helps you do that. Most of the stuff is done online. You can be a journalist. When I graduated from college, if you wanted to be a journalist, you were a newspaper reporter, sports reporter. There wasn't a whole lot of options. Today, with the internet, there's a million things you can do. You can be a blogger, you can create web content, you can be a journalist in any number of different mediums, whereas before you couldn't really do that. So there's a lot of opportunity. You can be in public relations. At Abbott, we have public relations people who help make the company look good, who tell our story and communicate with investors and the rest of the audience. You can be a writer in marketing. You can work for a marketing company, or you can work in the marketing department of a company and learning how to write and support products that are for sale. You can do technical writing, which is essentially taking, in many cases, really difficult technical information and writing it so the rest of us can understand it. Or also take very technical writing and use it so engineers and people who build airplanes and make medical devices can understand it as well. So these are just some of the career things you can do if you want to use writing to make a living. But I didn't do that, as I'll explain to you later. So let's talk about what this little robot is doing up here. And that's the effect of artificial intelligence on creative writing. And we're sort of in the very beginning stages of what that looks like right now. One of the things you'll hear, and you've heard a lot of this really the last 6 months, there's been an explosion in content about AI, and you hear a lot of fear. It's new, it's scary, it's unregulated, it's going to take over the world. It probably won't. I remember when they introduced the internet almost 30 years ago, people said the same thing, way scary, too technical, can't believe it, how's this going to work? And it didn't. It's made all of our lives better. AI probably has a few more challenges than the internet did in terms of how it can be used or abused, especially in writing. But those, I think, will get worked through. It's a tool. It's not a replacement for humans. We'll talk in a bit about the authentic voice and what that means. But it's just a tool. It's a tool like using the internet to write something. You can use it to generate story ideas. Sometimes you get stuck and you go, God, I don't know what I want to talk about. Or I think I know what I want to talk about, but I'm not sure. You can use AI to give you suggestions. Internet can't necessarily do that. AI can do it. It can talk back to you and say, well, you should really think about these 5 things, and it can get you started on what you want to do to write. It can absolutely help with proofing and editing. It's pretty amazing. So I was talking to Mr. Tooley last week, and he asked me, he said, did you use AI when you wrote your last book about these 4 Marines? And I said, not really. I tried to use it as a reference tool, but I didn't use it for proofing and editing. So I took the first 2 paragraphs of my book, The Very Best We Had, about the 4 guys here from Libertyville. And I put it through ChatGPT on my phone. It took 20 seconds, and it rewrote exactly what I did in those first 2 paragraphs. So it was my facts, my data. The general idea was conveyed when it got done giving it back to me, but it wasn't me. I didn't write it. The conscious decisions I chose for those words, the emotion I put into it, it didn't pick that up. And right now, robots can't really do that. So it cannot replace the authentic human voice, which is your voice. When you go to write, it's my voice. One of the things that happened after I wrote my last book, one of the feedbacks I got from many people who know me is I could hear your voice in your book. When they read what I wrote, they said, I can hear your voice, meaning not just the voice you're hearing now, but who I am, how they know me, what I believe in, what I think of. And the machine can't do that. And that's the great danger of AI, is it replaces that human voice. So there's a lot to learn, there's a lot to manage as far as AI is concerned and its effect on you. It's going to be interesting for English teachers at all levels to manage this. It's something that can be abused for plagiarism and all kinds of things, but it's just a tool. It's no different in many ways than going to the library and opening a book. It's no different than going on the internet and looking for something. It's just a lot more expansive. So how did I use writing? I took those skills I learned in freshman English and in my last year in college, and I used them from day one of my business career at Abbott. I worked at Abbott for 28 years. I have worked in different places for almost 40 years. I used it in the 13 years I was in the U.S. Army, and I used it to communicate. You can talk to people all day long, and some of you have gone through these experiments, and people hear what they want to hear. They listen to what they want to listen to, but when you write it down and you give it to them, there it is. It's in black and white, and they can take a look at it. So I used it to communicate. Being able to write and communicate became more and more important the higher in the organization I went. When I retired, I was an executive vice president at Abbott. I had responsibility for 5 businesses, about $3.5 billion in sales, and probably 14,000 people spread all over the world. So I had to communicate with people on a very regular basis, and sometimes in a very chronic situation when we had an emergency. Part of it was obviously to provide clear direction. Part of it was for making sure everyone's on the same page. One of the examples I give is later in my career, I was given responsibility for a large Abbott business that was in big trouble. It needed to be fixed. And it was a lot of people spread around the world, a lot of different cultures, same products, but I had to get everybody on the same page. I had to bring all of it back together again, and the only way I could do that was to write to them, which I did routinely. Now, one of the things that I talked with Mrs. Lavery about in the last presentation is the power of storytelling. Because you're never going to remember what's on a PowerPoint, but you will remember when you're told a story. You'll probably remember what she said. You may remember what I said about being a bad student who somehow ended up being able to write books. But writing is a big fundamental part of storytelling because it's the creation and the content of what you want to talk about. So for me, on a very regular basis, this was extremely important, was to be able to use these tools in my everyday life. So it's an example of how I wasn't an author, but I took all that writing stuff that I learned and I used it all the time. I use it to this day, because we communicate constantly through writing. One of the things that good writing can do, especially if you're in a leadership position, is it provides perspective. It tells people really what's going on. It provides context. And when you're trying to get everybody on the same page, it's an important thing to do. So, let's see if this will work here. So I did write 10 books. I didn't start writing books until I was retired about 7 years. It was just about 10 years ago I started writing books in 2014. And I'd always wanted to write. I didn't have the time. I found myself at the time. And sometimes you have to have the interest as well. And I'd thought for a long time I wanted to write my family history. I was a history major, obviously. And I had all this information about my family. My dad had collected, my mom had collected, and it was just laying around, and I thought, I got to do something with this, and I want to write a book. So that brown book you see in the lower left-hand corner It says the 8 sides. That is my mom and dad's sides of the family. I wrote a companion book to it, which is the blue book up on top that says Volume 2. That's my late wife's family from Iowa. But anyway, I got started on that brown book in 2014. And when you write history and you research for history, it's very different than fiction because you got to prove everything you're saying. You have to check your facts. You got to make sure all the dates line up. And it was really difficult going back in time. My family goes back into the 1700s in Luxembourg and France, trying to find birth records, trying to find all this stuff. Well, I was able to do it. I began writing the book, but I found it was pretty intense to write history and research as you go along. So one day I got the bright idea that I was going to write my autobiography at the same time that I was writing the history book. And I did it as a way to give me a relief from the rigors of the writing history, which is kind of tough. So I just began sort of a stream of consciousness writing about my life. It's the white book that you see towards the back. And I didn't write it in chronological order. I just wrote it like I felt like writing. And it was a relief to be able to have a creative outlet for writing while I was doing this very technical writing about my family history. And both books ended up being finished at the same time, even though I started the history book way before I started the autobiography. So it was really kind of a fun thing for me to learn how to do, was to write stream of consciousness. And I'm kind of happy. And I have to update the autobiography. That was 10 years ago. I'm still here. So I have a few more things I have to write about. I have a couple of books on World War II that I wrote in addition to the one you see on the left. The book up on the top on the left, it says The Arts in Conflict. This was the sum of a couple of courses I had. So I'm about halfway through my master's degree in history at Arizona State. And my favorite teacher in graduate school is not a history teacher, she's an English teacher. And she taught us all about film and literature during World War II and interpreting World War II afterwards. It wasn't a history teacher that I liked a lot in graduate school. Once again, it was an English, I should have been an English major, this is part of what I'm telling you. But she was terrific, and so I decided to write a book about arts and literature, film and writing about World War II. I wrote a book on leadership in the lower right-hand corner. It's called 30 Observations. Didn't write it till 10 years after I retired. I wasn't ready. Sometimes when you're writing, you have to wait for the spirit to move you. I call it the muse. When the muse happens, then you pick up and you start going. So I wrote that book. See that big book in the center? It says Small Stories. It's not really a very big book. I decided to do a writing exercise to challenge myself. And the title of the book is Small Stories. Small stories are shorter than short stories. They're not short stories, they're small. And so what I did was I came up with 44 stories about growing up here, about my kids. And I challenged myself to write those stories in one page, within one page of the book. So to take all the text, all the richness, all the story that I could, that I would normally tell in 3 or 4 or 5 pages, and do it in one. It was a great exercise. It was just like what Mr. Herman taught me at ASU, about compactness, about saying more with less. And that book was a great experience because it really helped me in the subsequent books that I wrote, like The Very Best We Had, which was a very detailed and difficult book to write. So once again, I had to practice myself, this time with the book called Small Stories. So people ask me, what's your next book? I don't have it in my head. I don't pick things, they come to me, and when they come to me, I go, well, I'm either going to write it or I'm not, and if I do, I just go. If the muse hits me, I start to write. As my wife will tell you, I disappear in my office and I don't come out for long periods of time, because once I get on a roll, just like sometimes when you're writing a term paper, you don't want to be interrupted, you don't want to quit, you just want to get it done. So I'm not sure what that is yet. I don't have another book in me. As I noted, The Very Best We Had was a tough book to write. It took me 2 years of research. I had 25 reference books, several thousand pages of PDFs, tons of online content, and about two years to get my thoughts together to know I had enough to write a book. And then it took me 7 months, writing 7 days a week to do it. And the reason I did that was I wanted it published by last May, which is last Memorial Day, in time for Memorial Day to honor these 4 guys. So in order to do that, I had to write all the time. And that was not an easy thing to do. It was an emotional book to write, writing about 4 guys that were pretty much your age or slightly older, who died in World War II. They were all class leaders, they were student athletes, they were all 4 guys that you would have liked. They were very popular when they were here. And so writing about them and knowing what was going to happen to them was a little difficult. But I'm glad I told the story. and it's been reasonably well received. So those are my 10 books, and we'll see what the next one's going to be. I'm not really sure. So the summary of this whole thing is writing's important, whether you do it a lot or a little. It's an important life skill, whether you do it for a career or you do it as part of your career. It's going to happen. AI is going to influence that, I think, to some degree. But if you have a passion to do this, go do it. You have great teachers here at LHS. There's a whole bunch of them here with us today. And learn from them. And maybe you'll be like me. You'll be up here one day and go, I remember what Mr. Tooley told me in 2024, and I'm still using it today. So I'm going to go on to questions because you have your hand up, and we'll go to you.
Where can you get your books from? Is it online?
Sorry?
Where can you purchase your books, or can you purchase them?
If you want my book, I'll give it to you. I don't publish them to make money. I give them to family and friends. So the very best we had, I think there's 2 copies here in the library.
Oh, okay.
Yep, and there's one in the book in the display case out in the hallway. So, but there, Mrs. Wiggins has one in the library if you want to read that. My other books are not there, but that one's there.
Okay, thank you.
And what other questions? Remember the last group had like a dozen questions for me. I know you have some. Remember, I might call on you if you don't ask me a question. One of the questions I had when I was here in November was, how do you know when to stop when you're writing a book? And it was a wonderful question, and one I hadn't thought of, because I had all this material. And I stopped at about 300 pages because that's where the story needed to stop. But also, you wouldn't want to read a book that's 500 pages. The book is big enough as it is. But you have to kind of always put yourself in the seat of the person who's reading it and saying, do they want to know all this stuff? I mean, I could have had a million tons of detail and minutia, and I didn't do that. I kept the story to the story, let the story tell itself. It came out at 309 pages. But I knew when to quit because I kept challenging it. Does the reader want to know this stuff or not? And the answer was probably not. So I kept it to something that was interesting and I hope useful for people when they saw it. Yes? You're going to have to stand up and yell at me because I can't hear you. I have good hearing. Go ahead.
What year did you go to high school?
What years did I go to high school? You trying to date me? Is that what you're doing? I went to Carmel High School from 1969 to 1973. I was actually able to graduate in 4 years, despite what my 8th grade English teacher said. So that's when I went to Carmel. I'm sorry, yes?
I have a question again. Obviously a lot of nonfiction, but in the back of the very best we had, you have that little
historical fiction.
Yeah. What was that like after writing so much nonfiction to try and do more imaginative stuff?
Mr. Tooley's question is, the very last chapter of the very best we had, I wrote a historical fiction. Historical fiction is where the names, the dates, the places, the locations are all very real, but the dialogue is imagined to try to bring things to life because we weren't there. And this historical fiction is about one of the 4 Marines. His name is Jack Cherinovich. He was an all-star basketball player, football player here at Libertyville. And I come across him at the old high school location where the Brainerd building used to be. And he doesn't know where he is. He asks me where he is. I tell him. He doesn't know what happened to himself or his friends, and I end up explaining it to him. It's a very emotional part of the book because what it ends up doing, it puts a dialogue on one of the 4 characters and it helps bring them to life. And that's the purpose of historical fiction. I limited it to just 1 chapter, but it's the very last chapter of the book. And I was driving down 176 when I was writing the book with my dog, because the dog appears in this chapter as well. And the idea for that story came to me. What if I was driving by the old Brainerd building and Jack Cherinovich walked out and asked me what happened to him, because he didn't know. And I had to tell him. He died at Okinawa. His 3 friends died at Okinawa, but that his story was being told in this book and through all the things that Libertyville High School does to honor veterans. And that's what the story was all about. And I get a lot of feedback from people, like I said, that read my books. And the one thing they've consistently said, because it's a tough story to read, the whole book, is I made it through the whole book without crying until I got to the last chapter. And then I cried. Because it's an interesting way to end the story. So thank you for the question. Historical fiction it's an art. There's not a lot of people that write it. I just chose to do 1 chapter. It just all came out. I wrote it in almost 1 take. one of the things that was interesting about that chapter was it wasn't quite right. You know, I looked at it and I said, it's just not where I want it to be. And I sent it. One of the advantages of writing that book about these 4 Marines was I got to meet their families, who are now my age or older. And one of them, who happened to be Jack Cherenovich's niece, is a retired performing arts teacher. And I sent it to her and I said, this isn't working. Can you help me? She sent me back like 2 suggestions within a day, and it made the story complete. So being able to tell that story with the help of one of the relatives of the 4 guys is pretty cool. That's one of the fun things that happens when you read a book or when you write a book. What else? I know you have some. Yes, please.
How did what you did in college have to do with your job at Abbott?
How did what I do in college have to do what I did at Abbott? So at Abbott, I worked in hospital products, pharmaceutical products, medical devices, diagnostics, all kinds of medical related products. It had absolutely nothing to do on the face of it, but being a history major, being a liberal arts major was super important because it taught me how to read. I mean, not read, but it taught me how to read quickly and absorb things. Being a history major taught me how to write compactly, like we talked about. And it gave me perspective. And when I was dealing with a failing business and having to communicate to thousands of people, I had to provide context for them and perspective that tomorrow will be better, we'll figure this out, we'll make it work. So being a history major was hugely important to me. Being a liberal arts person is always undervalued. And but in business, it was terrific. So it was a great question. Thank you, because it really was very helpful to me. Yes?
So after you retired, how did you get into writing? Like, did you just come up with an idea and you were
How did I get into writing?
like after you retired?
Well, my first book was the family history book. And I had wanted to write for a long time. And one day I just said, you know what? I got all this stuff. I'm going to write it. And I sat down and I started. And after that, I was hooked. Then I knew I could write. That answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. There was another one. Yes, sir.
Why did you go to ASU?
Sorry?
Why did you go to ASU?
Why did I go to ASU? Well, I went to college in Minnesota. I didn't do very well. They sort of suggested I go somewhere else. And I was married, and my wife said, you're not coming back up to Minnesota. We're going to go someplace we've never been. So I went to ASU. They took all my credits. In those days, there was no difference with out-of-state tuition. And I had a great education in the time there. I loved my time at ASU. I was born to be in a big university. When I was at Carmel, we didn't have a lot of help explaining how we pick colleges, nothing like you guys have today. And so I just was going to this school in Minnesota because my best friend was going. It was not a great reason. And I wasn't really cut out for a small school. As it turned out, I was cut out for a big university. And I loved ASU, and that's why I'm back there for my graduate degree. But thank you for that one. There was one, where was one over here? Come on, there's one more, I know there is. Yes?
So if you're writing nonfiction, you're taking in all this information, what is your process for making sure it's in your voice and not just like repeating what other people have already said?
The question is, as I'm writing nonfiction, how do I ensure it's in my voice and not in what I found as a reference material, for example, right? The way I do that, or the way you do it, I think, when you write nonfiction, and particularly when you write history, is to put it in your own voice, is to do it in the manner that I would say it. Now, one of the things I say in the book that I had an advantage in the last book was I grew up in Libertyville, so I knew all these people, I knew a lot of them. I was in the Army, I could explain the very technical elements of what happened in war. But I'm conscious that it's my voice, and I'm not repeating something from someone else. I think, when you write a book, you have to be very careful. You want to make sure there's no plagiarism involved. I had to cite all my sources, my acknowledgments, how I did things. But it was my voice. I didn't, I'm influenced by great authors that I read, but it was really much me. And I think after 9 previous books, I kind of know how to use my own voice.
You sort of separate your research process from your writing process, so you aren't researching as you go?
The question was, did I separate research from writing? The answer is no, because I'm a curious person. So I had all this stuff, 25 books, thousands of PDFs. I knew what I wanted to write about. I knew these 4 guys. I had done all the work here in school. But I'm curious. So when I was writing, I would say 25% of the time I was still researching, because I'd see something and go, I got to dig into that, because that needs to be explained, right? That I didn't know was in my original research. For example, these 4 guys all made their way from here in Libertyville to wherever they had basic training, and eventually over to Okinawa. I wanted to trace how they did that. So I had to learn about how they took troop trains from Chicago to San Diego. I had to learn how they took troop transport ships and what ships they were that they landed on in San Diego that took them eventually to Okinawa. So things like that, where you kind of, and it's also related to don't get off the rails, but tell enough of the detail. So I was still researching a little bit as I was writing, just because I found stuff that I thought needed to be explained. Yes?
How long did it take you to finish the World War II books?
How long did it take me? 2 years of research and 7 months of writing 7 days a week. And that was because I wanted to wait. I wanted to get it done by Memorial Day. It's hard, you know. People ask me, is writing a book hard? Yes, it is. It's very difficult. But it's also extremely satisfying. It's like anything in life. If it's going to be done, you do it well, and it's going to be hard work, but it was kind of cool. So I enjoy it. But I'd encourage you to write. All of you are writers. Everybody's got a story in their head somewhere. It doesn't matter what it is. And you'd be surprised. You're probably a better writer than you think you are. And if you're going down that path, I certainly encourage you to use writing the whole rest of your life. Is there one more in there? Yes?
What was Dale Eggert's participation in the latest book?
The question was, what was Coach Eggert's participation in the latest book? Dale and I grew up together here in Libertyville. We played Boys Club softball together. My dad dated his mom at Libertyville High School. His parents were very good friends with my parents. But he wrote these 2 articles for the Daily Herald about the effect of the war. And there were 21 guys from this high school that died in World War II, not just these 4. But I saw in writing it, I see 4 guys. How is that possible that 4 guys from Libertyville ended up in the same place at the same time 2 months before the war ended? So Dale played a very pivotal part, and then he helped me a lot as I was going through my research and gave me additional information because he is, you know, the school historian, and he had pictures and all kinds of stuff that he helped me. And when I came back here for research, Coach Eggert came with me, and when I had all these presentations, he was with me as well. So he was super helpful to me in this process. It was nice having somebody on the inside that was sort of my guide through the high school. Okay. Well, thank you guys very much for your participation. I appreciate it. Two more questions.
Bear with me. So one, is there a story that you know of from Libertyville's history that hasn't been told yet and you think should?
Is there a story from Libertyville's history that hasn't been told, but should? I don't know. I'd have to think about that. I mean, the high school or just the town?
Both, yeah.
Not sure. I'd have to look and see. There's a lot of very interesting stories about the actor Marlon Brando when he was here that's a lot more fiction than fact. It's worth talking about. And he came up in my book, as you know, because he worked at the Liberty Theater with one of the guys in our book. Go ahead.
Any words of advice to students thinking about self-publishing?
If you want to be a self-publisher, it's much easier than you might think today. I go through a company called 48, the number 48 Hour Books. And they will send you a template, and you use the template to write your book. I kind of use most of the template, some of it myself. They are available for editing services. They will eventually print your book if you want it. They'll help you with the creative content, like you saw the covers on the books. They would help me design those. But self-publishing is far easier than it ever was. It's much easier to publish a book, as I said earlier, today than it was 20 years ago. And that's not the only company. There's lots of places that can help you self-publish. Even if you're doing a very small book, if you have poetry, you have photographs, you have things you want to do in the fine arts or creative writing, they can help you do it. But mine is 48 Hour Books is the name of mine. How much time do we have? Do you want me to sing a song?
Yeah.
I told the last audience, the last time I was here is June of '73. I graduated from Carmel. I got talked into doing a duet with a girl from my class for a charity thing here in Libertyville, and I was on this stage 51 years ago. I bombed in those 2 minutes. I hope I did better today, but I'm not going to sing for you. So.
Let's give him a round of applause again.
And that does give me a chance to say tomorrow we have a different direction. Emily XR Pan is going to be here, 6th period. She is a young adult fantasy writer whose first novel a few years back was named one of Time Magazine's 100 greatest YA novels of all time. I'm still just kind of stunned she even agreed to come. So it's really maybe a bigger thing than we realize. But We'll be interviewing her on stage. If you read any of her material, she's got 2 books. She has a couple short stories as well, and a poem that I think we tried to get out to you guys as much as possible. If you have any questions for her that you would like to ask, feel free to send me an email, because I can still toss it in there. We have some room, okay? All right, thanks guys. You've been a great audience, and we will see you tomorrow. Welcome, folks. Writers Expo 2024 in the auditorium. If you hear my voice and are looking for a place to be, this is it. You can find your teacher. You can find a seat. We can keep the music rolling. That's fine. Good stuff. Coming in. We are here, Writers Expo, auditorium. You can find your teacher. You can take a seat. Mr. Hieronymus' crew, you are back right where he is pointing. Feel free to come up front. Don't be shy. We got a good period for you. I hope you're excited. We'll get going in just a second. You're here for Mr. Peterson. Back right. All right, well, welcome, folks. You're 2 days away from spring break, so congratulations about that. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for coming. Is anybody a first-time Writers Expo attendee? Raise your hand. First time. Nice. Sophomores, where are you? Shout it out. Now, I said shout it out, and my entire class raises their hand. Thank you. Make me look good. Juniors, where are you? Okay. Any seniors? Excellent. There we go. All right, good. So most of you have been through this before. Here's the deal. We've been doing this for about 12 years at LHS, an event we're very proud of and always excited for in the spring. It is, I hate to break it to you, not just to entertain you. It is really a part of your education. We're here hopefully to edify your life in some way, shape, or form. If you can, and I guess here's kind of my challenge to you. If you can walk out of here today, tomorrow, with just some small takeaway, right? Something that changes the way you think or view the world a little bit, that would be a win, okay? But the idea behind Writers Expo was really to take a look at writing in a different way than the classroom might present to you. You have the chance to actually be face-to-face with people who have gone through the process of writing, and it's a way also to just celebrate this act and the people who do it as well. So we have a lot for you over the next couple days. And we are very grateful to use this space, but it is not a guarantee that we get to use it again next year. So we do kind of rather need your help in that if you could do your best to respect the space, respect the people in it, respect the people on stage, that would be awesome. This means, number one, do not break the rule which says, thou shalt not bring food into the auditorium. If you need something to eat, just try and eat it in the foyer before you walk in, okay? If you have a beverage, which is also technically against the rules, please keep it capped, because we certainly don't want any spills. And then if you can make sure you're not scuffing up the seats, in some way, shape, or form, that would be great as well, okay? The other two big rules, and here's how I like to frame it. How many of you love when your teacher assigns you a presentation in class? Right, like 3 hands went, right? So when you get on stage in front of people, your confidence level maybe not the highest it's ever been, and that is the same for adults, whether they are professionals or amateurs or even teachers. So if you could do your best to not chat with your neighbor and to keep the phones off. I know March Madness is upon us, and I am very curious myself if Duquesne ended up beating BYU. I don't want to know. I'm going to wait and find out. I'm going to have discipline, okay? I said I don't want to know, but thank you for listening. Keep the phones off. This is an acoustic space, right? It is designed for people to hear. And if you are whispering, even in the back, we can hear, and it can be distracting to those around you and people on stage as well. That said, if someone up here says something funny, feel free to laugh. If they bring you to tears, feel free to cry, okay? We certainly want this to be human. It's a jam-packed period, like I said, and I just have one more thing we have to do. If you bear with me here for a second, I will say it today, and I won't have to say it tomorrow, but a lot of people went into the making of this event, and we want to give them thanks. So first, Mr. Helvey and the Fine Arts Department, a big thank you again for letting us use the space. The building, tell you what, we'll get through the list. Oh, you want to clap for this one? That's fine, go for it. Okay, now let me get through the list, and then we can do one big round of applause. Good. All right, so also, the Buildings and Grounds crew helped us get everything on stage that we need. Our AV team is amazing when it comes to the lighting, the sound, the presentation, the help that we always need because technology is difficult, so we're very grateful for them. Mr. Treptow and Wildcat Productions are not only recording this to upload to YouTube later, they are also live streaming today and tomorrow, so if you didn't know that and you have a study hall tomorrow, you want to listen to one of our presenters, you have the ability to do that. Mr. Gerlach helped us with stickers. Mr. Ciccolini and Decca helped us with the t-shirts, which we haven't had in a few years, so we're very thankful that we can print those in-house now. It's really cool. And then the English department, lots of people to thank, but the two key ones I want to focus on, our secretary, Miss Constantinitis, doesn't get a lot of credit for the behind-the-scenes work that she does, and we're very thankful to her for everything. And then the big one, our department head, Dr. Reef, is retiring this year, and he has been supportive of this event for the very beginning, making sure we have funding for it and all that. So we want to give him, maybe in a second here when you give a big round of applause, just kind of direct the sound somehow towards him. I don't know. All right, go ahead and clap. All right, two events today, both typically fan favorites. The first one is called a Write Club Bout. Now here's the story behind this. There was this guy, Ian Belknap, a Chicagoan, who created this thing called the Write Club. Now, he actually came and spoke here once, and it was something. So if you want that story, talk to Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Shanebeck, or Ms. Naslund. They will tell you. But he invented, essentially, the Write Club. And the idea is that you get two writers with opposing topics. And one of them defends their topic and attacks the opponent's topic, and the other person does the same. And it's something like fire versus ice, in versus out, knowing versus wondering, or like earlier we had Dr. K and Mr. Schmidt, books versus movies, okay? We're twisting that a little bit today in that we're gonna have two people come on who had the same topic, and we're gonna see who you guys think provided the better speech given that prompt, okay? You guys don't get to grade us very often, but you're going to today. Let's welcome both of our people. I'll have them come out when I ask them to come out. Okay, so the first person today is a human person who has been doing real human person things for some time. He's not a robot, as evidenced by his innate ability to identify pictures containing stop signs and crosswalks. His brain has a capacity somewhere between 10 and 100 terabytes of information, though some neuroscientists estimate that it could contain up to 2.5 petabytes. Please welcome Mr. Matt Carnstead. He was very jealous that he didn't get a Writers Expo t-shirt, so he tried to get pants that matched as much as possible. I'm going to invite our other contestant out first, and then we'll decide who's going to read. Yeah, you're not necessarily reading first. You can sit, you can stand, do your thing. All right, our second speaker by day courageously coaches students through the labyrinth of learning English as a second language, weaving through grammatical barriers and leaping over linguistic hurdles with the finesse of an Olympic steeplechaser. But when the final bell rings, she swaps her whiteboard markers for running shoes, chasing marathon medals like literary masterpieces. Please welcome Mrs. Allison Reifenberg. We have a very technical way of deciding who's going to go first. It's my son's little colored cube. Allison, you're cool. So if a cool color comes up, you go first. You've got the hot pants on there, Karnstead, so if a warm color comes up, that's you. Here we go. The drama. All right, Karnstead.
See. Oh, the prompt that we both have is, what does it mean to be human? Cogito ergo sum. I think, therefore I am. Does anybody know who said that? Nope. Rene Descartes, 1637. So, I am a thinking being. Does that, therefore, make me human? What does it mean to be human? This question has been discussed, written about, and debated throughout human history. The answers to this question are as varied as there are ways of expression. Is it the creation of art and music? Is it the ability to socialize, communicate, and form community? Is it the ability to capture, write, and express our thoughts? To be human is a combination of all of these aspects. Human beings are fickle creatures, often drawn between contradictory interests, habits, and thoughts. Humans are at times rational beings utilizing logic, mathematics, physical sciences, and other measurable ways of discovering our universe in all of its complexity. However, human beings can also be drawn towards the metaphysical, embracing the spiritual or otherworldly with a profound faith that supersedes rational thought. The ability to live in this state of cognitive dissonance in a world of ultimate complexity is a defining trait of what it means to be human. The ability of inference and critical thought is an essential part of this human nature. Auditory and non-auditory communication is a trait shared by nearly all members of the animal kingdom, but is in the myriad ways that humans utilize these forms of communication that set them apart and define their humanity. Human communication is highly contextual. Take music, for example. Lyrics, set to a chord progression, become much more powerful depending on the surrounding musical elements. Humans have become socialized in the Western world to associate major keys with happy feelings and minor keys with sad feelings. And this reinforcement in a musical setting can change the reception of lyrics, which would otherwise have been neutral. Is the singer elated that a relationship has ended? Do they feel set free? Or are they crushed by the terrifying fears that their loneliness will now last forever because their partner has left them? Listeners can interpret the mental state of the narrator simply due to the surrounding context. Even instrumental music or choral music with no written language can be interpreted depending on the musical structures contained within the composition. It does not take a musicologist to empathize with the underlying tension and pain in Samuel Barber's Adagio for Strings, the sheer joy of the finale of Beethoven's Ninth Symphony, or the teenage sarcastic angst of Olivia Rodrigo's Good For You. Noise as organized sound in the form of music is an inherent human trait. The human ability to delve into context, to discern meaning, is also an essential part of what it means to be human. Humans have the ability to take in a scene, make quick judgments, and make a decision based on complex events at the speed that even AI models cannot yet do. For one example, U.S. Airways Flight 1549 in January 2009, Captain Sully Sullenberger made an infamous emergency landing in the Hudson River in New York. The plane had lost all engine power after being struck by a flock of Canada geese. Captain Sullenberger's quick thinking saved the lives of all 155 people on board. In the investigation held by the Airbus Training Center, simulations showed that the airplane could have made a return to LaGuardia Airport instead of ditching in the river. However, All of these simulations accounted for the plane changing course immediately upon the bird strike, which would only be possible if Captain Sullenberger had the gift of prescience. In addition, these simulations increased the risk of crashing within the densely populated island of Manhattan. Captain Sullenberger then had to assess the situation, determine that normal procedures for engine loss would not apply to the scenario, and make his best judgment that would save the most amount of lives. The time it took from the initial bird strike to the decision to land in the river was a mere 20 seconds. The National Transportation Safety Board, upon completion of their own investigation, determined that the captain had made the correct decision and included the quick actions of the captain and his crewmates as a major factor in the positive outcome. Adding to the notions of communication and complexity is the fundamental human need for connection. While many members of the animal kingdom are social beings, humanity is defined by the ways in which humans both connect and disconnect with each other on an individual and societal level. Connection sparks lifelong friendships, relationships, and support systems which amplify a human's ability to make sense of the world around them. A sense of disconnect, or a lack of belonging, serves to isolate a person, often causing bitterness and hatred towards others. On a societal level, communities of people that are diverse, seeking connection, and working towards similar goals results in upward economic and social growth. Whereas isolation breeds contempt. As we walk in this world together, we must first seek to understand, then be understood. It is in this connectivity and community that we can survive, thrive, and share our humanity for generations to come.
All right, pretty good speech. We'll see if Reifenberg's better.
Okay. So, what does it mean to be human? It's a question that has captivated minds and hearts for centuries, drawing philosophers, poets, scientists, and theologians into a never-ending dialogue. To be human is to be a creature of complexity and contradiction, a blend of intellect and emotion, reason and intuition. We are endowed with the capacity for rational thought, enabling us to contemplate the mysteries of the universe and unravel the intricacies of existence. Yet at the same time, we're driven by our emotions, experiencing love, joy, sorrow, and fear in ways that defy logic and reason. Our humanity is defined not only by our cognitive abilities, but also by our capacity for empathy and compassion. We possess the remarkable ability to understand and share the feelings of others, to connect on a deep emotional level, and to extend a helping hand to those in need. It is through acts of kindness and generosity that we reaffirm our common humanity and forge bonds that transcend the boundaries of race, religion, and nationality. Furthermore, being human means embracing our imperfections and vulnerabilities. We are not infallible beings, but rather flawed and fragile creatures, prone to making mistakes and experiencing setbacks. Yet it is through our struggles and failures that we learn, grow, and ultimately find meaning and purpose in our lives. It is our ability to overcome adversity and persevere in the face of challenges that defines the strength of our humanity. At the core of our humanity lies our capacity for creativity and innovation. We are born with an innate curiosity and a drive to explore, discover, and create. From the earliest cave paintings to the latest scientific breakthroughs, human history is a testament to our boundless imagination and ingenuity. It is through our creative endeavors that we express our individuality and leave a lasting imprint on the world around us. But perhaps, above all, to be human is to yearn for connection and belonging. We are social beings, craving companionship, community, and a sense of belonging. It is in the company of others that we find solace, support, and shared purpose. Whether gathered around a campfire telling stories or connecting with loved ones halfway across the globe through technology, our ability to form meaningful relationships is what truly makes us human. In essence, being human is a journey of self-discovery and self-realization. a quest to understand ourselves and our place in the vast tapestry of existence. It is a journey marked by moments of joy and sorrow, triumph and tribulation, but ultimately one that is imbued with hope and the possibility of growth and transformation. As we navigate the complexities of the modern world, it becomes increasingly important to reflect on what it means to be human and to cultivate a deeper understanding and appreciation for our shared humanity. In a world that often seems divided by political, cultural, and ideological differences, it is crucial that we recognize our interconnectedness and embrace the values that unite us as human beings. In the face of global challenges such as climate change, poverty, and conflict, it is our collective humanity that offers hope for a brighter future. By coming together in solidarity and cooperation, we have the power to address these pressing issues and build a more sustainable and equitable world for all. Let us not lose sight of our common humanity and the potential we hold to create positive change in the world. As I reflect on what it means to be human, I'm reminded of the words of the poet Walt Whitman, who wrote, "I am large, I contain multitudes." Indeed, each of us is a universe unto ourselves, with depths yet to be explored and potentials yet to be realized. And it is in embracing the fullness of our humanity, with all its complexities and contradictions, that we truly come alive. In closing, let us celebrate the richness and diversity of the human experience, embracing our shared humanity and honoring the inherent dignity and worth of every individual. For it is in recognizing our common humanity that we find the courage to transcend our differences and build a more just, compassionate, and harmonious world for generations to come.
All right, here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna decide who had the better speech via a decibel meter. When I say the person's name, you're gonna have 5 seconds to make as much noise as you want for that individual, okay? Whichever one you are voting for, believing they had the better speech. And in that 5 seconds, I will take a look at the average decibel level to determine the winner, okay? All right, if you think Mr. Carnstead was the better speech, make some noise. Okay. We had about an 88 average, a max of 106. If you think that Reifenberg had the better speech, make some noise. So I don't think it reads above 106, because that was also the max. It seemed louder than that to me, but the average was definitely higher. Congratulations, Mrs. Reifenberg. Oh, but wait. One of the speeches was actually written by ChatGPT. And you guys voted for that speech. Congratulations. Well done. All right, the next event. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, you guys can stay there. That's fine. You can stay. The next event is another fan favorite. It is called Two Truths and a Lie. Fun because you're going to get 3 teachers who will each tell you a 5-ish minute story. 2 of the teachers are telling a true story. 1 of the teachers is lying. Your job is to try and determine which teacher is lying, because after they each tell their story, you will have a chance to ask questions probing that. And then at the end, we will vote to see if we can determine who the liar actually is. Okay, now these people do not get fancy introductions because they have fancy stories, but please welcome nonetheless Doc Brown, Mrs. Singleton, and Mr. Wyzorek. I have a feeling I know how this is going to go. The first person to share their story is determined by the audience. Shout it out. Doc Brown, coming up. Thank you.
My name is Jeff Brown. Here's my story.
It was a brisk November morning in Boston, Massachusetts, where a young Jeff was anxiously awaiting his first rehearsal with the Tanglewood Festival Chorus, the performing choir for the Boston Symphony Orchestra. Jeff was fresh out of college and he moved halfway across the country to relocate to New England. It was really cold that morning and he had not yet adapted to the extreme New England winters. I'd been asked by the conductor of the choir, John Oliver, no, not the host of HBO's Last Week Tonight, to sing in a smaller group of chorus members who would be featured with the Boston Pops Orchestra on a broadcast of Holiday at Pops live from Symphony Hall in Boston. This was way back in the 1900s, before the internet, so being able to watch a concert live on television was extremely cool. As soon as I'd gotten the invitation, I called my parents on the telephone to tell them the exciting news. There were no smartphones way back in the 1900s. I gave them the date and time so that they could drive over to my aunt's house, who had cable, to watch the live broadcast on the A&E channel, which stood for Arts and Entertainment. On that chilly November morning, young Jeff was waiting on the stoop for a ride to rehearsal. I didn't have a car at the time. You didn't need one to live in downtown Boston. You could walk most places, and public transportation would take you to most places that you couldn't walk. That particular morning, our choir rehearsal was outside of Boston in a small town called Framingham, and it wasn't accessible by public transportation, so I needed a ride. I remember arriving quite early, and my friend and I were sort of the only ones there waiting to get started. For some reason, the rehearsal I remember being in a TV studio, and there were chairs set up and a piano. I don't know why, but my friend and I were chatting, and the director, John Oliver, walked in. I need to back up a minute and provide some context. During the rehearsal process, there was this section of music that hadn't been clarified by John. One of the songs we were singing, it was called The Holly and the Ivy. Remember Holiday at Pops, Holly and the Ivy, it's a holiday song. There was a tenor solo in the piece that John never assigned to anyone in the choir. I never even thought he would consider giving it to me, as I was a brand new choir member and there was plenty of capable singers who could manage the solo, and they'd been in the choir for a long time. Okay, back to my story. My friend and I were talking in the empty studio. John walks in. I said hello, and we were chatting about how cold it was outside. As he was walking away to put his stuff down, I said, hey, John, we'll be singing that solo in The Holly and the Ivy today. He said, well, why don't you do it? I was like, are you sure? He said, absolutely. My friend raised their eyebrows and was like, hey, give me a reassuring look as John walked away. I was nervous to say the least, but also really excited for this opportunity. The rest of the choir started filing in, and soon we were in the middle of an intense rehearsal with John. I forgot one thing. Did I mention that the live broadcast on the A&E network was going to be that same night as the rehearsal that he said I could sing the solo? Did I say that yet? Oh, I didn't. The exact same day, there was no soloist for the piece, and then the soloist was me. Needless to say, knowing that if my solo was really good, I would get to sing it on live television. So I was freaking out. The time had come in rehearsal. John said, take out the Holly and the Ivy. My heart started pounding. I thought he would tell the choir that this new tenor from Texas was going to do the solo in the middle of the piece. But he didn't say anything. He just started. The solo came up. It was sort of layered over some tenors and basses. When the time came, I took a breath and I gave it my best. I can remember people were kind of looking around and they were kind of smiling, and then some weren't paying attention. They didn't care. When the song was over, John said to the choir, that was Jeff Brown on the solo, everybody. They applauded. At the end of rehearsal, many of the chorus members came up to me to introduce themselves and tell me how well I had sung. I was so thrilled. My friend and I talked all the way back to Boston in the car and how excited we were to sing on live television that evening. My apartment at that time was right down the street from Symphony Hall, so I could walk there. I called Mom and Dad. I wanted to make sure they were watching. They were at my aunt's house, and I told them about the solo. They were super excited. I hadn't seen them in a long time. I'd been away for like a year, so this would be the first time they would have seen me singing on television. Again, I'll remind you, way back in the 1900s, 1996 specifically, there was no FaceTime, there was no YouTube, there was no Google Meets, no Zoom, no Instagram, no Snapchat, no TikTok, no anything like that where we could just talk and see someone right in the palm of our hand. For my parents being able to watch me sing all the way across the country was really cool. I got dressed in my tuxedo. I walked down to Symphony Hall. We warmed up. We sang my solo again. It was my solo now. One more time in the rehearsal room before we filed onto the stage to get ready for the broadcast. The Boston Pops had a brand new conductor. His name is Keith Lockhart. And we had already rehearsed with him, so we were ready to go. The audience was coming in. The orchestra was getting ready. They were doing their thing. They were warming up. We were waiting for the green light from the TV cameras to know that we were live on the broadcast. The show started. It was going really well. The choir sounded great. The orchestra was amazing. And the audience loved everything we were doing. About halfway through the show, it was time for my song, The Holly and the Ivy. It was a cappella, so it didn't have any accompaniment. And the orchestra was just sitting staring at us on the stage. I can remember this. It came time for my solo. I started singing, and out of the corner of my eye, I could see this camera swing over the orchestra, coming right over by me in my peripheral vision, aiming right at me. I just sang my heart out, tried to ignore it. The song finished, the audience applauded, and we continued with the concert. I had just sung a solo on live television for the first time. When the concert was over, everyone was extremely complimentary at the after party, and I was on cloud 9. I called my parents when I got home. They couldn't have been more excited to see their son singing on television in Little East, Texas, all the way from Boston. The moral of the story is, if you want something, don't be afraid to ask for it, because you never know when you just might get it. I'm Jeff Brown. Thanks for listening.
Your warm colors, Mr. Wyzork, your cool colors. The next person to go will be... Oh, did I say it wrong?
Dr. Brown is tall. That'll do it. How's everybody doing? Good? All right. So I'm Cam Weiswork. I teach math here at LHS, and one thing I love to do is write cheesy math songs for my students, where I'll take popular songs and spin the lyrics to be about a math topic that we're learning in class. Solving equations in algebra class, taking derivatives in calculus class, some good old SOHCAHTOA in geometry class, things like that. And I thought it could be cool to tell you guys the story of what actually sparked that idea to start writing those math tunes. I had just graduated college from the University of Illinois and was excited to start my new career as a math teacher. My friends Dan, Tess, Steve, and I decided to celebrate our recent graduation by going to a Howie Day, Jason Mraz joint concert at Ravinia. Okay, quick poll, because I know our music taste might be different. Do a shout out if you've heard of Jason Mraz. Okay, that's the Jason Mraz fans. Do a shout out if you've heard of Howie Day. Okay, not as many. Oh man, he sings that song Collide. It was a radio hit when I was growing up. That's your homework, is to Spotify that. So you got to listen to that song. It's called Collide. Anyway, they were doing a joint concert at Ravinia, which is in Highland Park, right around the corner from us here. And my friend Dan, his cousin, actually worked at Ravinia, and it was really cool. He was able to get us a backstage pass ahead of time to meet Jason Mraz. I was like super pumped, because I've been a huge Jason Mraz fan since, I don't even know how long. It's been a long time. So I was really pumped, and Howie Day was doing a sound check since he was going to be playing first, so he was busy kind of testing out, getting ready for his set. But Jason was backstage. Jason was backstage talking with some Ravinia employees, and so Dan's cousin was able to introduce us, and he was super laid back and happy to meet us. We explained that we had just recently graduated and had come out to celebrate by enjoying his music. We're all huge Jason fans. Side note, I'm also a Howie Day fan, so bonus for me that I got to see them both. And so he then asked each of us what we were planning to do now with our lives since we were done with college. I told him I was about to start teaching math right around the corner from Ravinia, actually, at Edgewood Middle School in Highland Park. And Jason replied and said that he really respected what teachers do, and then continued on to say something that got me thinking and actually really stuck with me. He said, they say math and music go well together. And I told him I agreed, and that I even played the piano and guitar myself. And it was a really cool experience to get to meet him, and for kind of to hear about that, like, you sometimes always hear about, math and music go together, but to actually hear it from a real life performing artist that goes around touring, like it kind of just, I don't know, it stuck with me. And so we left and enjoyed an awesome concert back at our seats and went back to the parking lot, got in the car, was driving home, of course, to some Jason Mraz tunes. And I was pulling up Spotify and turned on my favorite Jason Mraz song. Anybody want to take a guess what that might be? I'm Yours, yeah. So, I'm yours. As I was listening to the song, as I was listening to the song, something just, I don't know, it was just, sometimes, you know, when you have solo think time and you can think just a little bit better just when you're kind of by yourself and just like a tranquil environment. I was listening to the song and I just felt like the melody would make a good jingle, kind of like just like an advertising jingle that you hear on TV. And it hit me based on Jason's comment from earlier about the math and music connection. I started thinking, you know, how could I adapt that song, I'm Yours, and use math lyrics instead? And the first topic that came into my head was SOHCAHTOA. For those of you in geometry, you probably know what that is. Those of you in my class, I tested you on it, you should. And I'm wearing a cheesy math shirt today, which shows you that sine gerene divided by cosine gerene is tangerine. It's an orange. Okay. So you can tell it's one of my favorite math topics, right? So naturally, I thought, okay, I have to write a song about this, and what better tune to use than I'm Yours by Jason Mraz. So anyway, let's see, what was that? I thought maybe having a catchy tune with the topics I was teaching would help keep students' interest and retain the information easier, especially for students who maybe math was not their favorite subject. My goal was kind of like, even if it reached one student, I thought that'd be pretty cool. And I thought of all different things that had to do with SOHCAHTOA: right triangles, special right triangles, 30, 60, 90s, 45, 45, 90s, even the TI-84 calculator, the Pythagorean theorem. I was on a roll just driving home listening to some Jason. And after a few days, didn't happen right away, but after a few days, my first math tune was written to the tune of I'm Yours. And I was able to share it with my honors geometry class that first year of teaching. And from there, the rest is history. I now have written over a dozen math tunes to popular cover songs like Don't Stop Believin', Drops of Jupiter, and Good Riddance, Time of Your Life. There's even a Rudolph the Red-Nosed Rhombus. Writing these math tunes has allowed me to have a fun and memorable way to connect with my students, and really none of it at all would have been possible and wouldn't have gotten the idea sparked had it not been for that quick meet and greet with Jason Mraz. So thanks, Jason.
You're both taller than me. Okay, here we go. As the sunlight poured down from the sky, I drove down my street in my typical suburban neighborhood. School was done for the day, and for once my homework load was light. Pulling into my driveway, I noticed something next to our mailbox that was long, wiggly, and dark. My bright mood disappeared. Fear gripped my lungs. There was a snake in our yard. This wasn't any ordinary snake. Oh no. This was a big, vicious, poisonous snake. I knew without taking a closer look that our lives were in danger. After I pulled into the garage, my brother Greg and I raced from the car into the house. I slammed the door shut, panting. My hands began to shake. Is that what I think it is? I demanded. I think so, my brother replied, but he didn't seem as sure as I was. We raced up to the second floor and tried to look out my bedroom window. The angle wasn't quite right, though. We tried my brother's window, but the view wasn't much better. You have to go out and look at it, I told my brother. No way, he said. You have to, I insisted, taking my right as the bossy big sister. Instead of walking out onto the driveway, Greg took the car. Yeah, he was just as freaked out as I was. He backed the car down the driveway, peered out the passenger window, and pulled back in. Yeah, it's a snake, a big one. Maybe a rattlesnake, he told me once he was back in the safety of our house. That's it, I said. I'm calling animal control. The first time I called, I had to leave a message. So then I called my mom. My fear was growing. I had convinced myself that the snake was out to get me and my family, so I refused to let my dog out of the house. No way was I letting that snake near her. My mom assured me that she would be home soon, but I knew that it would take her at least 20 minutes to get home from work. We didn't have that kind of time, so I called animal control again and left a second message. Then I called again and left a third message. Finally, after what seemed like years, animal control pulled up in front of our house about the same time my mom arrived home from work.
I watched in absolute terror as the officer pulled out a long pole with a hook on the end. He walked over to the mailbox and captured the snake. At this point, my entire body was violently shaking with fear. My mom met me on the porch, and the officer approached us. I'm ugly crying. I mean that snot coming out of your nose, and you can't quite catch your breath, sobbing. The officer held up his pole with a long, black, rubbery item hanging from it. Is this some kind of joke? He asked. This is a toy, he said, referring to the snake at the end of his pole. Yeah, that's right. I called animal control 3 times because a child's toy was in my front yard.
All right, we got exactly like 3 or 4 minutes here for questions to try and figure out who the liar is. If you guys can repeat the question so everybody knows exactly what it was. If you have a question to try and figure out who the liar is, raise your hand high so that we can see it. Oh, yes, go for it, Caroline. What town did the snake story take place in?
Indianapolis on the northeast side.
Middle there, yeah.
For Dr. Brown, what year in college were you?
Actually was not in college at the time.
Front right here, or front left for you guys.
Can you sing the song that you made up on the day?
So this was the final product. I don't have my guitar right here, but I'll do a solo. So it goes, well, I got a right triangle, bunch of sides are missing. Can't find an angle that's a 30, 45, or 60. I reckon it can be right too. Oh, what else can I do? The math teacher told me about, I think I'll take a toll. A bunch of random letters in a very crazy order. And then he said to me, you can calculate sine CO. Well, so means sine, it's the opposite divided by the hypotenuse. That's a little simple.
You can't fake that, that's for sure. All right, yep, pink sweatshirt.
Okay, I have a question for Mr. Wizard.
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, wait, didn't you say that you were teaching middle school first?
I was, yeah.
So did you teach geometry in middle school?
I did. I taught honors geometry to 8th graders at Edgewood Middle School in Highland Park, which is right around the corner, probably less than a half mile away from Ravinia, actually.
Okay.
Kelsey.
Dr. Brown, can you sing that solo?
I can't remember the words, but of the solo part, but the tune is the holly and the ivy, when they are both full grown, of all the trees that are in the wood. That's the tune. I can't remember the part that I
Lip syncing. I think he was lip syncing. Anyone else? Question? All right, let's do the vote. You're going to vote with your feet by standing up. So if you think Doc Brown is actually a big liar, go ahead and stand up. Okay, not many. Not many at all. If you think Mr. Wizork is actually the liar, go ahead and stand up. Also not many. Mrs. Singleton, if she's the liar, stand up. Okay. Let's find out. Could the real liar please stand up? He got you. He totally got you. All right, so Mr. Wizork particularly, question about the writing, since it's Writers Expo. How did you decide upon that story?
So it's kind of a mix of things. So there are tiny little truths throughout, but just to clarify, the big lie, I never met Jason Mraz as much as I'd like to. He never even had a joint show at Ravinia with Howie Day. The reason I brought Howie Day into the mix, so this part is true, I did end up writing a math tune for my calculus class, so shout out to my AP Calc class, period 1, if anybody's in here. I wrote a song about tangent lines and the derivative to the tune of Collide by Howie Day, and I actually tagged him on Instagram, and he responded and said, like, oh, cool, now there's a version about mathematics just like there is about particle physics. Awesome. And I still screenshotted it, and I kind of want to like put it on my board next year because it's super cool. So it's funny because I tried to make the story more highlighted on Jason Mraz, which I did write a math tune that you just heard a little snippet of to that. It was not my first one, that's also a lie. My first one was about the quadratic formula to the tune of Let It Be by the Beatles, so also a lie. These are all on YouTube, by the way. So, but yeah, so I did not meet Jason Mraz. I did not, unfortunately, get the chance to interact with him in any way. I love his music, that was not a lie. My friend's cousin does work at Ravinia, so I thought that was kind of an interesting tie-in when I was trying to make this believable. You gotta find a way to make it believable that you got a backstage pass to meet Jason Mraz, I think. So, you guys believe that? I don't know, shout out, anybody believe that? Well, I guess you guys did, because you voted it. So, yeah, I don't know, does that answer your question?
Yeah, awesome. Thanks, guys, we'll see you tomorrow.
come on in and take a seat. We're going to get started in about a minute. Just find your teacher and sit with your class. We're going to get started real soon. Welcome everyone to Writers Expo. Come on in everybody and find your class. Got Mr. Brown down here up front. Mr. Hieronymus back there in the back. Mr. Brum right down here up front if you're looking for him. Mr. Schmidt right up front. Hi everybody, welcome to Writers Expo. We're happy you're here. Welcome to Writers Expo, everybody. Come on in, find your teacher, have a seat. Welcome to Writers Expo. We're happy you're here. Come on in and find your teacher so we can get started. Looks like everyone is here that's going to be here. If you're standing in the aisles, take a seat, okay? All right, marvelous. Welcome to Writers Expo, everyone. I'm Dr. Reef. I'm happy you're here. I just want to welcome everyone and just remind you of the purpose of Writers Expo. Kind of two main things we're trying to accomplish. Number one, we just want to celebrate the written word and all its different manifestations. We'll read poetry and share stories and engage in debate and sing some songs, and anything that has to do with words, we're all about celebrating. The second thing is we really want to showcase the creativity of students and staff. So if you like what you're seeing here today, we'd love for you to be a part of it next year. And we're really just trying to create a forum, a showcase for students to share works that they create. So we encourage you to get involved next year. Just some reminders. Let's be really careful to respect the auditorium and the presenters. It's been marvelous today throughout the day. Kids are not eating food, not drinking, keeping their feet on their floor instead of up on the furniture. That's all beautiful. Let's keep that going. And also, kids are staying off their phones and not talking to their neighbors, which is great because it really helps the presenter up here to know that they've got your attention and engagement. That really helps. So we've got some thank yous. It's a big deal putting on a production like this, so we want to be sure to thank Mr. Helvey for allowing us to use the space, and we want to thank B&G, the buildings and ground guys. They do all the set up and take down. Thank you, that's very kind. I got about 5 more, so hold off your applause till the end. LHS's AV team helps with all the site lighting and sound. Mr. Twadell and Wildcat Productions, they're live streaming the event and videotaping this. And Mr. Gerlach created these great stickers. I think they were right here, cool Writers Expo stickers if you want to get one of those. And Mr. Cioccolini and the Deca kids created these awesome, vibrant, kind of an aggressive pink shirt that we're proudly wearing. And also the English department, Ms. Constantinitis and Mr. Tooley. Mr. Tooley just does this thing because he loves it. And he's really the guy that puts a lot of work and time into it. So we've got a really special period planned. There's 2 big events we're gonna do. One is a musical improv, and the second thing is 2 truths and a lie. So to get this thing started, I'm gonna bring out Adam and Owen Gore, and I think they're gonna walk you through how this is gonna work.
Thank you, Dr. Reef. And let's have a hand for Dr. Reef, who sponsored Writers Week all these years. All right, so we've got a little musical improv, but we got to do a little prep for it. We thought it'd be fun. So we're combining the hero's journey, which maybe many of you have heard about in your English classes. We got the hero's journey, arc, conflict, loss, all that, with Mad Libs. And then a little jazz thrown in, which is why Owen's up here. So we're going to start with the Mad Libs portion of it. So I'm going to have Owen call on you and give me the answers. And then we're going to go write down your answers. We're going to go backstage and put it together and then come back out and play and read the whole thing for you. So start off on our hero's journey. We need 5 different animals. 5 different animals. So Owen, call them out. Give me the animals. I'm going to write them down. Platypus. Hippopotamus. Step up there, Colin. Lion. I heard zebra. We're going with a safari theme. One more. Cockroach. All right. The much underappreciated cockroach. Next up on our hero's journey, we need some type of vehicle. Any kind of vehicle. Call on someone, point at them. A Kia Soul. Extremely specific. All right, next up, something, and we need hands. Something that makes a loud noise. An item or a thing that makes a loud noise. Dr. Brown. I heard Dr. Brown. I'm writing that down. Next, I need you to put these 3 things in order for me. Put them in order for me, any order, so long as just call on one person. A mountain, a valley, and a river. Put them in any order you want, doesn't matter. Pick someone out, Mountain, valley, river, I don't care which order. Go, we gotta get the 2 truths people out here. Just those 3 things in any order you want. River, valley, mountain. Thank you. All right, we're going to come back and we're going to do a little musical improv and storytelling for you. But right now, here's your 2 truths and a lie.
All right, so for 2 truths and a lie, we have Ms. Colombo, Mr. Murchison, and Ms. Tarzinski. All right, so we're going to hear first from Miss Colombo, and you guys know how this works, right? You're going to hear 3 stories, and you're going to have an opportunity to ask questions after you hear all 3 stories, and then you'll vote on which teacher you think is lying. So there's 2 truths, 1 lie. And I just have to make sure that the first storyteller, Miss Colombo, is ready to go. Here's Miss Colombo. She's going to go first.
Sorry, I was rehearsing.
All right. As many people would claim that they grew up during the best era ever for music, but I actually did, in the 90s. Sure, my parents had the Beach Boys, the Rolling Stones, and the Beatles in the 60s and 70s, but that was all rock. Growing up in the 90s, we had it all. Pearl Jam, Soundgarden, and Nirvana not only gave us great grunge anthems, but also an aesthetic. Flannels, ripped jeans, and Doc Martens. 90s hip-hop gave us such legendary artists as Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, and Tupac. That's just the way it was. Things will never be the same. And who could forget the icons of 90s pop music? Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, and Mariah Carey. All I wanted for Christmas was a gift certificate to Tower Records. But I'm not here to discuss any of those groups, artists, or genres. I'm here to tell you all a tale related to the best music that came out of the 90s, country. I stumbled upon country music on a family vacation to the Southwest during spring break my sophomore year of high school. The radio stations out there offered scant selection, so by default, we listened to country music for long stretches of the road trip. I returned to Chicago to discover that US 99 was playing all of those catchy tunes that I had enjoyed so much on vacation. So I dove headfirst into the genre, and before I knew it, my CD collection consisted of Shania Twain, George Strait, Alan Jackson, Reba McEntire, and John Michael Montgomery, just to name a few. In my junior year, I was officially obsessed with country music. For my 16th birthday, all my girlfriends surprised me, blindfolded me, and drove me to the Allstate Arena for my very first concert ever with Brooks and Dunn. If you know, you know. But these guys had two of the most iconic 90s country hits, My Maria and Boot Scootin' Boogie. And I certainly did boot scoot it up for that milestone birthday. The interest level and devotion that I had to country music did not abate my senior year. In fact, it grew exponentially. I decided to go to college in Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff, one of the places where I first encountered country music. The allure of the West was incredibly appealing to me, and I wanted it all. The music, the boots, the mountains, the cowboys. I could go on. So when my friends and I heard that the undisputed king of country music would be coming to town, I headed out post-haste to the local ticket master at the mall to score Garth Brooks tickets. I had to see him. He was the GOAT of country music. I knew all of his songs by heart and played his CDs in my car over and over again. So naturally, I was very disappointed to discover that the best tickets that we could afford on our meager teenage budgets were in the nosebleeds. However, I consoled myself with the fact that I would get to see Garth play live, and that was all that really mattered. The night of the concert finally arrived, and my girlfriends and I got all dolled up in our finest boots and jeans. We climbed to our seats in the sky at the United Center and settled in. The stage was so far away, though, and my sense of deep disappointment still lingered. How was this concert going to be any good? My friend Karen, the really pretty one of us, went to go get some food and drinks, but she came back sooner than expected and without refreshments. She was talking incredibly fast and incoherently, and we couldn't follow her. Calming herself down, she told us the most mind-blowing news. She had caught the eye of one of Garth Brooks' hype men. He asked her how many people were in her party. She said 6, and just like that, he pulled out 6 front row center stage tickets and told her to have fun. To say that we were shocked was an understatement. My heart felt like it would burst out of my chest. I couldn't breathe. We hustled our way out of the nosebleeds and onto the main floor with the confidence and panache that only teenagers who just scored the best seats in the house to the hottest ticket in town could pull off. We were escorted to the front row and told to make Garth look good with a wink and a smile. Not long after, the lights went dim, the crowd roared, and a silhouetted cowboy with a guitar took center stage. It was Garth. He came over to the edge of the stage where my friends and I were awaiting him, strummed his guitar, lowered his voice, and started singing Rodeo. Recalling the words that were imparted upon us, we set out on our mission. We reached for him, kissed his boots, hugged his ankles, and just got really cozy with the man.
We swarmed him every time he took center stage, and he even held my hand during unanswered prayers. This was all so surreal. Was I dreaming? I had lamented our original seats, but yet 2 hours later, I was holding the hand of my idol as he in the crowd belted out his hit. Karen had a disposable camera and caught the moment in a photo, and that, along with the front row ticket stub, are tucked away in an album somewhere in my basement. The night I got up close and personal to Garth is perhaps one of the highlights of my teenage years. And now, as an adult, his lyrics remind me of a valuable life lesson. Sometimes I thank God for unanswered prayers. Remember when you're talking to the man upstairs, that just because he doesn't answer doesn't mean he don't care. Some of God's greatest gifts are unanswered prayers.
That was amazing. A lot of kids and even teachers are just so afraid to speak in front of a group and to push themselves into a zone of discomfort like that. And I just admire you so much for telling a great story, but also singing in a beautiful moment. That was great. Thank you. Could we just give her a round? It's a great example of what the whole thing is all about. All right. And another treat for you is Miss Tarzinski telling her story.
So this one's a little darker. All right, so when my daughter Eve Marie was 6 years old, she had a mischievous smile and a determined way about her. She was spunky, fun, and possessed a wide-eyed innocence. And of course, in my eyes, she was adorable. In fact, so adorable that about that time, a mild anxiety began to grip me. Eve Marie had, and still has, a wanderlust, a desire to climb trees, to simply explore nature, and to do it unbridled. I loved that about her, but perhaps too many Criminal Minds shows had infected me with F. Scott Fitzgerald's hot whips of panic, a trepidation that my only child could be stolen from me, that she could be innocently lured away by the ruse of a lost dog or a hurt human. Up to this point, I had pretty much felt I had felt secure with the world, but now there was a paranoid terror if Eve Marie was 2 minutes late walking home from the bus stop, or worse, if a man that we saw walking his dog in our local park looked just a bit too long at my daughter. That summer, when Eve Marie was 6, we traveled through Florence, South Carolina on a family trip. It was 2016, June, and hot. In the early mornings, though, when the heat was at its lowest, we traveled to see the natural outdoors. We drove to Timrod Park in Florence, where there were 18 acres worth of trails. The trails were gravelly with old maples and some oaks lining the pathways, relieving us from the 90-degree heat. The sunshine sparkled through the trees as we walked the trails, the old bendy trails, twisting this way and that. We took selfies under the cooling trees next to the county bridge for our Christmas card, with Eve Marie's hair shining in the sunlight. I don't think I've ever seen her with lighter hair than that summer, a culmination of the pool's chlorine and sunlight brightening her hair to the color of Rumpelstiltskin's spun gold. In the middle of that Tuesday morning, there were hardly any people at Timrod. The sunlight was warm on our skin, and my husband and I relaxed on the double-wide throw and munched on Eve Marie's beloved breakfast snacks, apples, peaches, and a Choco Trail mix. Suddenly, Eve Marie got to her feet, as 6-year-olds will do, excitedly speaking about a perfect tree to climb, and then dashed off. I sat up, too, anxious to follow her, but my husband put his hand on my arm, coaxing me back to relaxation. It's okay. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Let her have some fun, some independence, he said. She wants to climb a tree. Let her. There's no one here. We made plans for the rest of our road trip, but fell into an argument about the times to drive to Tampa. 3 a.m. or 8 a.m. Wake up crazy early or sleep in. And I suddenly got a nagging sense of time. How long had Eve Marie been gone? I'd never felt blood draining from my face before, but I know it now. Paul, where is she? How long has she been gone? I'll take a look for her. I'm sure she's around the bend. Likely in a tree, he laughed. Now, anyone with a child knows this feeling of helplessness, a guilt of, what was I doing that I wasn't watching my precious child? I am the worst parent in the world that comes upon you. That fear, that panic, that, oh my God, what is happening to her? We hurriedly turned the bend on the path. No Eve Marie. We looked up at the trees. No Eve Marie. We called her name, walking off the path into cooling glades towards cave-like structures made out of vines and leaves and creepy Spanish moss. No Eve Marie. Our voices got louder, our walking pace faster, our urgency stronger. No Eve Marie. I thought I was going to vomit. Time was passing so quickly. I thought about that sunlight in her hair. It had been at least an hour. What would I do if I'd really lost her? I looked at my phone. If I call 911, then I have to admit that I've lost my child, that I'm a terrible mother. How am I going to be able to live with this shame? How could I live with the judgment of Paul's parents? And what if she was... In my panic, I fell to my knees. All of a sudden, I saw her through blurred vision, running down the path, her blonde hair waving behind her in the sunlight. At first, I thought it was a trick of the heat, the light. But then I don't think I've ever sprinted so fast in my life, finally scooping her up, telling her that I loved her, sobbing frantically, only to be hugged by my husband as well, like a family sandwich. We were all crying, my daughter in hysterics that she had worried us so much, me relieved that she was all right, fine, but still hiccuping with tears, and my husband beside himself with 2 weeping girls. Eve Marie had been climbing trees all right, but hadn't been able to get down when she heard us calling. She'd climbed too high. Paul and I looked at each other quizzically. If it was too high to jump, how did she get down? Mommy, there was this nice older man on the path wearing a black baseball cap. He saw that I wanted to get down, and he told me to jump and he would catch me, and so I did, and so he did. He twirled me around in his circle and asked me if I was lost. I said I didn't know if I was, and then he told me that I had the most beautiful golden hair. He touched it for a minute, and then asked if I wanted to meet his puppy. I really wanted to. And he took my hand, and we were walking towards a place that looked like leaf caves. He said his puppy was overheating and needed a place to cool down. He told me that I'd love his puppy and that I could play with it for such a long time, maybe even forever. But then I heard both of you crying, and that made me sad. So I just took off again. I know you don't like it when I do that, and I think I made the man angry. He started running after me with a mad face, but then stopped and ran away when he heard the 2 of you calling me. Can we go look for his puppy? For the second time that day, I felt the blood drain from my face. I turned away from them both and vomited.
All right, we've got one more story. One of these teachers is lying. You'll have to use your skills and figure out who's lying. Come on up, Mr. Murchison.
Hello. All right. So I'm Mr. Murchison. If any of you guys if any of you guys know me, you'll know that I'm a physics teacher here. And if any of you guys have ever taken my physics class, you'll probably know that being a physics teacher or being a teacher at all wasn't my first career path. So I want to take a little bit to talk about that with you guys today. See, after high school, I wanted to be an engineer. I want to be an aerospace engineer. So I went down to school at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. ILL. I went to school to become an aerospace engineer and build spaceship parts. And I did for a short amount of time anyway. And if you have taken my class, you'll probably hear me talk about how I spent that short amount of time building spaceship parts for the US government at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. So that's all true. That is verifiable. You'll probably have to ask Dr. K to bring up my resume somewhere, but you can fact check that. That's true. What I want to talk to you guys today is how I got that job in the first place to begin with. So I want to take you guys back to the spring of 2016, right? It's a tumultuous year. There's a controversial presidential election coming up. Britain just voted to leave the EU, and somewhere in the Cincinnati Zoo, an innocent gorilla was just killed, right? So, that's right. So, at this time, I was finishing my sophomore year of college, and I was hoping to apply for some summer internships, work at some engineering firms, get some experience that way. So, it was a couple weeks before my spring semester finals in my sophomore year when a student group that I was a part of, we had heard about this symposium. It was like a conference happening out in Washington, D.C., just outside of D.C. And at this conference, there were going to be all sorts of astrophysicists, spaceship engineers, scientists from all over the world coming to present their findings. So we were engineering students. We thought, hey, this sounds like a really, really cool opportunity. Problem is, this was 2 weeks before our spring semester final exams. Conference was in the middle of the week, and like I said, I went to school at U of I, down in Urbana-Champaign, and this was in Washington, D.C. on the East Coast. So, I mean, what's the logical thing to do here, right? You know, maybe email your professors, get some extension on some work, book a flight out of O'Hare. Sure, but I was a broke college student, so flight was completely out of the question. And I was a broke engineering college student, which means that I could not afford to miss more than a single day of class or else fall hopelessly behind. So our resolution, a group of friends and I, decided to pack up my Toyota Camry and leave at 6 p.m. on a Wednesday night and drive 13 hours straight, no breaks, to Washington, D.C. So we did. And we quite literally pulled up to Capitol Hill, parked my car, and I have a very vivid memory of walking out of my car onto the National Lawn and promptly falling asleep on the grass in front of the Washington Monument immediately after that. So after our very patriotic power nap, that morning we went to the conference, right? So I got to meet astronauts, engineers, astrophysicists, people like literal Nobel laureates, right, were at this place. And I got to learn so much about space science and physics and engineering, and it was a phenomenal experience. And by some stroke of absurd luck, I end up talking to this guy named Chris, okay? And at the time, I thought Chris was just this engineer who was like happy to talk to a college student and like do a little bit of networking. So he's chatting with me and he's interested in what classes I'm taking, what kind of projects I'm doing outside of school. And we had a great conversation. And he says like, hey, like, you know, I work at the center. If you're applying for anything, any jobs, here's my card, you know, shoot me an email and we'll see what I can do. So what I didn't realize at the time is this guy, and this name you're not going to know, his name is Chris Koulentes, and he was the director of NASA Goddard Space Flight Center, which means he was the boss of a 10,000 person government facility with world-renowned scientists and physicists and all sorts of different spaceship parts that were being built there. He was the actual just head, and I didn't even realize it. Until I was looking at his business card and said, director of the center. So I took his word for it. I went home, I finished up my classes for the semester, I shot him an email and say, hey, I'm looking for a job this summer, what do you got? And he responded, like,
immediately, within a day. And before I knew it, I was moving out to Washington, D.C. for that summer. I spent 3 months working for NASA, building spaceship parts. Then I came back to continue my college experience. The next summer, I did it again. I had a job, moved out east, worked for 3 months, came back to finish my senior year, and had a pretty good thing going. And then my senior year of college, my direct supervisor offered me a full-time position after I graduated to work for NASA. And as you can probably tell by the fact that I'm standing up here talking to you guys, I turned it down to become a high school physics teacher. But we're out of time, so I think that's a story for another day.
All right, we are pressed for time a little bit, so we have just maybe a minute or two for questions and answers. So is there any questions for Ms. Colombo? If you're trying to determine, is she telling the truth or is she stretching the truth a bit? Any questions? The window's closing on questions for Ms. Colombo. All right, Ms. Tarzinski, any questions for Ms. Tarzinski? Go.
How old is your daughter now?
How old is she now?
Yeah.
She's 13 and in 7th grade.
Another question for Ms. Tarzinski. Window's closed. We'll take one more for Ms. Tarzinski. Is there someone? Oh, back there, real loud.
Did you really touch someone's boots in a concert?
Yes.
This is back to Ms. Colombo. Okay.
Yes, I really touched Garth Brooks. In fact, I kissed his boots.
And how about Mr. Murchison? Any questions for him? Do you want to just pick someone?
It's a bit of a long story. Take my class and I'll tell you.
Is there another hand up back there for Mr. Murchison? Go ahead, real loud.
My question is for Mr. Murchison. Are you sure you've ever worked at NASA?
Am I sure?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm sure. I have a shirt. Do you not see it?
All right, we're going to bring out the gores in a minute. Before we do that, let's vote. If you think Ms. Colombo is our liar, start making noise. All right, how many of you think Ms. Tarzinski is our liar? And how about Mr. Murchison? Sounded to me like the room kind of feels Ms. Tarzinski is the one that might be stretching the truth a bit. So would our liar please stand up? All right, thank you. All right, now remember these guys just, while this was going on, put together an improv. All right, let's see what they came up with.
We needed a special guest for this one because we had such great suggestions from our Mad Libs portion. As you know, the hero's journey has been portrayed by numerous great authors over the years. Homer, Shakespeare, even Lion King. We chose to do a paraphrase of the wonderful work by P.D. Eastman called Are You My Mother? So, you will hear Owen providing us with themes for all of the different encounters that are had along our hero's journey here. And you'll hopefully recognize all of your wonderful contributions along the way. All right, we'll see how it fits in, but it's going to be a little bit of improv. He's got a couple of cues up here, but we basically went back there and made up all the little musical cues to go along with it. So here we go, with apologies to Mr. P.D. Eastman. Where is my mother? One fine morning, a mother platypus was taking care of her baby platypus. The baby platypus cried because it was hungry. Then he decided to take a little nap. All right, so the mama platypus left their home to go find some tasty food. The baby platypus woke up. "Where is my mother?" he said. He looked down, but did not see her. He looked up, but did not see her. "I cannot find my mother," he said, "so I will go and look for her." And away he went. He did not know what his mother looked like, so he walked right by her as she was getting some food. He came to a zebra. "Are you my mother?" he asked. "No," said the zebra. "You are not my mother," he said, and he walked on. He came to a flowing river. Next, he came upon a lion. "Are you my mother?" he asked. But the lion just looked at him. "You are not my mother," he said. And he walked on. He walked down a valley. Until he came to a hippo. "Are you my mother?" he asked. "No," said the hippo. "I am not your mother. I am a hippo." The zebra was not his mother. The lion was not his mother. The hippo was not his mother. So the baby platypus walked on. He walked up a hill until he came to a cockroach. "Are you my mother?" he asked. "How could I be your mother? I am a cockroach." "Do I even have a mother?" said the baby platypus. He knew he did, and he had to find her. Now he did not walk, he ran. Now he ran past a Kia Soul. "That is not my mother," he said. So on he ran. Then he saw Dr. Brown. This must be his mother at last. "Are you my mother?" he asked. "Yee-haw!" said the Dr. Brown. The baby platypus was so scared, he ran away as fast as his little legs would take him. He ran so fast he didn't even see his mother and ran right into her. "Do you know who I am?" said the mama platypus. "Yes, I know who you are," said the baby platypus. "You are not a zebra. You are not a lion. You are not a hippo. You are not a cockroach. Or a Kia Soul. Or a big scary Dr. Brown. Yeehaw! You are a platypus. And you are my mother." The end. Special thanks to Dr. Brown for being willing to be a caricature of himself.
All right, awesome. All right, I thought it might be fun if we give these folks an opportunity to answer any questions you might have about what they just did for us. Questions maybe what was the hardest part, or how'd they come up with their ideas, or any other questions you might have for these folks. So, anyone have any questions? Yeah, right up front here, go ahead.
Which idea did you hate the most?
What's that?
Which idea did you hate the most?
I'll leave that to Owen, since I just had to say the words. He had to come up with the musical ideas to go behind all of them.
I don't really think I hated any of them. The only one that was kind of a struggle, I wouldn't say a struggle, but the Kia Soul. I was kind of hoping for something a little bit larger, that I could that the horn noise would fit more, but I don't think there was anything that was really too challenging.
All right. Any other questions for our, yes, go ahead, Wayne back there.
Hey, how long did it take you to play the cello?
Well, that's a bass. I do also play the cello and have been playing for like 11, 12 years, but I've been playing bass for 5 years, I think.
All right, 11 or 12 years, that's great. Yes, in the back. Yeah, a little louder.
Dr. Brown saying yeehaw. I grabbed Dr. Brown and said, hey, we need your help. Say something that Dr. Brown would say. And he said, all right, I'll say yeehaw. I said, perfect.
All right, is Dr. Brown around? I thought it was great the way he helped out Miss Colombo and he helped you guys out. Where? Oh yeah, let's give him a special recognition. Just doing what he does, making things a little bit better in any way he can. He's awesome. Any other questions for these folks about what they did today? Yes?
What part of your story was a lie?
Oh, that's a good question. Which portion?
Well, I have a daughter, and she's in 7th grade. We've never been to South Carolina, so anything from there on out is just a total lie.
They're relieved over here to hear that.
What's that?
They're relieved over here.
Good,
They were
yes.
worried it was true.
Although I'll tell you that I am paranoid that she's going to be taken. That is true, but that all just never happened. So.
Great question. Any other questions for our presenters? So I've got a question for you guys. What was most rewarding about participating today?
Getting out of my comfort zone. Maybe you know me, I'm a Spanish teacher. You might not think I can do anything else, but I do really enjoy writing. And I just decided to sing when that lyric came to me, and I recruited my buen amigo, Dr. Brown, who willingly and happily jumped in and helped me get through that. So I'm happy I did it.
I just like writing. I enjoy it a lot, and it's kind of therapeutic, and there's a lot of stuff that goes on in my head, so this is what happens. So it's fun to craft the sentences, it's fun to speak it out loud, it's fun for me to hear it and see if it has an impact. So it's a little theatrical. I like that too.
I don't often get to speak into a microphone. This is like my one opportunity a year.
Well, this is the 4th time I've got to do this, and I've done something different every time, and it's a blast, and the English department here does such a cool job with this, and so many different ways to be a writer, whether it's coming up with your own stories or sharing your poetry or songs or something like that. And I've been really, it's been really fun to do that together, and to do it alongside my kids, pretty cool too. So it's been a lot of fun. Our English department does a great job, and shout out again to Dr. Reef.
Nice.
I always enjoy performing, and this is something that I've never really done before. it's very different than any other sort of performing I've done, and it's especially cool to be able to do it with my dad. So, yeah.
Oh, nice. All right, so again, I really just encourage everybody that's here today to think about participating next year, lean into any discomfort you might have. You can show some skills or some talent that other people might not realize you have, and it's just a chance to have some fun, practice writing something and sharing it with the group. I'm going to dismiss you a little early. Have a great day. Thanks for your participation, your attention.